casualty as they worked, an army of people working in that site all night long. Now, we've been talking about the fact that there are literally now, we're finding hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people who are in New York looking for relatives, carrying pictures, going from hospital to hospital trying to find people. For a while, there was a center at Bellevue Hospital here in New York, which is on the Lower East Side, where people could come to register information about relatives who were missing. Bellevue got overwhelmed, and the city of New York has now set up at the Manhattan Armory at 25th and Lexington, which is also downtown, not quite as far, a grief center. And people can go there for counseling and also to bring the information about their relatives in hopes that maybe they would be at one of the hospitals or over in Liberty State Park in New Jersey, where many of the injured were originally taken. Cynthia McFadden, for the last 48 hours, almost nonstop, has been reporting on the injured and, unfortunately, on those who are casualties, and she's with us now. Cynthia?
Charlie, just another point on the service center that you described at the Armory. This is the place to go if you're a family member to register. We understand it is the only official place to register a missing person report at this point in New York City. So family members are urged by city officials, the mayor's office, to go, in fact, to the Lexington Avenue location. This is the only official place to register if you've lost a loved one. Overnight, you can see the scene behind me, Charlie, Diane. It's changed significantly all day yesterday. We were seeing empty stretchers on the sidewalk as they waited for victims to be rescued and brought here for treatment. They have moved their operation inside. Hospital officials here want you to know that they are still ready to receive any rescue workers or victims from the World Trade Center towers. Overnight, 8 rescue workers were brought here, 6 of them firefighters. No other patients were brought to the hospital overnight. The injuries were primarily respiratory, as well as eye abrasions, which are the same kind of injuries we've been hearing about from the rescue workers all along. 4 area residents, that is this area in Greenwich Village, were brought here to the trauma center last night because of breathing difficulties. Late last night we were reporting that most of us here were wearing masks. That's because the quality of the air has degenerated. This morning it's better. The wind has shifted again. But that plume, occasionally, you can't see it right now. Earlier in the morning you could see the black plume rising again. As the firefighters have explained to us, black is bad in this case. Black smoke means new fires, means electrical fires most probably, and we were getting that acrid smell. Charlie, I can tell you a little bit more about numbers if that's appropriate at this time.
It's always appropriate. You go ahead, Cynthia.
A total of 620 people have been received between this St. Vincent's Hospital here in Manhattan and the outer borough St. Vincent's Hospitals. That's 620 total patients, and let me tell you the number of people who have been admitted. 96 people have been admitted. Of the total, approximately 83 are either fire or police workers. This hospital this morning has been contacted by emergency services and told that they will remain and become the chief trauma center. Everything south of 14th Street is closed, essentially. And so, because of traffic concerns, EMS has said they are going to bring all traumas, anyone rescued, to this hospital first. And so they are standing by. They tell us that they have double staff in the emergency room, and more than half, again, their staff in the rest of the hospital. So they're ready, and they're hoping for patients.
I was just going to say, it is an unusual situation where you have trauma workers, emergency workers hoping for patients, but if they get patients, obviously that means people who are alive, and they're not finding many in the rubble. Now, Brian Ross and John Miller, who've been all over the story of the investigation and how it's proceeding on all the different fronts and ran through it for you a moment ago, pointed to the fact that so much of it is centered on the state of Florida, that there were terrorists in this country for more than a year getting pilot training, and 2 of the suspects that have been identified by federal authorities were trained at a Huffman flying school, which is in Venice, Florida. Antonio Mora has gone down there this morning and has one of the directors of that school with him. Antonio?
Charlie, that is where I am here in Venice, Florida, and I am joined by Rudy Deckers, who's the owner and the chief executive officer of Huffman Aviation. And he yesterday remembered the people, these two men, Mohammed Atta and Marwan al-Shehi, he remembered them vaguely, but this morning you woke up, Rudy, and you saw a picture, I believe we have that picture, of Mohammed Atta, and now you have a much clearer memory of who this man was.
Yeah, now I remember this guy. He was on the Naples Daily News picture, and now I remember him. I talked a few times to him, and that's the person I never liked, just by feeling. That's the only thing. Nothing feeling about what he was planning to, but some people say, you don't like him. I didn't like him.
That seems to be the general consensus of everyone that has spoken about him. There's another student here who knew him, did not like this man. You had described them as strange birds. Was there anything suspicious about them?
Well, no, the only thing is that these people from these countries, like the Middle East, are always a little bit different. We leave them alone. They come here to train. We do more of these people from the Middle East. They were not socializing with anybody of us.
Now, you did not train them yourself, but one of your instructors did spend quite a lot of time with them. Now, he is completely in shock and doesn't want to talk about this.
Yeah, he flew 4 months with them, trained them, no socializing, but he's completely off the chart, as we are all. But he was 4 months together with them. He is completely off the chart.
Now, how did they get to you? Did they apply to the school? Did they just show up?
No, they just walked up into the front door. Apparently they were flying in another school. I've heard Tampa. I can't confirm that. One of them had a license already. They stated that they were not happy with the flight school. They were investigating flight schools, 2 in this field, and they came back a couple of days after and decided to fly with us.
Now, there are no restrictions on foreigners coming and learning to fly airplanes in the United States?
No, no. When usually the foreigners are coming from overseas because they're foreigners.
Right.
And then we do the whole procedure for them. We send them the right documentation so they can get their visas from the authorities.
So you help them in advance?
We help them in advance. We know about them in advance. These people just showed up here. In the meantime, still my student coordinator took copies of the passport and checked if they were legit in the country. And they did have the stamps that they were legit in the country.
And you had those passports and gave those to the FBI yesterday?
We had copies of the passports and gave that to the FBI.
Has the FBI told you anything?
No, other than that they're investigating the whole situation.
Have you ever had any other students that stood out from the Middle East in particular?
Well, as I said before, they're strange birds to us anyway. They have a different belief, a different behavior. We have more students from the Middle East, and we always are by themselves.
But you have hundreds of students here every year, not that many from the Middle East?
No, a couple of them every 2-3 months.
And the training you give them is on single-engine, simple planes?
Oh, very simple planes. Planes like you can see behind us, single-engine, light multi-engine planes, nothing to be capable of to fly a jet. As I learned yesterday, when the students left here, after they took the test and the government issued the pilot license, we learned yesterday that they went November to a flight school around Pompano Beach to do jet training. So apparently they had training after us.
Now, this is the kind of plane that you fly. Do you think you're capable? You've got many, many years of experience. Would you be capable of moving a 757 or
I fly occasionally in the back seat, in the back in these airlines, and I think by myself, oh, I wish I could fly for a minute this, but there's no way. There's no way. The systems are different. It's hydraulic. If you steer straight and you keep it at altitude, maybe you're able to do a little bit, but they had to descend. They had to change the speeds. There's no way, in my opinion.
All right, Rudy. Rudy Deckers of Huffman Aviation, we thank you for joining us this morning. I know you were shocked. This whole community is shocked, as is the rest of the country, but in particular here to know that these terrorists lived in their midst. Charlie, Diane?
Antonio, thanks so much. We should point out that the training in commercial aviation on those sophisticated jets took place in Vero Beach at another school. We want to go to Claire Shipman because there's a story this morning, brand new story this morning, which might indicate that the hijackers knew Secret Service codes about the president and the White House, and we want her to tell us about that. Claire.
Well, that's right, Diane. It's the story that everybody's been talking about since late yesterday and overnight. And essentially what it is the White House made a surprising announcement yesterday. They told us that on Tuesday they had a credible threat both against the White House and Air Force One. Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesman, and then Attorney General John Ashcroft didn't give us any details, but did call it a credible threat. The New York Times was told by a senior White House official that there was actually a phoned-in threat on Tuesday against Air Force One. And apparently one of the reasons this official says they found it credible was they were using code words that normally people wouldn't know. The president's code name, Secret Service code name, which, as we talked about before, is Trailblazer, and we all know that. There might have been some other information to make them believe it was a more credible threat. Why is all of this important? Because there's been a little bit of talk in Washington about just why the president took so long to get back on Tuesday and how threatening the situation was for him. That's going to continue to be a focus today. The president's already in the Oval Office this morning, by the way, meeting with his security team. We're told it's likely he's going to be meeting with congressional leaders today to, again, talk about the most important issue of money, some $20 billion he's looking for to deal with the aftermath of this tragedy and some more intelligence services. Diane?
All right, Claire, thanks to you. We are standing by because we are going to be talking to the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft, and want to see, there he is. He is wired up and ready. And Mr. Attorney General, we thank you for joining us this morning. You have characterized the investigation as the most massive investigation in U.S. history. How this morning would you characterize the success so far?
Well, we're pursuing a couple thousand credible leads, and I believe we're making progress on those leads. We have 4,000 FBI agents, themselves 3,000 individuals who are support individuals for the FBI agents, hundreds and hundreds, up to 1,000 lab and technicians and scientists. So this is a very substantial effort. It includes every one of the field offices of the FBI. So it is a massive effort, and it's one which we believe is resulting in credible leads that we are following.
General Ashcroft, Charlie Gibson here. We've been talking about how many different arms there are to this investigation. Terrorists perhaps in Florida for up to 15 months getting pilot training down there. Terrorists coming across the border from Canada into Maine. Arrests, we understand, overnight in Germany and the investigation going there. What can you tell us about each of those individual aspects, and are there more?
Well, I can just tell you that we have ongoing activities literally not only across America but in every office of the FBI, and we have offices around the world, that our leads are we believe productive leads, that we're working on those. We know clearly, at least are very confident, that the individuals involved were trained as pilots, that some of them were trained in the United States of America. They operated with technical proficiency to target and to land an aircraft of that size with the deadly accuracy of these acts of war. Was something that obviously resulted from a complex organization with significant ground support, and which was the result of very, very substantial training.
And you talked about 4 cells of terrorists with up to different, I believe you said there were up to 50 people could have been involved. So was there some sort of coordinating structure, do you suspect, of these different cells of terrorists?
Well, we know that there were 4 episodes, and we know that the individuals who committed the crimes perished in the criminal act of war. I don't want to frame this as merely a criminal act. This is an act of war against the United States. Sure. And we know that there had to be ground support and coordination. We are not prepared to say how much ground support, how much coordination, and whether or not there is a sort of cellular breakdown and what that would be if there is a cellular breakdown. We know that there were 4 to 6 terrorists who hijacked these flights and destroyed the lives of the individuals on the flights, as well as thousands perhaps of other lives, and that's what we're moving to understand more fully.
You'd said yesterday 3 to 6 terrorists on each flight, and that you'd identified, you thought, all of them. You just said 4 to 6. Is that a different number now?
I think what I did was to misspeak.
Okay, all right, okay.
I think,
3 to 6.
I want to turn, if I could, Mr. Attorney General, to the report we just heard about from Claire Shipman, the report in the New York Times this morning, that the hijackers may have phoned the Secret Service with threats using codes that were private codes. Is this true? How do you think they got them?
Well, I do know that our nation understood and learned that there were credible threats against the White House and Air Force One.
Using codes?
I'm not going to discuss.
Codes?
I'm not in a position to discuss the nature of the evidence regarding those threats, but they were credible threats, and and we take them very seriously.
Do you have any idea why that plane then went to the Pentagon as opposed to what you think were the two targets, one in Washington and Air Force One, which was perhaps was going to be on the way from Florida to Washington?
Well, frankly, I'm not prepared to make any comments about why any particular planes adopted any particular courses. And I don't want to assume the conditions of your question. Let me indicate that one of our objectives today not only is to continue to pursue these leads, but to provide a way of preventing any further acts and securing the airline so that we can safely resume travel. And we're doing that by devoting a number of resources, hundreds of customs agents from the Department of Treasury and hundreds of Immigration Naturalization Service, U.S. Marshal, Border Patrol individuals, so that we have a better ability to secure not only airports but airplanes and make the traveling public understand that our airlines will be secure today as a result of increased devoted effort and new procedures.
So will there be somebody armed on most of America's planes when they take off again?
You know, we are devoting hundreds of new resources to secure the airports and the airplanes. And we're not going to be discussing the exact deployments and how those deployments will be carried out. But the American public has reason to know that the steps taken are the right steps to make sure that our airplanes are secure, the airport's subject of much greater security, and we're going to be in the air flying as a nation again, and with the kind of safety that we need to have.
Let me just do one more question before we leave that issue of when the airlines can be going again, because this is obviously very important to the traveling public. We were talking to Lisa Stark a few moments ago about how the security requirements are requiring the airlines to take some time to get things going again, and there's obviously a lot of curiosity as to how many days it will be before the system is really back up and operating again, and you have to work in conjunction with the FAA and the airlines to get things going again. How long will it be, in your estimation, before the airlines can be back to full operations?
Well, first of all, safety will be our highest priority, and we will work with the airlines to do that at the earliest possible moment. Now, these terrorists wanted to stop, to interdict, to disrupt, to change the American way of life. We're not going to do that. We're going to be a strong nation that has the capacity to transport people freely around the nation in a context of safety. Safety will be our priority, but we're going to get back to that business. That's why we've devoted hundreds of agents from my department and from the Department of Treasury to support the effort.
I understand, but can you give me an estimate of when that earliest possible moment will be when traffic will be back to normal for the airlines?
Well, I believe we're going to be flying again today. And
partially.
So we're going to work with airlines to make sure that at the earliest possible moment we resume the kind of schedule that the American flying public has every right to expect.
All right, Attorney General John Ashcroft, we thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for being with us.
So we're going to take a break, but
we just want to start by showing you our friends who are constructing a Toys R Us building right across the street from us here at Good Morning America. And just after the attack occurred on the World Trade Center towers, they put up a couple of signs that said, "God bless America," and pray for the families and the victims. Now there's another sheet up there that says, "Freedom will be defended," and you can see the flags that they have deployed over that construction site. And we show it to you simply because it is typical of so many things here in New York and all across the country, the way people are responding to this. Last night in New York, there were people lining the route that the rescue workers take to go down into the site of rubble here in New York City, and they were cheering and they were clapping, and they were doing it simply because they didn't know what else to do. They wanted to help in some way, so they were there applauding. Some very valiant, thousands of valiant people who were down in that area of rubble, digging through.
And on my way home last night, all along, way, way far away from the site itself, people were lighting candles and just placing them in front of their buildings. Let's go back to Don Dahler, though, because speaking of valor, he is at a scene of so much courage. Don.
Yeah, absolutely, Diane. About 3 a.m. this morning, I was walking down to this location on Greenwich, and I saw two huddled forms on the stoop of a restaurant and a little furry form next to him. Turns out it was two Chicago, Illinois police officers, and their search dog, Miranda. They're here with me right now. Joe Warkey, Dale Warkey, and Joe Palfrey from Illinois, correct?
Lebanon.
From Lebanon, Illinois, not Chicago, Illinois.
No.
Right.
Near St. Louis.
Near St. Louis. You were working late last night in the search area itself.
Yeah, since yesterday afternoon.
Since yesterday. How long have you been here? How many days?
Just since yesterday afternoon. We got in yesterday afternoon.
You arrived here.
All the way straight through.
And you went immediately into the search area and started looking for...
Yeah, we went to the Donnelly building first, and we searched all 14 floors there.
Yes. What did you see down there?
It's just terrible.
Just wreckage. Is Miranda trained to find living survivors, or is she a cadaver dog?
Mainly living.
Mainly living.
Yeah.
Did she, Joe, did Miranda have any luck finding any living survivors?
No, we don't think she did. She had 2 hits yesterday, but we're really not sure the outcome because they pulled us off to do other things. So, the firemen started digging immediately, but we don't know how it turned out.
How does it work when you're searching in the wreckage like that with a dog? What is the process?
Mostly the firemen find a hole for us that there could be a possible survivor, and then the dog goes down into the hole, and depending on the type, what the dog thinks she finds is how she acts, is whether it would be maybe a survivor or a cadaver.
Now I have to tell you, when I saw the 3 of you last night, who looked more exhausted. It's got to be a lot of work for her to be climbing over that kind of wreckage.
Oh, yeah. It's a real lot of work. She wore out early in the afternoon. We came back and had a little break and then went right back.
Well, we appreciate what you're doing, and I hope you have better accommodations tonight. I thank you again. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Charlie and Diane, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Don Daler. I appreciate it. One other story just about the way people are responding. Aaron Hayes did a piece last night on World News Tonight. There was a wonderful young woman from, I believe she was from Iowa, who said, I don't know anybody in New York, but everybody in New York is my brother and sister right now. And I think everybody feels that way, and so it's a good, appropriate way to introduce the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, who is joining us again this morning. Mr. Mayor, this has been nonstop for you, and we really appreciate you joining us.
Good morning.
Thanks. There was a chilling statistic that Don Daler down on the site gave us yesterday morning as we signed off the air, that he'd heard that 6,000 body bags had been ordered. You confirmed that number later on in the day, and now the New York Times is saying 11,000 today.
The reality is we probably have 30,000 available, and this is kind of gruesome to describe. The reason for that is when you recover in a situation like this, you're going to recover body parts, not just bodies. And you need a body bag, literally, for every body part that you recover. So you shouldn't draw a conclusion from the number of body bags to the number of people that we expect that we're going to recover, if we can expect anything in this situation. So the number is a very, very huge one. So it can sound, even more dramatic than in fact it is, if it can be any more dramatic than it actually is.
I want to return again to the grim roll call of statistics and ask you to bring us up to date on the number of people you know to be taken to hospitals and those who have died.
Well, right now, the number that we have identified, that the medical examiner has actually identified as a confirmed body, is 94, I believe. And then we have another 65 or so parts of bodies that have been recovered. So we have 94 people that are ready for identification. Of that number, I think about 28 or 30 have actually been identified. And so we'll be in the process of getting all of the rest identified today. So the number right now is 94
and those taken
confirmed bodies.
And those taken to hospitals?
Oh, we were at, the very first day, we were at about 1,800. In terms of the number of people taken to hospitals, we're probably over 2,000 now.
And Mr. Mayor, yesterday you were updating us on the numbers of missing firemen and policemen. 259 was the number yesterday.
Yeah, the number now is about 300 firefighters and fire personnel missing. About 30 police officers, New York City missing, and about an equal number of Port Authority police officers missing.
So it's roughly about 360 now.
Correct. And we have 3,700 missing persons reports. those are people whose names we have either been reported to us as missing, or names that we can acquire, like the manifest list of the airline.
I'm sorry, what was that number of reported missing?
3,700. That we have a missing persons report for.
Right.
That could be a relative calling us up. It could be something that we've gotten from a business located in the World Trade Center. It can be the manifest and flight list. It's names that we actually have recorded of people that are missing. Again, that might not bear a relationship to the number of people we're actually searching for, but at least it's something that we can use.
No, but the tragedy here,
what's going on.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. The tragedy here is that we may not eventually get a toll here from recovered bodies because the compression here is so great. So it may be that that's the way we identify finally the number, just people who are missing and not found.
That's correct. I mean, the terrible reality of this is that we may never be able to recover everyone. We're going to try. I know how important it is. I had to notify a few people yesterday of identifications that were made and even mistakes that were made in identifications, where people were notified that someone was found, but actually they weren't found yet. And it is a source of great comfort to people if you can actually find their loved one.
You bet. There's now a grief center established here in New York, I know, at the Manhattan Armory, where people can go and officially make those missing person reports.
Yeah, we had, I think it was 2,500 people that showed up yesterday near Bellevue looking for family members. And one of the things that we have in New York City is the experience of Flight 800 and then Swiss Air. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of people who have worked on airplane disasters, and we're getting a tremendous amount of help from all over the country, including from FEMA. President Bush sent Joe Alba here yesterday, so we've got resources in place now with the help of the state of New York and Governor Pataki, with the help of the federal government. We have a lot of people in place, and if family members are looking for their loved ones, if they come to the Armory, that'll help us. We'll be able to register them, and we'll be able to take from them the identifying criteria that we're going to need to hopefully identify their loved ones.
Mr. Mayor, take us down to the rescue scene. Yesterday you were able to say to us that there were sounds of people who were buried, that the sound detectors were picking up people who might still be alive, even cell phone calls. Anything today?
We keep getting reports like that. I left about midnight last night, 12:30 last night, and they had reports of 3 people that they were looking for. It turned out not to be correct. They searched for about 2 hours and weren't able to find anyone. We keep getting reports like that, and we keep following them up. And I believe, based on reports like that, we found 2 people yesterday. But unfortunately, we have many more reports than we have actual recoveries of people. We're still hopeful, and we're still working on trying to find people. But we've had situations in which people were in voids because of the tremendous amount of debris and structure that fell. There were certain people that just were protected. They were in voids that have air and that protected people. So we're hopeful that we're going to find more people in situations like that.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned FEMA Director Joe Albaugh, who has come to New York, and we were talking to Chuck Schumer, Senator Schumer, who flew over New York yesterday looking at this obscene site. I mean, there's really no other way to describe it, how terrible it looks to simply have the World Trade Center missing. FEMA has estimated you've got 500,000 tons of debris to take away, and they're still concerned about the integrity of the buildings that are there. We were worried yesterday about One Liberty Plaza and about the Millennium Hotel might collapse. Do you have any word on the structural integrity in the sense that those buildings can stand? Because obviously they endanger the rescue workers that are down there.
We keep testing it, and we'll do it again today. The Millennium Hotel took a lot of damage, but the reports yesterday were that it's going to remain sound. And the same thing with Liberty Plaza, although there were reports that it might partially collapse. But we keep testing it constantly. And you have to keep testing it constantly because some of the earth-moving equipment and some of the removal of this tremendous, it probably isn't even accurate to describe it as debris. These are tremendous structures that are being removed. That alone creates reverberation, and that can take a building that might have some problems and make it worse. So we have to constantly reassess this. And obviously, it's a cause of great concern. Last night, they moved out about 200, I think it was over 220 trucks during the evening. And compared to the night before, which was pretty close to miraculous in the way they cleaned it up, they had removed only 140 trucks. So they were able to get 2 good days of work done in terms of cleaning out the area. And we're going to close Manhattan 14th Street South again for another day so that we can have a complete day of removal. So hopefully we'll be able to get some control over the situation.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sitting actually here with George Stephanopoulos, and we were talking earlier on the air about George had been down there all day, and he was saying, you know, I just don't see how they can reopen the financial markets. Getting all those people down into that area, which is so affected, will be so difficult. And obviously that has reverberations for the financial structure of the world, really. Do you have any sense of when that can reopen?
We're aiming for an opening tomorrow. We've been in close coordination with the stock exchange, been working with them all day yesterday. And part of the work overnight was to clean up the Wall Street area and to try to get several corridors open down into Wall Street. Our aim, this is our aim now, our aim is to try to move the barrier area down to Canal Street from where it is now on 14th Street, which would open up a much larger portion of Lower Manhattan, and then to open up some corridors down into Wall Street. We've been able to get representatives of some of the other financial institutions into Wall Street late yesterday and throughout the evening because they had to relieve personnel involved in sensitive financial transactions where they're clearing checks and doing work like that. So we were successful in doing that overnight. So building on that success, we're hopeful that we can get some corridors open down to Wall Street today so they can have some kind of opening tomorrow.
Just one more question for you. This entire country obviously has been so moved and saddened and affected in the last 48 hours. I can only imagine what life has been like for you. And I suspect you just approach it one priority at a time.
You got it. You have to. I mean, I lost several very, very close friends. And several of them that I talked to 10 minutes, 12 minutes before they died. I was at the command post that the fire department had and left them to go to the command post that we were establishing, maybe about 10, 15 minutes before the building collapsed. And everybody in that command post died, and we've recovered some of their bodies. So I think I share in common with the people in my city and probably people all over the country deep personal tragedy. But we have to focus on straightening it out, making the city stronger and better. And the resolve of the people of this city is absolutely impossible to describe. Yesterday, when I drove down to the site with Joe Alber and Senator Schumer and Senator Clinton and Charlie Rangel and our congressional delegation, as we were driving along West Street from the heliport, people were waving flags and applauding. That really, this has inspired New Yorkers to fight back in a way that I think is even more intense than the actual situation. I mean, they're really incredible people. And the city's going to be stronger for it. And American democracy is going to prevail. We know that, and I think we feel that.
Mr. Mayor, again, I can't thank you enough for joining us. I know these are really tough times, and I appreciate your being here. God bless. Thanks.
We're going to go now to Washington and talk with the congressional minority leader. We're going to talk with Dick Gephardt, of course, from Missouri, and we welcome him this morning as well. Congressman Gephardt, I want to turn, if I can, to the whole issue now of consequences and retaliation. What do Democrats think the appropriate retaliation should be? How far are Democrats prepared to go in retaliation?
Well, Diane, as the mayor just said, this has been a horrible tragedy for our country. Our people are responding in a heroic way, and they are fighting back against this absolute evil. There is absolutely no light or air between Democrats and Republicans, between the Congress and the President. We will stand with the President to get this done and to take whatever action he deems and our defense people deem is the right thing to do.
So are you saying that you are willing to give the president a formal authorization of force, which is in effect a blank check?
The president is talking to us yesterday and today about what legal authorization he thinks he needs. And we're going to give him what he needs in order to deal with this problem. We have to find the people that perpetrated this evil and tragedy, and we have to respond. The American people expect that. We expect that. And I told the president yesterday that we trust him and we stand with him to get done what needs to be done.
I don't want to take this to extreme lengths, but when you raise that kind of language, that's up to and including a declaration of war?
Well, if the language that's needed is the authorization to use force, that's what we'll do. Charlie, this was worse than Pearl Harbor. This was the greatest loss of life on American soil as a result of a foreign force in our history. Nothing comes close. Pearl Harbor will not turn out to have been as great as this act. So we need to act. We need to put together the resources and the resolve that the American people expect. And again, as Mayor Giuliani said, we are moved by the acts of patriotism and bravery and courage on the part of the American people in dealing with this problem.
Congressman, has the president asked or said to you that he thinks a declaration of war might be necessary and asked for it?
The president has sent language that we're looking at. We'll be talking about with him and his people today. It's a joint resolution, as I understand it, of the Congress that gives him legal authority to respond to this situation and to use force. I'm not sure whether and what is needed. We're going to figure that out today. But the president is going to have what he needs in terms of resources and authority. This is a unified country. There is not a difference now on what needs to be done and to get on and get it done.
And he will have, when you say whatever he needs, you're talking about language in that resolution, as I say, that could go up to and perhaps even include a declaration of war and whatever financial resources he would need to conduct any military operations.
Charlie, obviously we've got to sit down and work out the details, but the essential answer to your question is yes. We stand with the president. We are united. The people who did this need to understand that when America is attacked, as it was, America will respond and respond in a united way.
All right, let me also turn, Congressman, to putting aside now the military question for a moment. There's obviously an enormous domestic cost that is going to be here in rebuilding New York, the Pentagon, many areas affected, obviously. There's been talk that perhaps Congress would start with a $20 billion resolution for rebuilding. We asked Senator Schumer about that a moment ago, and he said, well, maybe that would be just the beginning. That we were obviously very worried about maintaining fiscal balance and arguing about the Social Security trust fund, but things have priority that come first, and maybe $20 billion is just a start. Is that a number being discussed on the Hill?
It's a number we're looking at. We're again going to have meetings today with the joint leadership and with the administration and try to pin down what's actually needed right now for both domestic rehabilitation and to start this effort to respond to the perpetrators of this violence. I don't know what the number is right now, but again, I think there's a deep commitment to provide the resources that will be needed. I'm confident we can work out what that number is today. I think the Congress will try to act yet today to get that done in the House at least. And I think before the end of the week, a bill will be on the President's desk for a supplemental appropriation.
And just one more question, Congressman. As somebody who knows the halls that you walk pretty well, everybody always asks about the mood of Congress. And it's been rather fractious in recent years. But you sense given what's gone on in the last 48 hours, a tremendous unity there. You passed the resolutions overnight in the Senate and the House unanimously. Can you give me just some adjectival description, I guess, of the mood of Congress? Is it angry? Is it resolved? How would you describe it?
I think there's resolve. I think people are moved by the courage, the bravery, the patriotism that the American people are showing. And there's a resolve to strike back, to hit back at whoever did this, and to stop terrorism in its tracks. This was a blow not only against the United States, but against civilization, a blow against humanity. And we feel an obligation to stamp this out once and for all, and to say to all who would act in these ways that this will not stand now and forever.
All right, Congressman Dick Gephardt, appreciate you being with us and being very frank. I appreciate it. Democrat of Missouri, the House Minority Leader.
And we're going to turn now, Charlie, to the human cost once again. As we've said before, people, some of them walked into the city of New York yesterday carrying the pictures of their loved ones. They were parents, they were children, they were, in some cases, fiancés. And you met a woman named Jillian Bolt. And we're going to tell you now, Lara Spencer is, about the last 24 hours in her life.
This is Jillian Volk, who teaches preschool.
You first heard Jillian Volk's story yesterday on Good Morning America when she was searching for Kevin Williams, the man she plans to marry on December 1st. He was working for Sandler O'Neill on the 104th floor of the World Trade Center.
He called me after the first blast to tell me that they were being evacuated, but I have not heard from him since.
That would be the beginning of a very long day. Jillian let us follow as she searched for Kevin, her sweetheart since high school.
Do we want to go to Bellevue next?
The first stop, a makeshift family reunion center set up in Lower Manhattan. No sign of Kevin, but Jillian's parents show up from Long Island to help.
Anyway, go up the steps here, make a right turn, walk straight down Broadway. Don't cry, because you're going to make me cry. Make a right turn and walk straight down Broadway until you get to William Street.
The journey continues. With Jillian's best friends working the phones, the group heads to Mount Sinai NYU Hospital on foot, all the while passing out flyers with Kevin's information.
Folks, we need everybody to stay on the other side of the block.
He's just got to be somewhere, like somewhere else, in Staten Island or in Jersey or in Brooklyn.
She is determined to check off every place on this list, but there is one she is reluctant to go to.
I don't know if I should go to the morgue. I don't want to, but I don't know if I should.
Can you try to give us an idea of what this last 24 hours has been like for you?
Oh my God, a living nightmare that I just want to wake up and come out of. I just wish I could reverse and just tell him how much I loved him and how much he meant to me.
As they canvass the city, reminders everywhere of the unspeakable act that put them in this position. Only Jillian seems too numb to notice. 12:10 p.m. They arrive at Mount Sinai, and again, no sign of Kevin Williams. 6'1", 195 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes, and just 24 years old.
You hear about earthquake victims who have been buried alive for days on end, and they come out of it, and you have to believe, and we can't give up now, and she's not giving up, so we're not going to give up.
1:25 p.m. Stop number 4, Beth Israel Hospital.
We know how to contact you, so that's the best thing you're doing right now. Okay. Just keep checking.
2:30, a temporary triage center, and again, disappointment.
The people inside were very helpful. The people that were taking the information were helpful, and also there were priests inside and they prayed too. It was good.
One last hope. A friend calls to say they think they saw Kevin on the news, so we go to an ABC office to search the tapes.
And this is definitely this is something totally different.
Just an image, a single frame of video would keep hope alive, but it is not to be.
You were very confident when you started. How are you feeling now?
I want to say I feel the same way, but I'm slowly losing faith.
Losing, but not totally lost. Emotionally exhausted, Jillian vows to continue her search.
I just feel like if I stop, I'm letting him down in some way, that there's something I could keep doing. I just have to keep going until I know, until I hear something.
so many others like her out there.
Her story is multiplied by the hundreds in New York. And if you were listening just a few moments ago when the mayor of New York was with us, because, you know, you can count the bodies. I mean, it's rather grim to talk about this. You can count the bodies that are brought out of the rubble down at the World Trade Center. But there's many probably that will not be found, although, as the mayor said, they're going to make every effort to find every body because that's so important to relatives. But as he said, perhaps the way we're going to find out eventually the number who were killed are simply by those who don't reappear. And so far, they have a registry of 3,700 people reported missing.
I want to give you a couple of news bulletins that have come through. The United States has now officially ordered airspace reopened to commercial aviation at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, as our own Lisa Stark predicted they would. So 11 a.m. commercial airspace is officially reopened, but it's going to be spotty throughout the country,
but
as
she also said it's going to take a long time to get this system back up going again, and as she said, it may be several days. So, you know, it's impossible for people who are stranded in one city or another to say, I'm going to be back today.
Exactly. We also want to let you know that we're going to have the first interview with Mrs. Bush. Laura Bush's first interview since this happened in just a few minutes. But we want to turn to Brian Ross because Brian has more breaking news.
Two new reports this morning, one out of Rome of a theft of the uniforms and personal effects of 2 American Airlines pilots. This was last April, but it is of great concern because the men who were on the plane, we know, bought tickets and got there. But the fact that those 2 uniforms are out there, and apparently there have been warnings issued throughout the American Airlines network to be on the lookout for men who might not be pilots but wearing pilot uniforms. Secondly, there are reports this morning from Boston that continue the trail of Mohammed Atta, the man we heard about at the Venice Flying School. He was on Flight 11, American Flight 11, in seat 8D, according to the Boston Globe, right across from the Hollywood producer David Angel and his wife. His colleague at the Venice Flight School, Marwan Al-Shiri, was on United Flight 175. So Atta was on the first plane that crashed into the World Trade Tower, and Mr. Al-Shiri was on the second plane.
And these were both pilots.
These were the 2 men who lived together in Venice, Florida, and then in Vero Beach, trained in Florida. One was on the first plane, the other was on the second plane that went into the Twin Towers.
Is it irrelevant, or do you find it extraordinary, as do I, that they used their real names?
I don't think they cared. And in fact, we've been told by federal authorities that Mohammed Atta was on the watch list, but he may have been in the country before his name went on the watch list.
There is also a report that some of them may have left suicide notes for their families.
Yes, they were suicide bombers. I've heard those reports. I've not seen the actual notes.
Well, Brian pointing out that they had brought their families with them to this country 15 months ago when they came to this country, sent their families back, and may have communicated with them in some way.
In just the last few weeks. Sent
them back just in the last few days. Yes. All right, Brian Ross, thanks.
Ongoing reports, of course, about their connection to Osama bin Laden, the terrorist who has been harbored in Afghanistan. We should tell you that the Afghanistan government is now saying, again this morning, he did not do it, he did not have the resources to do this, and they have made a plea to the United States to look at their impoverished country and not take action against them. But as we said, coming up, we have Mrs. Bush, and we want to get to that very shortly.
This is an ABC News special report.
All right, we join you again, Diane Sawyer, Charles Gibson here on this third day. It is now almost 48 hours since the planes hit the World Trade Center towers, and this awful series of events was set in motion that has so preoccupied not only our attention, the attention of the entire nation, and to a large extent, the attention of the entire world. And those are the shots of downtown New York, of the center of rubble where the World Trade Center towers once stood, where now literally 3,000 to 4,000 rescue workers are operating around the clock. That was an across the Hudson shot of the skyline of New York. There is still smoke rising. There are teams of these rescue workers in hard hats going in hour by hour, and the extraordinarily I don't even know what adjective to attach to it, but the wonderful sight of people lining the roadways as the rescue workers go back into work, simply cheering them, not knowing what else to do to help, and so they cheer those rescue workers.
But we turn now, as we said, to Laura Bush, Mrs. Bush, and we're going to have a chance in her first interview to hear a bit about what her last 2 days have been, Mrs. Bush. We can only imagine, and again, we express great gratitude to you for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Diane.
If we could just start back and get some sense of what it was for you and for your husband to hear the news of what had happened.
Well, I actually was in the Capitol with Senator Kennedy and Senator Judd Gregg. I was getting ready to speak to the Education Committee about early childhood education. And that's one thing that I want to talk about today, and that is the way we can make sure our very young children are reassured and taken care of during this time. But anyway, I was there with them, and then I heard about it, and I sat with them in Senator Kennedy's office and then Senator Judd Gregg's office as we listened to the news that the Capitol is being evacuated and the White House is being evacuated. And of course, like every parent in America, I wanted to call my daughters. I wanted to reassure them. And then I called my mother for the comfort of her voice.
How, Mrs. Bush, would you describe your husband's mood at the moment?
Well, I think he's very decisive about this. Like every single American, all of us, my husband and I know I can speak on behalf of every American, send our love and our thoughts and our sympathy to all the people who are waiting now to see if they lost a loved one. Nothing is more tragic in this whole event than that, than the way these people are feeling. I saw some of your coverage earlier. And I want to send my love and my very best wishes to every one of those people who have been directly impacted. All of us have been impacted. But the people who will lose a parent or a child or a sibling or a grandparent or a family friend, they're the ones who are directly impacted, and they're the ones we all need to, in our whole country, to pay attention to and send our love to.
I want to point out, too, that we have a report that the White House staff has donated 180 pints of blood alone.
That's right. We did a blood drive yesterday, and everyone wanted to give. In fact, it's a very moving and emotional thing to drive by the Red Cross building here where people line up and stand in line for a long time. It shows that people really want to give a part of themselves, and that people are proud to be Americans, and they're proud to be able to give something. There are a lot of things that young children can do and older children can do as well to feel constructive, to take something positive out of this. Young children might want to make red, white, and blue ribbons to wear. They might want to write letters or cards to their own firefighters and policemen in their own communities in honor of the firefighters and the policemen who lost their lives in the tragedy. I hope that parents will really monitor how much television their children are watching. I hope they won't be exposed to too many sites of destruction. It so makes little children, young children, so fearful. And children are going to take their emotional cues from their parents. If their parents are calm and can stay relaxed, then children will too. And I know that all children right now really need the reassurance of their parents. They need their parents to give them a lot of hugs. When the airports open again and the children look up and see a plane flying over, if they're fearful, that's a good time for their parent to take their hand or put their arm around them. So I want to encourage American parents to really pay attention to children.
We had heard one of the reports that a child of one of those who died on board a plane who had been trying to call in had asked if she could contact her dad by cell phone in heaven. So, again, I think what you're saying is so acute about young children and the sense in which they simply absorb all of this.
Everything, that's right.
I want to try to clear up a factual detail if I can, because we did have reports this morning that possibly the hijackers had some codes, some secret codes, and that were signaling the Secret Service in the White House about targeting the White House and about targeting the president's plane, which suddenly caused a great urgency in evacuating these situations. Is this true?
I have no idea. I've never heard that. So I have no idea.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask.
They did evacuate the White House. I and most of my staff, in fact, were at the Capitol, so we went on to a secure spot. But the other people who were here at the White House, they did evacuate. And in fact, this morning, I have a member of the clergy coming to my office to talk to the women who work for me and on my staff so they can sort through the feelings of fear and confusion that they have. And one thing I also want to say to parents is, as you reassure your children, if you feel like you need help all over the country, churches, schools, community-based organizations, mental health associations are providing grief counselors, and I hope that parents will take the opportunity to go there themselves if they need it, or to take their children to it as well.
What's the first sentence you would advise a parent to use with a child to talk about it?
I think parents can talk about their own feelings. They can admit and honor their own feelings to their child and tell their child they're also sad and that they understand why their child is sad. But I also think parents should say that most people are good and that their child is going to be safe, and their parent will make sure their child is safe. Children are reassured by routine. So if parents want to continue to do all the things they routinely do with their children, share meals with them, read stories to them before they go to bed, all of those things will relax children and in fact, probably make the parents more relaxed and calm as well.
And again, we sure respect your sense of privacy with your girls, but if it doesn't violate it, can you tell us anything you've said to them?
Well, I've said exactly the same things to them, that they're safe, and I know they are, and how sad it is, and I understand the anger that they and many, many Americans feel about this terrible tragedy, but that all of us are in it together. And if nothing else good comes from this, I think it is that all Americans do want to help everyone who's affected by this tragedy and by each other. And students in school can help each other just by putting their arms around each other and grieving together and then looking to the future together.
But your daughters are a little different because, as Ari Fleischer said yesterday, and as the Attorney General has confirmed, they now believe you and your husband and the home in which you live were one of the targets, and your husband's plane was another.
Well, but we felt very comfortable where we were. We were in secure situations, and they knew that, and we reassured them of that.
Mrs. Bush, let me, just one more time, let me take you back to Tuesday, because we have talked to people who were in the White House. There was word the White House would have to be evacuated, as you point out, the Capitol was, and it was proceeding at a gradual pace, and then all of a sudden we're told that a great sense of urgency took over, and people were said, get out of here right now.
Run.
Were you told by the Secret Service it is not safe to go back to the house and that?
Not specifically that. They just took me to a secure location until we knew if this was over or how long this was going to last or what was going to happen.
And they did say, I'm sorry, they did say run to you?
They said run, not to me, no, to the people who were in the White House, which is one of the reasons I've asked somebody to come talk with my staff today, and I know that everyone who works in the White House has access to talk to someone about their feelings.
A final question. Do you feel a lot more vulnerable now than you did 2 days ago?
Not really. I really don't. I mean, you know, all of us feel shaken. Every American. Certainly, we know that. We've watched terrible things, and we see it over and over on television now, and now we're seeing the real aftermath of people who are looking for their loved ones. But I don't particularly feel unsafe myself.
Well, Mrs. Bush, we appreciate it, and the words that you utter about talking to kids and taking care of kids and the hugs are very, very important. And it's not just something that filters into their minds over 12 or 24 hours. This is something that lasts a long time.
But that's absolutely right. We're going to need to watch children for a long time and be there for them for a long time.
Right. All right. All the best to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. You
Thank
take care.
you so much, Mrs. Bush. We've got George Stephanopoulos with us now. You've got news?
News on an unrelated front. Or we've heard this morning people are now traveling in different ways, on buses and on trains. And we've got news now that an Amtrak passenger train collided with a freight train near Windover, Utah. And early reports are that there were at least 100 passengers on board and that one of the trains is on fire, and now emergency crews are going to the scene. That's the first report we have from Sergeant Lynn Wood in Tukwila, Utah. We're going to be getting more. this
All
morning.
right, one of the West Coast Amtrak trains. All right, thanks very much. George Stephanopoulos.
I was just going to say, in another sort of reaction to the event, and sometimes it's completely irrational, there was a report this morning that a man in a turban was simply taken off of a train because people were afraid.
And, you know, we've seen reports of incidents like this overnight. There was Islamic groups, Muslim groups in Los Angeles and New York have started to get threatening phone calls. And one Muslim center in Irving, Texas, which is outside of Dallas, actually had some windows broken. You saw Mayor Giuliani yesterday speak out against this kind of reaction, but there have been some incidents across the country.
Yeah, it's so important, but it's a kind of prejudice that sets in that has no real rationale.
Yeah, it's just reflex.
All right, George, thanks very much. Now, Mrs. Bush was talking about, and we were talking a lot yesterday about the fact that every child internalizes this and worries about their own safety, and how you deal and talk to kids is such an important part of what's going on right now. Our parent and contributor, Ann Plachette Murphy, always has terrific advice about how to do this, and she's with a group of kids over here in our studio. Annie?
Yeah, these are wonderful children who have a lot of questions. Mrs. Bush touched on so many issues that, as parents, we have to take in and really think about some of the things that she said. I want to have the kids ask some questions, and we're going to have a conversation because I think that they've touched on so many feelings that not just children have, but a lot of parents are having. Sierra is here on my right. Sierra's 13. Tell me, honey, what you were thinking.
I really don't feel safe right now, knowing that people are trying to, you know, hurt us, and I just want to know what's going to happen next.
And you have a little brother, too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us what happened with him. How's he handling it?
At first, he was handling it kind of well, and then he realized that two of my aunts work where all of this stuff happened at, and he just sort of cried a lot, and my mother had to comfort him a lot because he didn't feel safe at all.
Sometimes younger kids can actually express their feelings a lot better than kids your age. And I think one of the challenges, if you happen to have an adolescent, is to understand that they're very defended against showing how upset they are. And one of the great things about the kids we have here is that they haven't been afraid to say, I am really scared, I don't feel safe. Reassuring kids is #1 priority, and one of the best ways to do that is to maintain routines. How many of you, I just want to ask all of you, are in fact going from here to school? Are you all going back to school? Because it's really important that we understand that school, even if your child doesn't want to go, which many children won't, school is a very healing environment. It's a place where we do feel that life is going on as usual. Zaheen, I wanted to ask you a question. You had said earlier that you were worried about some of the things that Diane and Charlie were just talking about.
Right. Well, I was born and raised in New York, and both my parents are from India. And that sort of scares me that I also could be a target of racism. And I was wondering how people like my people or people of my ethnic background can feel secure today.
I think this is a great question. I think it's a really important issue because we are going to see this. I think that one of the things to keep in mind, and we all have seen this in the last day or two, is that even in New York, which is the most diverse city on the planet, people of all backgrounds are pulling together. And I think for every person who either because they can't help it, they pull somebody off a train, as we just heard, or they lash out at people they don't understand, there are literally thousands of people who don't feel that way at all, and they don't care what color you are or where you're from, they want to help. So is there anybody else who has felt that, who has felt anger and has, you know, in fact, Stephen, you were talking earlier a little bit about what you thought the United States should do and why we're not doing it.
Well, I mean, my sort of question to anyone of any power related to this situation is, don't they think that we should hit and hit hard and perhaps destroy any terrorist bases in whatever country we find them in? And if we're too politically correct and restrained about this, that will continue to happen again and again and again.
I think a lot of people are feeling that, and when you and I were talking before, and even now, you sound very angry. Are you?
Well, it's not so much real anger as more just, it irritates me. You know, it gets under my skin, and I mean, I feel that these people need to be punished for what they've done. And I mean, it is true, and I'm sure that most people realize this, but not necessarily everyone, that this is what the people in Israel have been going through day after day for the past months. And something needs to be done about it.
I think that the reason I asked you if you felt angry is because we all do, and it's very hard sometimes to express that, and sometimes it comes out in really wacky ways. I don't know if any of you have friends who've found themselves laughing about certain things on television, or you yourself feel sort of like, has anyone had that experience of feeling kind of that you had an inappropriate response to this? You were saying that you did a little bit. I mean, or do you know someone who kind of...
Yeah, I realized that when people first heard the news, it was just kind of like a nervous reaction to laugh and think it was a joke or something. But then when they realized that it was a different thing.
Yeah, I think that, again, as parents, sometimes, especially with young children, and if you have younger siblings, they may say something that seems completely inappropriate. You know, a friend has a son who said, "Oh, it's a kamikaze pilot. That's really cool." Well, it wasn't cool, obviously, and she was upset by that. But this was his way of trying, I think, to get control over something that feels very out of control. Julia, you also were wondering something about helping.
Yeah. I have a lot of people who are also very angry about what's happening, and myself and my friends are wondering what people our age can do to help and what they can do to help the situation.
I think that we're all struggling with this, but the instinct to want to help is such a positive and healing feeling. And I think, again, as parents, sometimes even at home, when kids want to help, we have to give them an opportunity to do that, if not in the larger community. There are lots of things we can do. There are people who we can write letters to. There are clothing drives that are going to be held. I'm sure there are ways that you all have already chipped in. But thank you all for coming here and helping kids understand they're not alone.
And
Charlie,
thank you.
thanks.
Thank you, Ann Plachette. Murphy. Just want to show you one picture. This is the New York skyline, and that is the smoke that still comes out of the World Trade Center site. There are still fires that are there. One other thing we want to mention, since we've been talking about the subject of children, well, just before we leave these pictures, actually, one more time, we should tell you the mayor of New York was here a little bit earlier and said that they now have a registry of missing persons that is 3,700 people in all, and that the total number of missing firefighters, police, Port Authority police is now 360. 300 firefighters missing, 60 police, Port Authority police missing, and as we said, a registry of 3,700 overall that are missing. The numbers are staggering. The personal stories so heart-wrenching. Now, but while we're on the subject of kids, because we've been talking, Mrs. Bush was talking about kids and how to deal with all this. Annie was talking, I think, eloquently to the kids, and the kids were speaking eloquently about their feelings. Peter Jennings, at 10 o'clock Saturday morning, is going to have a special on with children and how to deal with this problem of how kids can internalize, can deal with what's happened here in New York and in Arlington, Virginia, at the Pentagon.
And speaking of the Pentagon, we want to go now to ABC's Jackie Judd, who has a report on what has happened there and about those who've been killed and missing.
Minutes before the United plane went down in Pennsylvania, Fort Myers, Florida police officer Lauren Lyles' phone rang. It was his wife, Cece, an attendant on Flight 93.
To hear my wife tell me she loved me through all the chaos that probably was going on that plane, to call me to tell me she loved me, well, is embedded in my heart.
Cece Lyles also had 2 sons. The plane that slammed into the Pentagon carried heartbreak for families all around Washington. 3 children and their teachers, selected to take part in a National Geographic ecology conference, were on board. Hilda Taylor taught elementary school.
She was the best 6th grade teacher ever.
Also on board, a family of 4 beginning a journey to Australia, where Leslie Whittington, a Georgetown University professor, was going to teach.
She sure as hell touched me. She was an energetic, powerful, dynamic, strong-willed, passionate, caring lady with a dynamite sense of humor and love of life. And God, she is a loss to humanity.
A flight attendant on board, Michelle Heidenberger, died, her family said, a hero, putting her passengers and crew first.
Michelle is or was a very sweet woman and has 2 children.
At the Pentagon, an office now in ruins was where Rosemary Chapa worked as an intelligence analyst. Minutes before impact, she had called her daughter and left a message.
She just said, "Hi, darling, give me a call." That was it.
Rosemary Chapa has not been heard from since. The Archbishop of Washington said his family has not heard from Michael Lynch, a New York City firefighter.
And he apparently went in early, one of those companies that went in early, and I guess he must have been in the building when it collapsed.
Archbishop McCarrick says he was supposed to preside at his cousin's wedding later this year. Also in New York, the victim's number, John Oganowski, a father of 3, the pilot of Flight 11.
It's hard to explain losing your big brother.
There are, of course, many, many more victims. The airlines released the flight manifests with the names of the passengers, the pilots, the flight attendants on all 4 doomed airplanes. Jackie Judd, ABC News, Washington.
And we want to go back to the Pentagon now. Earlier we were talking to a captain of the Fairfax Fire and Rescue Squad who said that they have identified 70 bodies there. The Pentagon has indicated that the number could get up to 200, but he said the situation is still so unstable in that collapsed area of the Pentagon that they're not actually able to get to those bodies that I've identified. But I want to introduce you to a man named Dan Filstucker, who works at the Pentagon. His wife is Jessica, and their baby is Tori. And Dan, we were just looking a moment ago at the extreme flames that were really consuming part of the Pentagon well, almost 48 hours ago, and I gather you were right nearby.
Yes, I was actually right where the plane hit in the 3rd floor in the E ring, between the E and D ring of the Pentagon.
And what happened? First of all, can you describe that moment, and then what happened afterwards?
Well, I was fixing a leak in a colonel's office, and a buddy of mine left, and we were walking away, and I seen the World Trade Tower on the colonel's TV, and I had just said to myself, thank God I work at the Pentagon, nothing like that would happen. And from behind me, it came an explosion. It threw me probably, I estimate, 80 feet or so.
What did you do? We were told you managed to get to a closet of some kind.
Yes, there was some kind of closet. It threw me into this closet, and I don't know why the door was open, because it's never open. And I felt my way around, and I stood up, and I couldn't breathe because the smoke and fire was so immense in the heat.
So what'd you do next?
I tried to get out, but I couldn't because the heat in the hallway was extreme, and I hurried up, laid back down on the ground so that I could so that I could breathe, and I didn't panic. I went ahead and opened the door again, and the heat was just coming at me, so I shut the door, and at that moment the sprinkler kicked on, and I knew that it would knock down some of the heat.
Sprinkler right in the closet?
Right in the closet, yes. And probably, I don't know, 30 seconds or so after that, I heard cries for help. That's when I opened the door, and I started crawling, and I started screaming for help, and some man grabbed a hold of my leg. I grabbed a hold of his. Where he got to, I don't know. And then I started crawling as fast as I could, and some guy from the Army grabbed a hold of me and started dragging me, and I knew I was going to be all right because I could just see daylight coming ahead. It just kept getting lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter.
Mrs. Filstucker, when did you first hear from your husband?
It was probably about 2 hours after I heard about the plane at the Pentagon.
What did you think when you heard about the plane?
I was on the phone with our babysitter talking about the World Trade Center, and a coworker of mine just walked by and said the Pentagon was bombed. And then he realized that my husband works there, and from then on we just got on the phones and tried to call his company because they have all the Nextel phones, and to get a hold of his bosses that were down at the Pentagon also. It just took a lot of time to do it.
Dan said he didn't panic in any of that, but I don't know how you on your end could maintain
I was
your cool.
panicked.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was a lot of my coworkers that were there with me, and they really calmed me down and they helped me get through it. So that was really helpful.
Dan, from the time that you were actually in the closet till the point that you got blown into that closet and then were able to crawl out with that Army gentleman helping you out, how long was that, do you think, in total time?
It felt like it was forever. It felt like I was never going to get out of that closet, and it was probably 3 to 5 minutes, somewhere in there.
Dan, how many of your friends are missing?
As far as I know, none. As far as I know, none of them.
That probably is the most important thing of all. Well, very lucky you were.
Yes, very, very lucky. I'm happy to be here.
All right. And Jessica,
Yes.
how did you finally get the word?
His bosses were calling into their company, and as soon as they heard, they would call me on the phone. And I didn't really believe what was going on until I actually heard his voice. And he said that he was on his way home and that he was okay. And then I left my company and I went home and just waited for him to get home.
All right. Jessica, thanks very much. Dan, thank you. And Tori, great patience.
Thank you.
All right. Best of both of you.
And if you believe that there is a heaven and a God in it, a God who has a closet that is mysteriously open,
with the door open,
will sure make a believer out of you. We've got George Stephanopoulos here because you've got some additional news about what Congressman Gebhardt said about this congressional resolution.
Declaration of war, resolution authorizing the use of force by President Bush. Yeah, I did some follow-up reporting and found out that the administration did, in fact, yesterday send up a very open-ended resolution you described as a blank check. They sent a resolution up that would authorize the use of force against any future aggression and in a very open-ended way against any country that might harbor these terrorists. And members of both parties, Republicans and Democrats, had a reaction where they said this might be too much. You know, whenever a resolution authorizing force comes up to Capitol Hill like this, everyone thinks Gulf of Tonkin, an open-end resolution that was passed at the beginning of the Vietnam War. So now they're stepping back, and Republican and Democratic staffers of the leadership are going to get together today and try and craft a resolution which certainly does, as Congressman Gebhardt indicated, authorize the use of force, but with some limits. And this will develop over the course of the day.
But Congressman Gebhardt said a number of times the president's going to have everything he needs to conduct whatever kind of retaliatory measures might be necessary. So it seems to me underlying all that is it may not be, quote, blank check, and I don't know how you resolve that with the question of giving the president everything he needs.
But there will be something. And what they're studying now are the resolutions that were passed when former President Bush assembled the coalition for the Persian Gulf War. They're studying that. It might be something more expansive than that, but that's the base they're looking at. And there are really 3 different areas they're looking at. This resolution authorizing force. Secondly, as you noted in your interview, funding resolutions for the Defense Department and for whatever people would need to conduct the operations. And then finally, this funding for disaster assistance.
But it's interesting. I mean, it's that phrase "act of war" when you talk about it in the Congress. That's a very specific thing. And when I said, could this go up to and include act of war, he said yes.
He did say yes. Now, will that mean a formal declaration of war, which only Congress can do? I doubt that, but it will authorize the president to use force.
All right, George Stephanopoulos, thanks.
I just want to give everybody a sense of something else that we have coming ahead. Another one of these stories of another call that came in. This is just a little bit of what we're going to show you an entire report on. It's Sean Hughes, and his wife was in the World Trade Center, and she called him.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off. We don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and we just wanted you to know that I love you always.
So we'll hear from Sean Hughes.
We'll talk to him.
Hear all of that tape again just ahead. But we want to bring you up to date now.
Well, we're going to take a second just to reset. Do we have to do that? No. We don't. Okay. We don't. Sometimes they play those little animations and stuff and say, we're back on the air. We're back on the air. We haven't gone anywhere. Okay.
We want to bring you up to date now on the freshest news we have. Here are some of the latest reports. As we said earlier, 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Officially, U.S. airspace is supposed to reopen, but we expect the commercial activity out there to be very spotty, very complicated, and pretty much chaos today. Also, as we have heard, the FBI may be on the trail of as many as 50 people and have identified as many as 15 to 24 of the suspects. And we'll tell you more about that as well. But we also want to go to Don Daler, who is down at the scene, to get the very latest at this hour, because we saw this intense smoke billowing up. We just want to make sure, Don, nothing new has happened. No new building is in peril.
Well, the World Trade Center Building 7, or 7 World Trade Center, as you can see behind me in the distance, is still on fire, smoldering. There's a building directly behind it, we are told, is in imminent danger of collapse. They're keeping an eye on that. Most of the rescue work is actually east of there, a little bit east of there, so they're keeping workers away from directly beneath that building. This particular area where I am standing is a staging center for rescue crews coming and going into the area. The people coming out can, as you can see, there's a mobile canteen run by the Red Cross right behind me where they can grab drinks, that sort of thing. About 2 hours ago, there were 37 New York police who had been on duty for 15 hours in the rescue area. They came out bedraggled. They were covered in dust. They were looking around, begging to let them go back in. After working for 15 hours, they were desperate to go back in and work. That's the kind of individual, the kind of people that we've been meeting down here. Diane and Charlie.
All right, thanks very much, Don Daler. And the other headline that we have heard this morning, and it really is one that sobers you, the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, when he was with us a while ago, saying that they now have a registry of missing persons that is 3,700 names on it, and talking about the fact that the police and firemen missing 360 overall, 300 firemen, 60 New York City police officers, and Port Authority police. Now, the investigation, which, as we have said, is so multifaceted and is taking place in so many areas. Our investigative chief reporter, Brian Ross, has been covering this ably. Has some more news.
More developments this morning, Charlie and Diane. Overseas, in Hamburg, Germany, 8 apartments raided overnight, and SWAT teams expected to hit more places today. This is a location where Mohammed Atta had lived prior to coming to Florida, before he came to Venice and then to Vero Beach. Atta, the man who took training there and was on the flight that first hit the World Trade Center, Flight 11. They've made an arrest there of an airport employee in Hamburg who had a false passport, a false Egyptian passport. Meanwhile, in Montreal and Quebec, authorities there are also beginning to cooperate with FBI agents in trying to unravel the movements of the terrorist hijackers who are believed to have been stationed and located for some time in Montreal.
And in case someone is just tuning in, tell everyone again the news you had about the American Airlines uniforms that were stolen.
A report from Rome this morning of the theft of 2 pilot uniforms from 2 pilots last April at a Rome hotel. This has been known for some time among American employees. There have been warnings going out. As well, one of the cars seized at the Boston airport, they found a ramp pass, a restricted ramp pass in the car, with suggestions that the people in the car, as we had reported earlier, had been back and forth from the airport several times over the last 2 weeks, apparently casing it. One person suggested to me they probably did some dry runs trying to get their knives and material through security to see how that worked. But as you mentioned earlier, and it bears repeating, because this investigation and what's going on sort of comes to you piecemeal, and it's hard to keep track of all of it. But Brian pointing out that these 5 pilots who were training down in Florida had been in this country for 15 months with their families, some of them getting training in commercial-sized aviation planes. And so you would suspect, this Mohammed Atta's name, I suspect, is one we're going to hear a lot. You suspect that this fellow was probably at the controls of American Airlines Flight 11 when it smashed into the first Trade Center tower. And his partner, who trained with him, was on United Flight 175, the second plane to hit the tower. With a possible scenario, these 2 buddies, one took the first plane, the other took the second plane. They knew where they were going, they knew which tower to hit. And now raids being conducted in the areas from whence he came. Overall, the Attorney General is saying 50 people probably involved in this operation, and they think they've identified everyone who was actually on the plane, somewhere between 3 and 6 people per plane. And the great concern now is those they have not identified who they think may have been in the support group still out there, still at large, still being sought. All right, Brian Ross, thanks.
And again, because we want to make sure you have the latest from all of the key locations in New York and in Washington, we're going to go to Cynthia McFadden now, who has been keeping watch at the hospital. Cynthia.
Diana, I can report what I believe to be the most recent and the latest number. 2,300 people have now been seen in New York hospitals. That is just in New York. That's not including New Jersey hospitals, but 2,300 people have been seen, both those who survived the initial blast and were brought to hospitals like St. Vincent's behind me, and rescue workers who were seen overnight. 8 rescue workers seen at this hospital overnight. Joining me are 2 people who are very much hoping to be able to say that their father has been rescued. They are Karen Wiley and Michael Rossweiler, whose father, Roger Mark Rossweiler, was in the Trade Center building. Karen, let me start with you. Where was your dad in the building?
He was in Tower 1 on the 100th floor.
And how did you first hear what had happened?
I was at work, and I saw one of my coworkers heard it on the radio. So we put the TV on, and I called my mom because my dad doesn't work in the city every day. Sometimes he works at home. And she said no, he went into the city, but she thought maybe a plane had accidentally hit the top. And she said not to worry, she'd call him. And then I went back in, and I saw the second plane. And she called back, and she said, I can't get a hold of him. I'm going home. I'll call you later. And then I got a call to come home right away, and we haven't seen him since.
Did he call anyone from the Trade Center?
He actually never goes to the city on Tuesday. He had a business luncheon, and when he got to the office, he found out it was canceled. So he called one of his friends who had a voicemail from him at 8:40 saying his luncheon was canceled, would he like to meet for lunch? And that's the last anybody's heard from him so far.
Now, Michael, you and your sister have been going to all the area hospitals hunting for your dad and wearing these signs. Are you still hopeful?
I'm extremely hopeful, and all I can do right now is pray and hope. And I ask the viewers out there to please do anything in your power to just hope for my dad, because you never think something like this is going to happen until it actually happens to you.
How's your mom doing?
Oh, she's having a hard time. They've been together for a long, long time. Since she was 15, they were high school sweethearts, and they've been married for 32 years. So she's pretty upset, but she's trying to stay strong. So
you're carrying the American flag this morning. Why did you want to bring it down here?
To show our support, that we can stay strong as a nation and work together to get through this. We've met a lot of people who also have missing loved ones, and it helps to have support of them and just the hugs, and just everybody's been so kind to us with everything, offering food and hugs and just phone calls and just everything.
Thank you both. Thank you both, and best wishes. You know, Charlie, I mean, 2 more of the people who are combing the city looking for loved ones. There are, of course, families all over the city who are looking, and I know that you've talked to many of them yourself, and 2 more people who are very much hoping for the very good news of finding their dad.
You know, if we had 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people like this, you know, that's tragic enough in itself. And then when you hear the mayor say that the registry of missing persons is now 3,700 people, and that's probably not all, and it's you can't comprehend it. It's so many.
I'm sitting here looking at some pictures because in just a moment you're going to hear from someone else, and you're going to hear another one of those stories. But
family pictures, yeah. Earlier this morning, at about 5:30 a.m., the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, we want to keep focusing. It's not just the World Trade Center, obviously. There is this other site at the Pentagon, which is so important. And Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, toured that site. And Jack McQuetty is down there now, can give us some details on what he saw. Jack?
Well, Charlie, first of all, the message here is that we are open for business at the Pentagon. The truth, of course, is that more than half of the office space in this gigantic office building, the offices are not open. The smell in the hallway is still one of acrid smoke. But they are trying to get things back to normal. Now, early this morning and yesterday morning, Don Rumsfeld has taken to, before he even goes to the office, going out to the site. And this morning, we went with him.
That was a piece of the building that had been recently finished. Apparently, the new
a difference, these red beams that were added? So they're going to have to drop this section of the building?
They are. They're going to have to find a way. They've been propping up the two sides, and then they're going to have to try to take balls and break through so that it's sufficiently stable for people to go in and see that if they can recover whatever bodies are there, and then begin removing the debris.
How far into here do you wander during the course of it?
Oh, I've been in the lower section over there. I try to stay in places that it doesn't slow down any of the work. There's folks going in the side of the building over there, some Army people.
When you come out here, what does this do to your sense of resolve?
I don't know that it's there. I don't know that it changes it. It's more about the families and the people and the men and women. But you've got a problem in this world of ours with terrorism that is, it's not unique to the Pentagon or New York. It's across the globe. There are a number of people and organizations and countries that have consciously decided to use terrorism to impose their will on others and to deny others the freedom and the ability to go about their business and live their lives. And the United States of America is a free country where everything about us is that everyone can do what they wish and go where they wish and think what they wish and say what they wish. And the purpose of terrorism is to terrorize people. It's to prevent people from having that freedom and to prevent people from being able to enjoy their lives and be free of the others imposing their will on them. So it really strikes very much at the whole heart of our country.
Get away from that. Yeah, let's walk over on the pad, I guess.
Thank you.
So you're seeing a changing cast of characters here as the hours and the days go by.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I first came out here, of course, there was no one here except about 6 or 8 people pulling some bodies out of the area. The people had been burned badly and injured. And there wasn't, of course, a vehicle here, except there was a fire truck over here that was on fire. It was the fire truck for this helipad that you see. And a few cars were burning, and the whole building was in flames.
The aircraft came from right over here.
From over here, hit a light.
A couple of light poles.
Yeah, and then came in about between the first and second floor over here. And it went in through 3 rings. I'm told the nose is still in there, very close to the inner courtyard, about 1 ring away.
So the flight recorder may still be in the nose, for all we know.
It's conceivable.
One of the many things that he talked about during our walk was how he felt repeatedly coming back to the theme of the families. A very difficult time for him. His wife is going to be visiting some of the families of the missing in hospitals and various other areas today. It's a tough time at the Pentagon, too. They are looking not only for the flight recorder, they are also trying to recover additional bodies today. Still many, many people missing at this site as well as in New York, Charlie.
All right, thanks very much, John McWethy. I appreciate you being here. I want to introduce you to a couple of people now because the story has so many different aspects to it, but the most important aspect right now, obviously, the families of an awful lot of people who are missing. With us here in Times Square in New York is Kelly Clark. Her brother, Christopher Clark, was a commodities trader with a firm called Sandler O'Neill. He had been married last March was it, to his wife, Casey. He called his wife from his office in the World Trade Center after the first explosion, and we'll tell you that story. Also joining us from California is a gentleman named Sean Hughes, and we played just a little bit of a call that he got from his wife a little bit earlier.
Before we get to Sean, I want Kelly just to give us a picture and let us see why her heart is breaking.
This is my brother, Christopher, and one of my sisters, Tracy, with him.
What do you know about him? What do you know what happened?
Tuesday morning, I was on my way before work taking my son to the doctor's appointment. I heard on the news that World Trade Center was hit by a plane. I immediately called my sister-in-law, and she, who works in Philadelphia, they both live in Philadelphia now, and he commutes to Manhattan. And she said that she just spoke to him about 8:50. He called and said that the first World Trade Center Tower 1 was hit by, he believed it was a bomb. He saw papers scattering and smoke. And he said, I'll be leaving now. I'm going to be exiting the building. And so she felt very relieved about that and assured that he'd be leaving through the stairwell. And I believe about 18 minutes later, the other plane did hit the World Trade Center too, which he was in. But she and her family are hopeful that he was down several floors by then.
What floor was he on?
He was on the 104th floor. Sandler O'Neill's firm was on that floor.
When he called, did he say, I'm going to try to get out of here? Did he say, I'm going to stay awake for rescue? Did he say anything?
He did. He said, I'm leaving. As soon as he saw the smoke and the fire from the first building, he took that as a sign that he needs to evacuate his building.
And since then, no word?
No word yet. We've been searching hospitals since Tuesday night. I've just been going all through New Jersey hospitals, Liberty State Park. They brought several victims, all through New York yesterday, and all the hospitals. So we have hope. I think the hope and faith is what keeps families going right now.
When you go around, do you find that there's an organization prepared to help you, or do you, I mean, obviously nobody wants to say, I'm sorry, lady, I'm not going to do anything for you, but are there systems in place to try to help you, or do you find that still things are disorganized?
No, I'm actually very impressed. When I came into Manhattan yesterday, the St. Vincent's Hospital was excellent, very organized and very empathetic, had workers, dozens, hundreds of volunteers. Counselors on site, social workers are very important for the therapy piece and just holding hands for people when they're asked a lot of questions, and questions for identifying bodies too. They wanted dental records and significant markings, so you're thinking they may not find this person alive, and I just have to prepare for that. The Red Cross was excellent too, a lot of work there. The police have been phenomenal, and so
how you doing?
I'm impressed.
How's your sister-in-law doing?
She's a fighter. She's a little firecracker, and she's really doing great. She's very optimistic. You know, it's hard. You don't want to go on this, you know, fake faith, or I'm sorry, that's the wrong word, but false hope, exactly.
False hope. Sure,
but you want to also be realistic, just to prepare yourself. But I think that she really believes that he is still alive somewhere, and that's why I'm here today. We really believe that he could be one of the John Does in a hospital. There are a lot of burn victims that I know were brought to several hospitals that have been unidentified. That's sometimes unsubstantiated when I go to those hospitals, but I'm still hoping that maybe, or, you know, he could have amnesia. I know we're stretching, but until we are told something final, we think, and we have great support, family and friends, and
a number of people have said, you know, until we know for sure. Right. And it's important. The mayor said even if the news is bad, you need to get that news to people so that they have a sense of it. The registry of missing people, very long, and you hope that each one of those people can get some resolution and find out for sure what's happened.
We're going to be hoping right along with you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. And now we want to introduce you to Sean Hughes. You know more about that.
That's right. Sean, as we said earlier, his wife,
Claire, was it?
At the World Trade Center, and he had a call. He's joining us from California right now. Sean, tell us the story.
It's almost exactly 48 hours since I've heard from Melissa. She was on the North Tower, the one tower, and she was on the 101st floor. She left the message that you just played. I found out by getting a call from her father telling me that there was a horrible accident. And immediately I turned on the TV, and that's when I saw the North Tower billowing smoke, and I got a grasp for the situation. Immediately I checked our messages at home and my cell phone messages, and it's at home where I got the message that you played.
I apologize to you. I had a note in front of me that was wrong, but your wife's name was Melissa, and
It is Melissa.
I should not miss that, and I apologize for that.
That's okay.
But we did play the recording of that call, and if people didn't hear it, we'll play it one more time because it's heartbreaking.
It is.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building where Mom went off. We don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and we just wanted you to know that I love you always.
People were lined up, I understand, for the phone, and so she had to turn it over to someone else. But and some people may say, why is he in California? Well, there's a practical reason that you're not here, just like Kelly's here at the moment, isn't there?
Yes, we've made every effort to schedule flights. Unfortunately, they've all been canceled. We're looking any means necessary to get to the East Coast. We're even thinking of putting together a somewhat Pony Express of cars to go across the country. We've talked about private charters for airplanes. We've also talked with Amtrak, who at this point has offered a free ticket for myself.
Sean, have you heard from any of her co-workers, anyone else who was in the building?
We have put together a team of local family and friends, and a network that actually stretches worldwide. And I'd say at last count we have over 100 and 110 people constantly calling all hospitals, calling all partners at the conference that Melissa was attending, which was the Waters 2001 Financial Technology Conference. It was being held at the 106th floor of the North Tower. We are under the impression that she was meeting with Accenture, some partners there on the 101st floor when this happened. We have tried contacting any and all people that would have attended that conference. Unfortunately, we hear the same message through all the other partners, is that they have no information, they have missing people, and we're working with the executives of Melissa's company, Slam Dunk Networks, and have been in contact with the CEO, the CFO, and a number of other people, and we have not heard anything since the message you heard.
We're looking at a picture of you at the wedding, since Melissa's in a bridal veil. How long have you been married?
Our anniversary was August 19th. It's been 1 year.
First anniversary?
First anniversary.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we also just reach across the country to you. All of us do. And if you hear anything, you think of anything, you, Kelly, too, that we can do, you let us know.
If there's anything that your network can do, or someone out there watching this, to get us across the country, I know it's up to the FAA to release the airplanes, the commercial airplanes, but we're looking at any means necessary to get to the East Coast, and there must be some creative ideas out there. I'm looking to travel to the East Coast with my brother. We've already packed backpacks. We are prepared to hike in. We have family and friends there to stay with. They are also helping in the efforts in distributing flyers with Melissa's picture and her logistics and all her information and where she was last. They've taken...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They've taken that to over 15 different centers. We have filed actually multiple missing persons reports. Unfortunately, when you call to get updates, they have no information for you. We have gone through, I would say, countless number of web postings and hotlines and the Red Cross, and we continually go through an effort every 45 minutes to a half an hour of recalling every single
place possible.
Well, the word is that the FAA is going to resume some flight operations at 11. My suspicion isn't if we can do anything to help to get you through to the airlines. My suspicion is they're going to give you first priority as soon as planes start flying to get you here to the east. So we wish you all the best.
We do, and we're going to get producers on the phone with you right now. Make sure we're doing everything we can.
And Kelly Clark, thank you, and we hope you get good news.
Hope for the best.
All right, thanks very much. One of the things in all this that's so puzzling, and I think all of us have tried to think of this, how could any human being in any kind of logic think that they're achieving something by doing what these terrorists did? And Brian Ross was saying that the name of the person who was probably at the controls of that first flight, American Airlines Flight 11, was a fellow named Mohammed Atta. Just to get some sense of what the mind of the terrorist may be like, we asked Brian Jenkins to join us this morning. He's somebody that we talk often about issues that involve terrorism, and he's joining us again this morning. Brian, it's good to see you again. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. But how do you try to figure what's going on in somebody's mind like that?
Well, it is difficult. I mean, you have to keep in mind that we're dealing here with religious fanaticism, and in that set of beliefs, these attackers believe that they have the approval of God, that they are doing God's work, and that, in a sense, puts them beyond all considerations of morality as we would define it. They are answering to their sole constituent, and that is not on this planet.
But to follow that logic, to believe that, you have to believe that there is a God that condones mass murder.
It certainly is a perversion of religious belief as we will see it. Unfortunately, in the history of a number of religions, there are examples of fanaticism where death and destruction were waged in God's name, whether that was Islam or a Christian God or other religious beliefs. I mean, history is full of atrocities carried out in the name of religious belief.
You know, at these times, we always have these visceral reactions, and a lot of people say, this is fundamentalist Islam, and people tend to turn against the religion itself. How much of this, and what would you say to people who do that, is about a kind of I guess, ferocity inside Islam, really, and how much of it is just politics and about the ancient grievance about Israel, well, not so ancient, I guess from the 1940s on, against the United States?
Well, first of all, there is no religion that has a monopoly on ferocity. As I say, we can go back in the history of a number of religions and find examples of this. It is a perversion of religion. And clearly, in many cases, religion is being used as a framework, as an excuse, as a basis for pursuing other agendas. I mean, I frankly don't see these terrorist leaders as religious figures. I see them as individuals who have perverted religious beliefs in order to pursue their own goals. Whether we're talking about some individual in the Middle East, or whether we're talking about some mad guru in Tokyo who 6 years ago put nerve gas in the Tokyo subways, the issue here is the manipulation of religious beliefs. It is a powerful, powerful tool. I mean, here we had individuals, men, some of whom lived here in the United States with families, and yet were able to come together to carry out operations that they knew were suicidal and that they hoped would result in the deaths of thousands of people. The secret weapon here is not high technology. the weapon here really is that type of fervor that can be created in these individuals. The frightening part of it, really, is that the analysts of terrorism often thought that the terrorist tactic was not something that could be easily exported. That is, that the recruitment and maintenance, the psychological maintenance of a suicide attacker was something that would not survive over time and space, that with time and space the resolve would erode. And yet here we have suicide attackers in this country, living in this country for more than a year prior to the attack, planning this attack, carrying out this attack as a group. That's a new phenomenon, and that's going to oblige us to revise a lot of our assumptions about security.
Yeah, as we've been reporting through the morning, these fellows that were training and getting pilot training down in Florida had been in this country for more than a year, 15 months, socializing with, meeting with, being neighbors with people whose fellow citizens they intended to kill. Brian Jenkins, I appreciate it very much being with us. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take just a second reset. Stay with us.
This is an ABC News special report.
A little bit after 9 o'clock now here on the East Coast, and just after 6 on the West Coast. And if you joined us right at 9 o'clock, we were in the middle of an interview since we're broadcasting nonstop. And what you're looking at are really some signs just displayed and flags displayed by our neighbors who are putting up a toy store next door here in Times Square. This is a building that's been going up for a few months, and we've gotten to know some of the construction workers. They're wonderful fellows over there, and they have been displaying signs since the first World Trade Center was hit that says, "God bless America," and pray for the victims and the families.
And we said earlier, 88,000 flags have been bought. 88,000 flags.
In the United States, just a few stores, just the stores that have been surveyed, and that's the scene of the rubble. That's the New York skyline, and you still see an enormous amount of smoke that is wafting over the New York skyline because there are still fires that are down in the rubble. The construction, not construction, the search and rescue people have been working all night long. There's a few thousand of them in there, and it is very slow work. As the Federal Emergency Management Administration estimated, there is 500,000 tons of debris, rubble, and giant girders to be taken out of there and disposed of from the 2 World Trade Center towers and number 7 World Trade Center that have collapsed.
We're going to bring in another shot now from Chicago as we take you a bit around the country, because the Chicago Mercantile Exchange is open for business. And everybody is wondering when the markets will get back to business. We heard the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, said he hoped, it was just a hope, that in some measure that the markets in New York could be open as early as tomorrow, although a lot of people think that's unlikely.
If you've ever been on the floor of the New York or the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, it is madness down there on the floor, and it's sort of reassuring to see right now a little bit of that madness. Right. Things are so quiet, eerily quiet here in New York. And it's good to see a little bit of nutsiness. I mean, the way they scream and bid and get their hands up for the corn futures and the sow belly futures and whatever they are. I never understand what's going on there.
Reassertion of vitality again.
Yeah, it's good to see that.
Good. We should tell everybody again who might be traveling that, as we've said before, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Daylight Time, is when the air traffic is supposed to resume, although heaven only knows how it's going to resume, because some airports are open, some not quite, some planes flying, some not. But we also want to go to Claire Shipman, who's at the White House and been keeping us up to date on the latest reports about the targets in Washington and the news overnight.
Well, that's right, Diane. There are a number of things happening here in Washington. One of them is people are still looking at an announcement from the White House yesterday that the president's plane, Air Force One, and the White House were credible, quote, credible, that's the word the White House was using, targets on Tuesday. One of the reasons the president spent so much time traveling around the country, and specifically a report in the New York Times that there was a telephone threat on Air Force One that gave them reason to believe they should be worried about that. President has a full day today. As you can imagine, he's been meeting with his national security team since 7 a.m., talking about the airport reopenings, the investigation. Of course, he's going to be calling world leaders to continue to try to build an international coalition. He's also going to be meeting, we're told, with congressional leaders to keep talking about two very important things: support from them for whatever action he wants to take, and money. The president is asking for a lot of it to cope with more intelligence activities and, of course, this disaster. One other thing still being considered: when and if he might take a trip up to New York to view the damage there. The picture from Washington that we all remember yesterday was, of course, that of the commander-in-chief, President Bush, visiting the site of all of that damage at the Pentagon. He took a trip down there late yesterday, and he said he had very mixed emotions about being there.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists.
And of course, many here in Washington extremely emotional, as they are around the whole country. Yesterday ended late in the evening with a candlelight vigil in front of the White House. Citizens of Washington called to come by local radio stations. A lot of singing and praying. Diane and Charlie?
I'm sorry. Thanks very much, Claire. We should also mention, I hope you saw it, the Minority Leader of the House of Representatives, Richard Gephardt, Dick Gephardt, a Democrat of Missouri, was with us a little bit earlier in the morning, and we were talking about what the president has sent to Capitol Hill. George Stephanopoulos reported there is already a resolution up there that's come from the president, which essentially gives him open authorization. And as Dick Gephardt said, the president will have anything he wants or needs to retaliate to what has occurred, and has also talked about the fact that he'll have what he needs in terms of financial resources to carry out whatever military activities he needs.
And as we now know from Brian Ross, this has been going on. The planning for this incident has been going on for far longer than anybody knew, and maybe we'll learn even further, way back into 2000. So what should be done, and how did everybody in the United States intelligence agencies miss it? Well, joining us now is the former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, and we thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Good to be with you both.
Let me just start right there. How did everybody miss this?
Well, this is a very difficult situation, and there are always a lot of threats, and people try to weave their way through them and determine what is real. It's a very, very complicated aspect of the way that we live today, and we do know that terrorism is out there all the time. I know that when we were in office, we worked very hard to deal with the terrorist threats, and it is one of the most complex aspects of living in the world today.
But I think, you know, somebody said yesterday to us, a former head of the CIA, said, you know, we've caught a lot of these incipient terrorist activities that might occur in this country, but anything less than 100% just doesn't work. But this obviously was such a large cell of people, some of them were in this country for more than a year, and I think it makes people question, indeed I've heard them question in the last 48 hours, the adequacy of what we have in terms of intelligence activities.
Well, I think, Charlie, a very important point you make is you never hear about what doesn't happen. And there are lots of things that are aborted and worked at, and you don't hear about that. But this is a large country, we are an open society, and I think the hardest part here for all of us is to try to balance the security we need with the freedom that is the essence of this country. I know that after we'd had the bombings in the embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, I had to put in a lot of very strict restrictions for our embassies and for the State Department that were resented by some people, and it's that balance of trying to find out and how you try to keep operating in a free society and at the same time be able to do the kind of intelligence work that is necessary to catch these evil people.
All right, let's turn to what should be done. And I'm going to see if your reputation for talking tough is still intact here. As we said, Afghanistan, the Taliban, the government of Afghanistan, has pled for mercy now, saying Osama bin Laden didn't do this, and we're a poor country. Don't come retaliate against us. Other people are saying this is clearly multiple state-supported terrorism. This is huge, with a lot of backing. If it's Syria, if it's Iraq, if it's Afghanistan, should the United States simply attack all of them?
Well, I think that the worst thing is to act without facts, and we have to be deliberate and we have to be tough, and America has to stand tall and has to also deal with an international threat. But I think it's a mistake to act if you don't have every fact, and I think that the Taliban needs to be cooperative, needs to turn over Osama bin Laden if indeed this can be proven. I know we worked very hard to get the Taliban to do that. I think that it is essential that we make clear that this will not stand. But it has to be planned very, very carefully. And the whole point here, Diane, is that this has to be a sustained effort. We were at the beginning of this war with the terrorists. It is something that now has to be continued, and we have to show the determination that we will not let this stand.
But everyone is saying this has to be retaliation at a different order of magnitude. Osama bin Laden reportedly has left his home and headed out into the desert as he does. And we remember in 1998 when the Clinton administration tried to retaliate. Well, there were 70 attacks, 70 missile attacks on Osama bin Laden's training sites. Didn't stop anything. What is that different order of magnitude?
Well, I think that the different order of magnitude, first of all, I think you have to understand, Diane, how hard it is to locate various places and the amount of effort it takes to do it. We were criticized for then bombing in Sudan. I mean, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. What you have to do, though, is get the support that you need, and I am very pleased to hear that Congress is going to grant the President the power, and that the President has determined that there has to be a concerted effort here. But I think what has to happen is we have to understand that this is a long-term effort, and it has to have American support. I also think that it's essential that we invest in America. Charlie, I've been to that floor. It really is crazy at that commodities floor in Chicago, but it's a brilliant sign now that America will not be put down. We can't be shut down, and that we have to invest in ourselves. We are the American economy, and we are what makes America strong.
But, Madam Secretary, and you're very measured in your words, and properly so, but a lot of people have talked about Pearl Harbor. We lost about 2,500 soldiers at Pearl Harbor in those attacks, which put us into World War II. We've lost more people than that here. We got 3,700 people missing just in New York. And the magnitude of that is so great. And this country is angry. And so simply to say, to talk about the missile attacks that we had in '98 when we tried to get Osama bin Laden, I mean, this is just it is a whole different order of magnitude. And this country has suffered the single greatest loss of life that we've had in an attack from a foreign source at one time that I can think of.
We have clearly passed into a completely different era, and it is a different order of magnitude, and obviously even more complicated than Pearl Harbor, because as so many people have said, we knew who the enemy was. It's harder to pinpoint now. But just because we don't react instantly doesn't mean that we will not react. And I believe that we all need to support the administration in working out a sustained policy that will, in fact, retaliate and punish and bring to justice, whatever words you want to use, for this horrendous act. It is a totally different kind of act when Americans are hit on our own soil. You know, everybody's been talking about the fact that this is the greatest loss of life on American soil ever. It is horrendous, and we must react, but emotionalism and anger and frustration are not a policy. We have to have a sustained and determined policy and marshal our forces and react at a time and place of our own choosing. And Americans are ready to do that. I think that what has been so amazing is this great sense of patriotism that has come out, in addition to the sense of family and love for each other and America standing tall. But we have to learn lessons from the past. I think finger pointing is not useful, but learning lessons is important. And we have to react strongly, deliberately, and root this out, as Secretary Powell has said, root and branch here, totally, this terrorist network. But it's going to take years, and it is going to take a deliberate American military effort and the support of our friends and allies, which this administration, I believe, is marshaling very well.
All right, well said. Madam Secretary, thanks for being with us.
Thanks a lot, Charlie.
All right, Madeleine Albright, former Secretary of State, former ambassador to the United Nations, and we thankfully thank her for being a frequent guest on this broadcast.
And we turn now again back to the small human stories that always stop our hearts. We're going to talk now in Boston with two children, more children, on a pilgrimage to, I think, build monuments to their parents lost in this. And these are the children of Richard Ross, who was on board the first plane that crashed into the World Trade Center. They are Abigail, who's the curator manager of a gallery, and Franklin, who's a high school senior who still lives at home. Abigail, tell me about your dad.
Hi, thank you. My father was the best guy, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. He was the type of person who prioritized us, our family, my mother, my sister Allison, who is only not here because she's stuck in Europe and we're trying to get her home. He loved life, he loved what he did. He just had a spirit that was so full, and he was the type of person that when he talked to you, as good as he was at talking, because my dad was a great talker, he was the world's best listener. And when he spent a day with you, he knew everything about you.
For you on that day, as I understand it, was two waves. First, you got the news in your car that one of your best friends, Stacy, was
Yes.
on the top floor of the World Trade Center.
Yeah, I first found out from my mother that the accident had happened and we were together, and we were saying, you know, Dad wouldn't have flown through New York, and so we were okay about that. And then it dawned on me that one of my best friends, Stacy Sanders, who we're still looking for and praying for, who worked for Marsh McLennan, and that was really the first place that I started to worry about.
And then? And then
I was trying to get back to my gallery, and I was driving on the expressway, and I heard that one of the planes that had crashed had originated in Boston. And it was only a few moments later, as I was getting onto Stora Drive, that I heard that it was a plane bound for LA, and I think it was at that moment that I knew, and that my heart broke.
There was an oh my God that went right through your mind.
Yeah, it was sort of like a scene in a movie where you're screaming and you can't believe it's real. It's like you want it to not be real, and you're praying, but there's something inside you that knows that it is.
And Franklin, how did you learn?
I was in school, and I heard there was a radio playing, and I heard that two planes had crashed into the World Trade Center, and I did not realize the connection, but then I heard that one plane was flying to LA, and I called my Uncle John, and I asked him if he knew where my father was, and he said, I don't know. And I knew right then that he was there. I just had a feeling. My dad was a wonderful man. The life lessons you learn in death are the ones you should know in life. And my father knew them in life, and he taught them to everybody he knew. Love, honesty, integrity, family, caring for others, and that's what he stood for. And it's a terrible loss to the world. And me and Abigail, and Allison, and my mother are going to make it through this, and this country is going to make it through this, and God help us all.
God help us all. I want to ask if both of you, do you avoid the pictures that are playing constantly on television? Can you avoid them?
You know, the first time I really looked at the television set for any period of time was this morning with my mother. It's too painful, and it's hard because there's so much that's going on in the world, and there are so many families who are in the type of pain that we're in. and we're just praying for all of them, but it's also hard not to just stay focused and just try to remember my dad and to pray for him, and it's very difficult. And it's hard to fathom that this is a reality. You know, we were saying to each other that if Hollywood had written a script like this, you couldn't have sold it. You wouldn't have believed that something like this could ever happen.
Yeah. It's like my wife said last night, when you wake up in the morning, you keep wishing that it were different, that you were back before all this happened.
The mornings are the toughest, I think.
Yeah, it is the toughest part of the day. I've heard that so often from people who've lost somebody who's close.
Both of you, I just want to say, clearly your dad was a wonderful and amazing man, not just from what you say about him, but from the two of you.
Thank you.
You are his monuments, and we thank you.
Diane, just
Yes.
one last thing. My sister is trying to get home, and we desperately want her with us, and we've tried everything.
Where is she?
She's stuck in Europe, and we're doing everything we can to get her home, and it's difficult to accept that for the airlines, for anyone, that no one's been able to get her to us yet. And my father's memorial service is scheduled for tomorrow, and we just desperately want her to be with us. So if anyone has ideas about ways that they can get her home, please contact the station. People know how to find us, because Allison should be sitting with Franklin and I and my mother, so that we can hold her up.
Where in Europe is she?
They've gotten her from Spain to London right now.
Okay, well, first of all, we'll do whatever we can to help in terms of putting in touch with the airlines. We'll have a producer talk to you. But as I said to an earlier guest who's in California trying to get back here to look for his wife in hopes that she may have survived the tragedy at the World Trade Center, I cannot believe for a minute that the airlines, and it's going to take a while to get them flying again, but I cannot believe for a minute that they're not going to give your sister, that gentleman in California, other people who are affected by this first priority to get where they need to go. But we'll do what we can to help. All right, all the best to you. And what Diane said is true. You speak so well of your father, but you speak so well for him, because you guys are obviously chips off the block.
Thank you.
All right, all the best to you. And I suspect that hand-holding that's going on right now has gone on for 48 hours and will go on for many hours to come.
Let's go to Cynthia McFadden. So many other stories down at the hospitals in New York where she has been for so many hours. Cynthia.
Well, Diane, what you see behind me here is a caravan that's been going on since all day yesterday of dump trucks, cranes. This is the main artery down to the World Trade Center where they are bringing more excavation equipment. One of the questions, of course, is no new patients here at St. Vincent's, no new patients throughout the hospital system. I have one of the doctors here at St. Vincent's with me, Dr. Anthony Gagliardi, who can talk to us about the patients here and what to expect from those who are stuck under the rubble. Doctor, tell me first, have there been any new victims brought to this hospital? When was the last one brought here?
Actual victim would be about 30 hours ago. We've had a lot of rescue workers that have dribbled in since the time of the disaster, but actual victims extricated from the site. It's been about 30 hours.
Of course, we're all concerned about how people can survive under these circumstances. Can you take us through the list of scenarios, what the circumstances are down there, what you anticipate at this point?
It really ends up being several scenarios. One, clearly, when the plane imploded, there's a tremendous heat injury that occurred, and anyone proximate to that injury, the likelihood of being able to survive in 1,000 to 2,000 degree heat is very little, a very little chance. Then there's the problem of the actual fall once the building collapsed, and obviously anyone on a higher floor during that time would be almost impossible to survive a crush injury, I would think. Normally, if someone jumps out of a building 7 floors high, at least 50% of those people die. Anything above 10 floors, it's very unusual to survive. So that's a major issue. The other issue then would be if people were in the lower levels or made their way down the stairways to a lower level and could somehow be sequestered in these pockets, as we call them, then they have a greater chance of survival. The problem there is whether they have a problem with coincident injuries, such as being crushed or bleeding, etc. If for some reason they have very little injury and they were on the bottom of the rubble and in these sequestered pockets, then we have to worry about the longer-term issues such as dehydration, which becomes a major issue, hypothermia if it's very cold down there, depending upon where they are, and if they're in a very sealed site, whether or not they have actually enough air over a long term.
Realistically speaking, those who were burned, severely burned, any chance that they are still survivors at this point in the rubble?
And burn, even under the best circumstances in a medical facility, if more than 50 to 70% of the body is burned in the third-degree fashion, the survival is very limited. Without any medical intervention with significant burns, the likelihood of survival is very, very low.
If someone has actually only been moderately injured and they are indeed in an air pocket, how long do you think is a realistic time to believe that they can survive before rescued?
I mean, assuming that the injury doesn't cause them to die, then they would have to survive, again, from a dehydration and an air standpoint. Clearly, people have been pulled out of these similar situations upwards of a week to 10 days later, but it's very unusual. It's very notable. Most of the time, the window that you want to see is somewhere in the 2 to 4 day window, and obviously with each hour, with each day, the likelihood of survival goes serially down.
You are very concerned about the weather. There are reports for rain later tonight here in New York. Explain why.
Well, the water is heavy, and if you add on a 10 by 10 surface an inch of rain, you probably increase the weight by about 160 pounds. So that if the structure down there is unstable, and that's one of the problems that the rescuers have been having, as they move some pieces, it becomes somewhat unstable. If you add that weight to the situation, there's a fear that there can be further collapse downward into the pit that was the foundation of the center, and that's obviously becomes a major issue.
You have been designated the main trauma center now for all rescue efforts. Are you optimistic that any large numbers of people will be coming out?
We're always hopeful that we will see more people. From a real practical standpoint, we would suspect that the likelihood of significant transport of victims that were surviving is probably going to be pretty low at this point.
Doctor, we'll stay in touch with you after the days. Thank you very much. Charlie, Diane, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Cynthia. We've talked about how wide-ranging this investigation is. Things move so fast. John Miller has new news.
We have some breaking news right now. The borough of Staten Island, the smallest borough in New York, has been completely sealed off this morning. The bridges from Staten Island to Brooklyn, the bridges from Staten Island to New Jersey, in fact, the ferries had all been shut down as police moved their dragnet in. Agents from the FBI's terrorist task force searching for suspects from the attack on the World Trade Center, suspects they believe who were not killed in the crash, who may be still alive as support people who helped out in this plot, located 3 cars in Staten Island today. One, a 98 Trans Am, another, a 2-tone Oldsmobile, a third, a van sporting license plates from the Carolinas, Florida, and New Jersey. Florida and New Jersey being 2 of the principal locations that have surfaced in this investigation where the alleged terrorists came from. They have called for SWAT teams from the New York City Emergency Service Unit, which lost so many of its people in the explosion at the Trade Center. They've also called for 2 teams of bloodhounds, which indicates that they want to take the scent from those cars, from that location, and take it into the, beyond the backyards, into the woods. We don't have that information, but it suggests that they believe that they narrowly missed capturing some of the people they were looking for. But we have been able to confirm with local and federal sources that the action on Staten Island that unfolded this morning actually is still unfolding right now.
Staten Island, in effect, I mean, this is really, that's amazing, because it's one of the 5 boroughs of New York. And to shut down Staten Island, when you're talking about cutting off, that's cutting off the Verrazzano Bridge. It's cutting off the bridge, what is it, the Goethals Bridge over to...
The Goethals Bridge, the Verrazzano Bridge, the Bayonne Bridge, right. The Staten Island Ferry, which is a legendary old ferry.
Comes into the foot of Manhattan.
Now we have a report from Shadow Traffic that some of the bridges are being reopened, but this started to unfold before 9 o'clock this morning, and for a time, the borough was in complete lockdown, isolation, while they moved police resources and the FBI's Joint Terrorist Task Force, which was originally on this trail, into the area. Now they're operating with the emergency squads and the bloodhounds.
All right.
If they're still on that island, all I can say is they better know how to swim, because they're not getting off.
They are hot on the trail.
All right, John Miller, thanks very much. We'll update you as soon as we know something.
I think one of the questions everybody has had all along, speaking of the search for the suspects, is did the people who designed the World Trade Centers have any idea how vulnerable they were? Did they contemplate terrorism and what it could do, and particularly terrorism of this kind? And we're going to find out right now, because we're going to go to John Magnuson, who is one of the engineers who helped design the World Trade Centers, and he's joining us from Seattle because that's where his firm is located. And good morning to you, Mr. Magnuson.
Good morning.
What about my question? Did you know how vulnerable the building was?
Well, first of all, there's a couple of points. One, to put it in perspective, the engineering work was done about 35 years ago.
So you're not old enough to have designed that building.
I was in the 6th grade when the engineering work was done.
But you were a very precocious 6th grader, obviously.
Actually, it's interesting. It's interesting because the World Trade Center towers and what they represented was one of the reasons that I went into structural engineering, because of the amazing feat that was done there. First, before I even answer the question, I just want to express how the personal sorrow that I feel for this whole situation, because just like every American, I feel that sorrow, but even more, all structural engineers around the country, they dedicate their careers to designing buildings to prevent damage from all kinds of natural hazards. And when you see an unnatural hazard like this, you just have this horrible, sick feeling and helplessness about the whole situation. It's been interesting because I've had emails come to me from people all over the country, architects and engineers, leaving messages on their website, and they basically said that they haven't really heard the right question yet in the interviews. In fact, my partner Ron Klemenzik and I, we have fielded over 60 interviews about the World Trade Center, and the question hasn't been right yet. The question has always been, why did the buildings fall down? And in fact, the question should have been, why did they stand up?
Well, let me get to that. I'm sorry, let me get to that, and I know you want to answer that. But what is so amazing to me, and maybe we get at this issue by doing it this way, what is amazing to me is how orderly was the collapse of the building. Now, when you look at the World Trade Center as it existed before we lost it, what strikes you always when you look at it is the incredible power of the vertical lines in that building, the magnificent vertical pieces of steel that went up. And what strikes me is how well they held, because the building really fell when it went and could not withstand the kind of heat that it did. It really fell right within the parameters of those vertical pieces of steel.
Well, that's exactly right. And the interesting point is, and what a lot of these emails were saying, is that basically 99% of the buildings in our country would have fallen immediately if they had been hit by a 767. And this building was able to stand, both towers actually were able to stand for about an hour after a direct hit. And I mean, this was engineering work done long before I was an engineer, and I look at the work that was led by John Skilling and Les Robertson, and they really did a phenomenal job. And there's literally hundreds and thousands of people that are alive today because the structure held. It was able to take the immediate impact. I mean, if you look at the idea that if an airplane had had its wings blown off and it had flown for another hour, allowing half the people to escape, we wouldn't be asking, well, why did the plane crash? We'd be saying, how did it fly for an hour?
But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask, if I could, Mr. Magnuson, because I know you were there for the redesign after the 1993 bombing, and I want to ask specifically about the fire itself, because we understand that it wasn't about the structure, it was about the fire's effect on the structure. Did you conceive of something that might be done, looking back, that could have been done, that could have prevented and insulated a fire from taking the rest of the building down?
Right. All office buildings, all buildings anticipate the possibility of fire. The steel loses its strength. The structural steel in a building loses its strength when it reaches about 1,500 to 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. And so in buildings, there are two primary means of defense against that. One is to put fireproofing insulation on the steel so that in the event of a fire, it keeps it from reaching that temperature for 3 or 4 hours. The second thing that is done is to put in sprinkler systems. Now, unfortunately, when you bring a plane into a building, in the side of the building, I am sure that the fireproofing was scraped off and destroyed, and there was bare steel exposed. And the second thing is that when the plane came in, it's very likely that the sprinklers were damaged. But even if they hadn't been damaged, they deliver water. And for a jet fuel fire, you need to have fire-suppressing foam. If you look at airport incidents and aviation accidents, they spray foam on the fire. They don't spray water on the fire.
And these were fully loaded planes, and as John and Nance told us yesterday, that's about 14,000 gallons of jet fuel. So the amount of heat that generates, I wouldn't imagine it damaged the sprinkler system. I just imagine that it vaporized it.
Right, and even if the sprinkler system had been working, that amount of fuel, it would have been throwing drops of water on a bonfire.
Just one question before we let you go,
Sure.
and I appreciate you being with us, but we're about to talk to Dr. Tim Johnson about the quality of air in New York, and one of the things that I'm curious about is the amount of asbestos that was in that building.
I do not know. We actually don't have any of the plans at our office. I mentioned there was 2 lead engineers on this, John Skilling and Les Robertson, and Les Robertson was in the New York office, and all of the plans and specifications are in the New York office. But I do want to say one more thing, and that is that in many of the questions that I have been asked in interviews are along the lines of, well, what does this mean for buildings in the future, and should we be hardening buildings? Should we be putting in foam systems so that if there's a jet fuel fire inside a building, that we can handle it? Well, the question is, as a society, how do we address this problem? And it's not hardening the buildings. It's not trying to design buildings so that they can take impacts from jets. That's not the problem, because even if we could harden the buildings, the problem becomes the fact that these airplanes are becoming flying weapons, and that's the realization. And even if you harden the buildings, then you just have to start thinking about what the other targets would be, sports facilities, any place that a large group of people are gathered. So if we're going to minimize this risk and solve this problem, it's not about the buildings and not about high-rises, but it's about security measures related to airplanes and keeping these weapons out of the wrong people's hands.
I don't think it's possible. I'm not a structural engineer, John, but I don't think it's possible in the wildest imagination of any structural engineer who, as you point out, is dedicated to making these buildings absolutely as safe and as structurally sound as possible. I don't think there's any material in the world that you could build right now that could withstand the attack or the collision with a 767 loaded with 14,000 gallons of jet fuel.
Right, you're right, but I'm not sure a lot of people understand that. And even if you take a 767 and say, we'll design for that, well, then what about a 747? Yeah. And what about a few years from now when the Airbus Super Jumbo comes out? What about that? So that path of thinking that we can reinforce our buildings is the wrong path. And in terms of the national dialogue that will inevitably take place in the months and years ahead, we need to think about keeping these hazards, these unnatural hazards, from the doorsteps of our buildings and the doorsteps of our other gathering places.
John Magnuson, it's been good to talk to you, and I appreciate you being with us this morning. I thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
All right, you take care. I want to turn to Tim Johnson, because we wanted to talk about the quality of air in New York. We have seen the skyline shot of New York. I want to show it to you again, where you can see that there is still 48 hours, more than 48 hours after that original attack on the World Trade Centers, this incredible plume of smoke that is coming out of, I guess you have to call it a man-made disaster area. And there are still fires burning in there, and I noticed yesterday that the winds predominantly have been from the north and the northwest, blowing the smoke that has been coming out of there to the south and away from the main part of Manhattan Island. But last night, the winds shifted. They were from the south, and you could, I experienced in only the mildest of ways what those rescue workers have been breathing in, really in volume. But it did make you think about what the quality of air is and whether it's dangerous to people in New York, and most importantly to the rescue workers, who we've seen obviously are all wearing the face masks, but still obviously are exposed to a great deal of this. And we asked Tim Johnson to look into this.
Well, let's separate out two issues. First of all, the general air quality in the surrounding area and as the smoke drifts. Last night, the EPA did 4 different air samples a mile away from the epicenter. And in those 4 samples done between 5 and 11 o'clock, they found either undetectable or insignificant levels of lead, of asbestos, and of volatile chemicals. They're saying, therefore, that the air quality is safe. Now, common sense tells you that if you have lung problems, if you're asthmatic, if you have emphysema, even that kind of air with the particular matter that's in there, by definition, what you can see with your eyes could cause you problems. So even though it's technically safe in terms of those levels, obviously we advise people, the very young, the very old, and anyone with lung problems, to avoid that kind of air, if at all possible. To stay inside, to use air conditioning. If you're driving nearby in the smoke, keep the windows of your car closed and use the recirculate, the inside air for your air conditioning. Now, you've raised the very significant question of the safety of the workers on site. The EPA last night also tested 4 debris samples. They found 3 were acceptable in terms of asbestos and 1 was high for asbestos. So that obviously is a potential concern for people who are going to be there for long periods of time, because with asbestos, in order to do real damage, we know that you have to breathe it in for a long period of time in significant amounts. Bottom line is that rescue workers obviously must be wearing masks at all times. I still see pictures of people walking around without masks, and I think that is absolutely foolhardy. I think it's up to the people supervising the rescue workers to make sure they have masks. They should rinse out their eyes periodically because they can be irritated. And certainly anyone with any hint of a breathing problem developing while working on site should seek immediate medical attention.
Well, again, not to compare in any way what the rescue workers are going through, but having been down there reporting, on a personal note, within 5 to 10 minutes, you start having a sore throat. Just from breathing it.
No question about it.
I didn't have a mask on, but just from inhaling for those first few minutes, your throat starts.
There are really 2 kinds of particles. The large particles that develop at the time of the original collapse and with any new kinds of collapses. I mean, bits of cement and other debris that are visible and can really cause immediate problems. And then just from the smoke and dust itself, the small particles, that can immediately cause irritation.
I want to interject something, Tim, and knowing you, I know you'll be particularly pleased about this. Earlier today, when we heard Sean Hughes talk about his desperate attempt to get back from California to look for his wife, Melissa, and we heard the Ross family hope, pray that their sister could come home from Europe in time for the memorial service for their dad, well, we want to tell you that a viewer has called in and offered a private plane, and also the Vice President of Government Affairs for JetBlue Airlines has now confirmed 3 seats for Sean, his brother Shannon, and also someone who's going to fly in and help them from us. So, again, I don't know if it's the best of times or the worst of times, but maybe the noblest of times sometimes, too.
Well, you forget, we do this, you forget people are watching sometimes, and, and that they respond so generously is very nice, and it only makes you wish, because the stories of those 2 people are multiplied by dozens and dozens of families who are trying to get people here to New York, and you wish you could help them all. We're going to talk to somebody else who was very much involved and lost a family member in just a moment, but we want to go to Don Daler, who is down on the scene, just to give us some sense of what it's like right now in downtown New York around the site at the World Trade Center.
Yeah, Charlie, we still have been seeing different work crews, different relief workers coming and going in this staging area. And just listening to you and Diane talking right now, it reminded me of being on the scene earlier this morning, seeing the incredible amount of excavation that has already gone on just in the past 24 hours from when we viewed it before. They have hauled off an enormous amount of debris, but as you can imagine, there are tons and tons more to be sifted through and hauled off while they're searching for survivors, with every intent to find survivors, but also searching for victims. One of the things that is amazing to witness all of this, we were watching one individual with one of the cutting torches out on a beam, literally risking life it's something that you normally think of with construction crews, but this was a deconstruction crew. He's taking this thing apart in order to try and find people. And anyone who comes to New York or lives downtown, as I do, you can't stop from thinking about those magnificent towers. I mean, those were like the flexed biceps of this incredible city here, and the symbols of audacity and accomplishment. And seeing what is left of that now, the still smoldering rubbles back there, is just causes your heart to sink. And yet, every volunteer we meet, every worker, every person who's cheering the workers down here, that maybe is the most audacious accomplishment at this time, the way Americans seem to be gathering together and joining together at this time. One last little story of these volunteers. Just last night, as our cameraman Keith Silverman was leaving this site, he saw a woman walking up 6th Avenue, stopped to give her a ride. Turns out she was a nurse from Washington, D.C. She had come down here, had filled in a full day's service in triage, was exhausted. She had been in the city of New York to accept an award for her volunteer work in D.C.
All
Back
right.
to you.
That's a nice story. Thanks very much, Don Daler. Appreciate it. Want to talk to Blake Allison, who is joining us this morning, excuse me, from Boston. His wife, Anna, was on American Airlines Flight 11. Blake, married 10 years, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And I understand you, if you were flying, she would take you to the airport. When she's flying, you would take her to the airport.
Yeah, that was just one thing we would do for each other. We wanted to be together, and you know, knowing that the other person was usually traveling off to something that was important, you know, just reinforce our care and love for each other by being a part of that as long as possible.
And she called you from the plane before there was an indication of trouble. What did she say?
Well, she called me because I was supposed to have a big trade-related event for my business on Tuesday, and she knew I was anxious about the outcome, and as she always does, she reached out to me to reassure me that everything would go fine and that my fears were groundless, and that she loved me very much, and as she always said, put me in your pocket, you know that I'm with you. And I told her how much I valued her support and that I loved her too. And then the flight attendant told her she had to hang up, but at that point there was no any indication of anything out of the ordinary.
When did you find out?
Well, it evolved at work, really. I was sitting at my desk when a fellow employee came in and said, is the show we're doing today near the World Trade Center? And of course I thought of Boston's World Trade Center, which is an exhibition hall on the waterfront. And I said, well, yes, it is. Why do you ask? And he said, well, a plane has just crashed into it and it's on fire and they may evacuate the area. And I was instantly concerned because it fit the window of her travel. And I turned on the radio to get the all-news station and discovered that I turned in just minutes before the second plane hit the second tower. And of course I realized at that point that we were talking about New York City, so I felt a sense of relief knowing that she wasn't involved. But as I sat at my desk, I listened to conversations going by in the hall, and I heard somebody say something about hijacking, and I began to feel uneasy. And I went downstairs for some reason and came around the corner just in time to hear another colleague say that they were now saying that the flight was hijacked from Boston heading to Los Angeles, a jumbo jet. And I knew instantly that that was the worst for me, that was her plane.
I know you want everyone to remember her, and most of all to know that she had the most wonderful laugh in the world.
Yeah, it was infectious. If she got going, it just consumed her body and her being. She would sit there and shake all over, convulsed with laughter, and you couldn't help but hear that and just feel a lift of spirit being around somebody who so clearly was at one with the joy of that moment.
Well, it has lifted your spirits in the past, and I hope it sustains your spirits. Blake Allison, thank you for being with us. and telling us about Anna.
You're very welcome.
You take care.
Thanks.
All right, all the best to you. You know, the 3 hijacked planes that hit the World Trade Center, hit the Pentagon, all so tragically successful from the terrorist point of view. The 4th plane, the plane that went down in western Pennsylvania, United Flight 93. There's always been in everybody's mind what was going on in that plane, and there are now some indications that perhaps what happened was that the passengers overcame the hijackers and somehow got that plane to crash before it got to whatever its intended target may have been. And much of this information comes from Dina Burnett, whose husband Tom was on the plane and called her and really outlined what some of the passengers intended to do. And we had a chance to talk to Dina Burnett yesterday and just listen to her story.
My husband called 4 times, and the first phone call, he told me that he was on the airplane. They were in the air. There were hijackers on board, and they had knifed a guy, and they were saying that they had a bomb, and to please call the authorities. And then he hung up. I told him about the World Trade Center, and he asked me information pertaining to that, asked if there were commercial airlines, and I said I didn't know. He said, well, they're talking about flying this airplane into the ground, and he hung up. He told me they were getting ready to do something, and I pleaded with him to please sit down and not draw attention to himself. And he said, no, if they're going to run this into the ground, we're going to have to do something. We're going to do something. And he hung up, and he never called back. You could tell that he was ready to go. He was ready to do something, that he was not giving up. And it truly was not characteristic of Tom to do anything less than to try to solve the problem. I draw comfort from the fact that I know he didn't go down by giving up. He certainly went down fighting. They understand that their dad is dead and that he's not coming home. They asked if he was in heaven, and I said yes. And that they asked if he could talk to them on his cell phone.
Boy, is that poignant.
Think of the lives they
from
may
the
have
kids.
saved. Think of...
We're never going to know what actually happened, I suppose, on that flight, United Flight 93, that went down in Pennsylvania. But I suspect you just have to believe that the passengers took some sort of action. And there are indications also that they knew what was going on. That plane went down after the World Trade Centers had been hit. And there's indications that that information was conveyed to them, what was going on. So if they weren't told specifically by the hijackers, they must have sensed that this plane was being hijacked for a reason. And you've just got to believe the way people react. If they knew that they were likely to die anyway, that they were going to make sure that nobody else died along with them. Anyway, we're reaching the end of our time on the air while Tim Johnson's cell phone goes off, sitting next to us. But we're going to go off at 10 o'clock. Peter Jennings, as he has done such a magnificent job over the last couple of days, will rejoin you and keep you up to date as we go through the day. But we want to sum up exactly where we are this morning. And the number one thing, I think, to talk about, the recovery efforts that are going on at the World Trade Center. They have not found anyone else alive in the last few hours. And the mayor saying that they now have a registry, because we may not find all the bodies, but they have a registry of missing persons that now is 3,700 names on that registry. And that probably isn't all, but 3,700 so far, and that number obviously is staggering. The number of firemen lost now numbers around 300 New York firemen, and the number of New York police and Transit Authority police lost 60. So they have about 360 missing from those divisions, and you have to presume that perhaps they are gone. And the number of injured now, well over 2,000, probably about 2,300. That obviously all the most important. The recovery efforts at the World Trade Center site go on unabated, literally with thousands of workers in there. Buildings around still unstable, but no more buildings have collapsed. Down at the Pentagon, instability in the building prevents them from getting at bodies. They now believe they've identified 70 bodies. There are more than that. but the Pentagon was talking about the fact that hopefully the number of fatalities there, because they'd been talking about 800 at the beginning, now may be under 200 or around that number.
And I'm just going to interject here because we know these things happen, and I guess in the middle of all this and in the middle of all this valor and nobility, we're still sort of shocked sometimes by seeing another side of life. Did you know that some people had offered on eBay portions of the World Trade Center rubble? eBay has now announced, this is the massive internet auction site, they will ban the sale of any items related to the World Trade Center.
And the other headlines of the morning, the investigation goes on unabated, and there are people being detained in many areas. Brian Ross reporting earlier on, 5 people in this country for more than a year had gotten pilot training down in Florida, some of them pilot training in commercial-sized airlines, and 2 of those people identified who had been in Venice, Florida for more than a year were at the controls, presumably, but were in American Airlines Flight 11 and the other flight, United Flight 175, that crashed into the World Trade Center towers. And they have also detained one of those people who got flight training down there. There have also been raids that have gone on overnight in Europe. There has been a sort of a massive operation in Staten Island, which was shut down for a time this morning as police moved through, identified 3 cars that were suspicious. They thought they may have gotten people because there is a total network, the Justice Department is saying, of about 50 people. They've identified all the people that were on the planes, other people who have supported them. That's who they're after right now.
Final sentence from George Stephanopoulos.
Well, just there's going to be lots of work in Washington today. President working on 3 fronts: to establish an international coalition to respond, to get the Congress behind it, and then finally to speak to the country and get the country behind it.
And Dick Gephardt on our air here, the minority leader of the House, saying the president will have anything he needs and everything he needs to retaliate, and there's already talk of retaliation. A prayer service at the Capitol last night, a Capitol policeman named David Nelson sang Amazing Grace, and we will let that take us off the air. God bless.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, we have already come, and the grace that brought us safe thus far, and grace will lead us home.
This is ABC News continuing coverage. From New York, Peter Jennings.
Hello again, everybody. This is Peter Jennings, and it is the morning of the third day. And you may be up, and you may be waking up, depending on the time zone in your part of the country. You may have been up all night, as a great many people have in the country, either engaged in what's happening at a distance or deeply engaged in trying to do something up close. And the U.S. government has been awake all night, unquestionably trying to understand all this, trying to plan some kind of a response, trying to get the country back on track in a full and complete way. And our intention for the next several hours is to obviously continue to cover the events which pertain immediately to the crisis in New York and the Pentagon and the investigation and what the administration is trying to do, but also try to enable many of you, all of you across the country to participate in the anger and anxiety to a greater extent maybe than you've had a chance to do in the last several days as we've been immediately focused. There haven't been huge changes overnight, as I think you've heard if you've been listening to Good Morning America, listening to the radio, looking at your newspapers this morning. There's a huge amount of, large amount of wise, angry, emotional content in the newspapers all across the country today, and we'll get to that in time, again, in many cases, because it will enable us all in the country to participate continually in something that has so deeply affected us. And we'll also, I think, be struck in the course of the day, again, how much the rest of the world has been affected, both the allies and friends of the United States, who are, in many cases, just profoundly shocked by what has happened here, and, of course, the enemies of the United States, because in understanding the enemies of the United States in the next several days is going to be so important and so key to the response to this which the United States proposes. But there in lower Manhattan is somewhere, someone wisely said this morning, the odor of terrorism is still in the air, and we have a utterly clear, constant reminder that the decade-long holiday from history in the 21st century for the United States is over. The Mayor Giuliani, and of New York, who we have no assurance that he slept at all, to the best of my knowledge. He may have had a little time down, but there's no example he had. Here is he again.
Operate every single day. Yesterday, we registered over 2,000 families, and therefore, if you are looking for someone that you believe is missing as a result of the attack on the World Trade Center, that's the place to come to register, to bring identifying data, and we'll do everything we can to help you. The city is still closed, 14th Street South. Our objective today is to try to get it open, a good deal of it open, for midnight tonight, literally, really for tomorrow morning, and we will be working to open it down to Canal Street, and then to open also other selected areas so we can create corridors into the Wall Street area. We'll continue to keep West Street closed all the way down. We'll continue to keep probably a street parallel to West Street closed, and possibly the FDR Drive. We're not sure yet. But tomorrow the city will be open, certainly down to Canal Street, and then selected portions further down. And obviously, a lot of the work today will be designed to try to get that done by midnight tonight. There are a number of other things, but I'm sure it'll come up in the questions. Again, I want to thank very much the governor and the state and the federal government. We finished our meeting this morning, and were able to coordinate many, many things that would be impossible without the close cooperation of the state and the state agencies. And thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. We continue to see a tremendous outpouring of support from people across the state and literally around the country to help with the relief efforts and to help the families. We've had 16,000 calls on our hotline for people offering to volunteer their services to help with the relief effort. We're working with the city and the mayor, and we hope to have the Javits Center available later today as a place where volunteers can go register and get pre-cleared. If people want to help out, whether they're medical professionals or construction workers or just simply people who want to volunteer, we'll be able to sign them up, put down the nature of their offer of assistance, and be able to call on them as this process goes forward, as it will, not just for days, but for weeks and weeks. We also are setting up an emergency center to help with the economic recovery of the city in conjunction with the city and in conjunction with federal agencies, and that will be at the state's Empire State Economic Development offices at 633 3rd Avenue on the 32nd floor. And we will have representatives from all state agencies, the city's economic development team, the SBA, and others there to help businesses try to get their operations in recovery. Finally, on a more prosaic note, we have agreed on the new dates for the primary and the runoff. The primary will be rescheduled for September 25th, and if there's a runoff in New York City, it would be held on October 11th. Again, I just want to thank the mayor and his team for their tremendous leadership in helping the people of New York get through this crisis, and assure everyone that this effort, this joint effort led by the city with the help of the state and the federal government, will continue, so that everything we can do for the people, for the victims, for their families, and for the future of our great city and state will be done. Thank you.
The governor of New York and the mayor of New York, who we've now become much more familiar with as a nation as a result of this crisis. And the mayor has released the latest figures of those missing in the World Trade Center, and it is 4,763 people actually missing. ABC's Cynthia McFadden reported a short while ago that 2,300 people have been seen at New York City hospitals. This does not include those who were moved across the Hudson River to New Jersey. The mayor also does point out that, and gives us some picture of how difficult the rescue operation is when he says that 94 bodies have been recovered. But the latest missing figure, which is the anticipation of disaster figure, is actually 4,763. We also have the latest assessment on casualties from the Pentagon, and we go to ABC's John McWethy. John. Just a sec, please, John. We can't hear you. Jack, John, just hang on one sec till we get you plugged in. We cannot hear McWethy. But the Pentagon, which has been extremely careful about releasing its casualty figures, has now, I think, been forthcoming with some. John? Okay, we have lost a Washington. I think that I can tell you at the moment that that they continue to estimate about 190, 200 members of the Pentagon establishment, or people who were in the Pentagon at the time, are actually missing. About 70 bodies have been recovered at the Pentagon, and that's the latest picture on that. We keep going downtown, obviously, to Ground Zero. Let's check in quickly with ABC's Don Daler.
Peter, I'm here at a staging center very close to 7 World Trade Center, the still smoking, still burning Hulk that you see behind me about 2.5 blocks away. This staging center is where the relief crews are arriving to be given their assignments and to head into the area. It's also where they've been coming out after doing their time in the disaster region, getting coffee, getting refreshments, that kind of thing. Just about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, a group of New York policemen came out after serving a 15-hour tour of duty in what can only be described as a war zone. There were 37 of these men. They were obviously exhausted, and they were looking around asking people what could they do next, where could they go next to help.
Thanks very much, Don Daler, who will continue, who's been, like all of the reporters and all the relief workers, just been there constantly in interviews saying time and time again, well, we're going to come out of this. The country is going to be strong. George Will, the columnist this morning, who like a lot of really wise and intelligent people in the country, has thought hard about how the United States should respond, points out that an old Chinese theorist said, kill 1 and frighten 10,000, but in the modern era of technology compounded by the access to disaster that we in the media provide. You kill one and you may be intending to frighten 10 million. But as frightened as people are, and with very good reason in some places, certainly in lower parts of New York City, no wonder people were terrified. But everywhere we go in the country, almost every report we do get this feeling, for this evocation from people saying, you know, we're going to get through this. And we're going to go to Washington several times today to see the government trying to get the business. You hear the mayor trying to get the city back together again. And no question that the whole intent of terrorism is to terrorize, to kill a few and terrorize many more. But the spirit in the country, we've been trying to appreciate over the last couple of days, aside from being angry, aside from being very much in the mood for revenge, and that's one of the things we'll talk about at some length today, in many ways being traumatized by the whole notion of this happening here. There is this constant repetition by people that we are going to get through this and the country is going to be okay. Now, can I go to Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill? Linda, on Capitol Hill today, the Congress has been very determined to get on the record a public resolution of its intent, its support for the president, its commitment to providing more money. Where are we on that now?
Well, in terms of the commitment to provide more money, there does now appear to be pretty much agreement on the first request that's going to come from the White House, which is for $20 billion in immediate emergency aid for this fiscal year, which ends at the end of September. So this is just for the next few weeks. And this is money that would be used to help New York. It would help protect against other terrorist acts. It would help fight against those people who perpetrated this act in the first place. This is what some are calling simply a down payment on the vast amounts of money that everyone from both parties agree are going to be necessary. The other development up here, Peter, is that, as Terry Moran reported last night, President Bush was meeting at the White House with leaders, it turns out Republican leaders, trying to craft some language that would give him War Powers Act, the authority to wage some kind of war, however it is defined, under these circumstances. That draft language has now arrived over here on Capitol Hill, and Democrats are saying it simply goes much too far. Many Republicans are agreeing, comparing it to what President Johnson secured during the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which gave him unlimited powers, essentially carte blanche, to fight any way, anywhere, with any amount of money, anytime he wanted. So this language is now being reworked by Republicans and Democrats because one Democratic senator told me, we do not want any public disagreements with the president. This is not a big dispute. We disagree with the way he's approached this. We'll work it out, and it'll get done, he said, today.
Okay, thanks very much, Linda. One of the things we'll talk about at length today with our own correspondents and with a lot of people all over the country, citizens and also politicians and analysts as well, is this whole question of a War Powers Act and what does it mean to commit to fighting a war, and most importantly, I think many people feel frustrated by this at the moment, against whom does one conduct a war at the moment? We use the phrase in very general terms. There's no doubt, I think, in anybody's mind that this was an act of war against the United States a couple of days ago, but what does it mean in the short term for the United States in terms of leaning forward, and very importantly, what does it mean in the long run? I want to go to Dallas, to Texas now, to ABC's Mike Von Fram. Mike.
Peter, we're at a place in the suburbs of Dallas. It's called South Lake, Texas. It's a town square. It's normally an area that's bustling with people. There's shops, there's workers above, but right now people are, for the most part, at home watching TVs. They've been glued to it, and it's a problem here, Peter, because merchants are reporting there's no buyers. There's a travel agency here where there's no people that are coming in. What we have, though, is one group here, Peter, you're looking at people who have recently lost their jobs in the technology sector. They're out, they're kind of desperate to keep bread on the table and find jobs, but they have been monitoring this. If you want to get kind of a snapshot of whether, you know, just what the economy is going to be like, where the people, we're going to speak.
I just sure would like to know what people in Texas are thinking.
Good. Sir, you just recently lost your job with Compaq Computer. Your name?
Bob Sloan.
And what is your feeling about this? You know that the economy has already been slumping. This is really a terrible hit. What do you think now? Is this country going to get through this? What are your feelings?
We're definitely going to get through this. We're going to have a period of
job on behalf of the citizens of New York City, New York State, and in the tri-state area. So I want to thank you very much for your leadership and dedication.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secondly, I've been in touch with you all, and you've extended me a kind invitation to come to New York City. I accept. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon after the prayer service at the National Cathedral. I look forward to joining with both of you in thanking the police and fire, the construction trade workers, the restaurant owners, the volunteers, all of whom have really made a huge display for the world to see of the compassion of America and the bravery of America and the strength of America. Every world leader I've talked to in recent days has been impressed by what they have seen about our nation and the fabric of our nation. And I want to thank everybody when I come. So thank you for your hospitality.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to New York. I'm sure that's going to be a great inspiration to all of us, and particularly those thousands of men and women still downtown trying to help us with the rescue efforts. I also want to thank you for all the help we've gotten from the federal government. It's been tremendous, and for your words. You are right. Our nation is united as never before, and we will triumph over this evil with your leadership and your inspiration. And I also have to congratulate the mayor for the tremendous effort he has made. Mr. President, you would be proud of the leadership and the cooperation we've seen here. The city has taken the lead. Your people have been enormously supportive, and we're very grateful.
Well, thanks, George and Rudy. Thank you all. I know you've put in a request, and I've directed the Attorney General to expedite any payments of benefits for those fallen public safety officers to their families, any benefits to their families. And the Attorney General, as I understand, will be making a formal announcement of your request today. I've told Albaugh anything it takes to help New York. I have been in touch with the Congress. They are expediting a supplemental. We've got great cooperation with members of the Congress in both political parties. So just keep in touch. I know you will. This isn't the first time we've talked, and I really appreciate the fact that you all are in charge. And I know the citizens of New York and the tri-state area, people of New Jersey and Connecticut, are appreciative as well.
President, the uniformed officers, the police, the fire, the emergency service officers, their families will really appreciate this. We're going to sustain a tremendous loss of our bravest and our best people. And the relief that you're now making available to the families is going to mean a lot to them. They're going to be able to think about the fact that their children are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be able to go to college, that they're going to be able to carry on. So I can't express to you how appreciative we are of your acting so swiftly. And also, on that terrible day when our city was being attacked, you were in immediate communication with us, Mr. President, and helped to secure the city. And the work you've done for us, we all eternally appreciate. You've been a terrific leader, and we're taking direction from you, and we're following your example. You've done a terrific job, Mr. President.
Well, thanks, Rudy, and thanks, George. Let me make it clear to you all, as my close friends, that my mindset is this. One, I'm weep and mourn with America. I'm going to a hospital right after this to comfort families. I wish I could comfort every single family whose lives have been affected. But make no mistake about it, my resolve is steady and strong about winning this war that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. And I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure this act, these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions. Make no mistake. And as we do so, I urge, I know I don't need to tell you all this, but our nation must be mindful that there are thousands of Arab Americans who live in New York City who love their flag just as much as the three of us do. And we must be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve. I know that is your attitudes as well, certainly the attitude of this government, that we should not hold one who is a Muslim responsible for an act of terror. We will hold those who are responsible for the terrorist acts accountable and those who harbor them. You'll see, and I look forward to visiting with you in person tomorrow about the resolve of this government. And so I thank you very much for your leadership on the ground. I wish I was visiting under better circumstances, but it will be a chance for all three of us to thank and hug and cry with the citizens of your good area.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We really appreciate this very much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
President, we're looking forward to your visit. It will inspire us all, and we will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Thank you all very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
God bless.
Mr. President.
Bye.
Mr. President, is it safe to fly? Specifically, would you want a close member of your family to get on a commercial air flight today?
We have taken every precaution to make sure that it is safe to fly in America. There are beefed up security at our airports. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would, if a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
Mr. President, how close are you, sir, to finding out, to nailing down who is responsible for these acts? And what kind of international coalition are you trying to build? Is it similar to the one your father built for the Persian Gulf War?
I am, first let me condition the press this way. Any sources and methods of intelligence will remain guarded in secret. My administration will not talk about how we gather intelligence, if we gather intelligence, and what the intelligence says. That's for the protection of the American people. It is important as we battle this enemy, we conduct ourselves that way. Secondly, I've been on the phone this morning, just like I was yesterday, and we'll be on this afternoon on the phone with leaders from around the world who express their solidarity with this nation's intention to rout out and to whip terrorism. They understand, fully understand, that that an act of war was declared on the United States of America. They understand as well that that act could have easily been declared on them. These people can't stand freedom. They hate our values. They hate what America stands for. Many of the leaders understand it could have easily have happened to them. Secondly, they understand that unlike previous war, this enemy likes to hide. They heard my call loud and clear to those who feel like they can provide safe harbor for the terrorists, that we will hold them responsible as well. And they join me in understanding not only the concept of the enemy, that the enemy is a different type of enemy. They join me also in solidarity about holding those who fund them, who harbor them, who encourage them responsible for their activities. I'm pleased with the outpouring of support. Jiang Zemin, Vladimir Putin, had a great visit this morning with His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. I will continue to stay on the phone. And there is universal support for the American people, sadness in their voice, but understanding that we have just seen the first war of the 21st century. And there's universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes. Yeah, Stretch.
Mr. President, if this is a different kind of war, it might require perhaps a different kind of coalition. Many people believe that for a real war on terrorism to work, you'll need cooperation from governments that haven't necessarily done so in the past.
specifically Pakistan and Afghanistan. Have you made any progress on that front?
I would refer you to the statements that the Pakistani leader gave about his, I don't have the exact words in front of me, but his willingness to work with the United States, and I appreciated that statement. And now we'll just find out what that means, won't we? We will give the Pakistani government a chance to cooperate and to participate as we hunt down those people who committed this unbelievable, despicable act on America.
Mr. President, how confident are you that Osama bin Laden is behind these attacks? Do you know what his whereabouts are? And secondly, what kind of support are you looking for from Congress in terms of your willingness to act?
We will not discuss intelligence matters, how we gather intelligence, and what we know. Secondly, I am about anybody. When our government acts, you'll be informed. Secondly, we had a great meeting yesterday here in the Cabinet room with leadership of the House and the Senate. I was touched by their response, their encouragement, and their willingness to work together. And I would be very pleased to see a strong resolution come out of Congress supporting the administration and what we intend to do, and we're working closely with Congress. Secondly, progress is being made on a supplemental. I thought that was very swift action, and I'm most appreciative again of Senator Daschle and Representative Gephardt, as well as my Republican colleagues, for really showing solidarity again and uniting the nation. Now's the time for the country to be united. And, you know, through the tears of sadness, I see an opportunity. You know, make no mistake about it, this nation is sad. But we're also tough and resolute. And now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable. The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory. To victory.
Mr. President, what is your understanding of the threat to Air Force One, and do you believe that the terrorists attempted to assassinate you, sir?
I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered.
Do you believe they tried to assassinate you?
I believe I took the, I know I took the appropriate actions as the Commander-in-Chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis. You didn't hear the end of the phone call with the mayor and George Pataki, both of whom thanked me for the fact that we were immediately on the phone with them from Air Force One, and our government responded quickly.
How did you feel knowing you're under personal threat?
Could you give us a sense as to what kind of prayers you are thinking and where your heart is for yourself as you work on that?
I think about myself right now. I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
The president talking first to the governor of New York and the mayor, George Pataki and Rudolph Giuliani, and then going on at quite some surprising and detailed length about his view of the world at this particular moment, what he believes is the relationship he is establishing with other equally disposed to fight terrorism leaders in the world. And when asked at the end there, what are the prayers for himself, saying very quickly the prayers are not for him but for other people. I'm a loving guy, he said, but I've got to do my job. And he leaned into the camera there, at least leaned into the camera that we had there. And I think you saw clearly precisely what we saw. Terry, what strikes me about this is that we have, as reporters, seen many instances in the past where politicians set up photo opportunities of themselves talking to other people because it's, it's a good thing to do. That's one of the most relaxed ones I've ever seen. President talking to two men who are friends of his about a subject in which they are all so intimately involved.
Well, that's a great observation, Peter, and obviously a time like this, the nation learns about the man who's president. Ultimately, they will judge him by his course of conduct in the affairs of state, but what they learned today was in part that. This is a man, as people noticed during the campaign, whatever his level of experience or his policies, this is a man who's very comfortable in his own skin. He was talking to two fellow Republicans and longtime associates, but he was deeply relaxed. He's also an emotional man. This is a man who I remember when I first started covering him, and he was introducing his cabinet in that series of press conferences. At each point that one of the members of his cabinet had a particularly affecting story to tell about an immigrant background or thanking a spouse or a parent who had helped, the president always blinked back tears. That is what is the nation learning about him? They're learning that in this moment he's an emotional man and yet also obviously very determined. I thought that was a very big moment.
I do too, and I got an immediate answer to the question I asked you, which was, when is he coming to New York? And the answer is tomorrow afternoon at the National Prayer Service in Washington. And my guess is, though, that we're accustomed to seeing the president travel with so much security that it absolutely stuns people. Presidents come to New York City and they tie this city up to the absolute irritation of New Yorkers, no matter which particular party it is. Well, this city's already tied up, and my sense is that the president of the city and the state will organize this. He will not have to come with this huge entourage in order to see what he wants to see and say what he wants to say.
Well, that's hard to say. He does not, he makes the final decision on that, but he takes very strong guidance from his security people. And we were told again today in our briefing that the president, while he considers these attacks to have been executed and concluded, does not believe that the risk to him and to Americans has been completely eliminated, part of a function of the world we live in, but also part of a function of these days in particular.
Two other things stand out to me, and I wonder if they stand out to you, and that's the president saying very clearly, as Mayor Giuliani's been very insistent for the last couple of days, that Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, love the flag like everybody else does, and that we do not hold Muslims or Arabs in America responsible for terror. This is surely, I think, a response to the pressure on many Arab and Muslim communities in the country and the sensitivity they currently feel.
No question about it, Peter. That message was communicated to us all day yesterday by administration officials this morning at the briefing. This is something on the president's mind, and perhaps because of the precedent. People have called what happened the other day the new Pearl Harbor. Subsequent to Pearl Harbor, obviously, this country interned in concentration camps its Japanese-American population, and one of the things I think the president and the administration want to get out in front of is any kind of prejudice that might lead to drastic actions privately or publicly. And it was the kind of thing that people expect from presidential leadership at this moment, moral leadership as well as taking the tough decisions.
And the other thing that jumps out at me, but it was indeed prompted by a question, and that is Pakistan. The president said we're going to give the Pakistani leader or Pakistan a chance to cooperate in this campaign against terrorism. I don't think we can tell the audience too many times that this is a deeply troubled country, a very divided country in terms of the United States, an uncertain country ruled by a military dictator who overthrew the civilian government, as bad as the civilian government was in many people's minds. And for the United States to make a deep impression on Pakistan, and it's going to be very difficult.
Absolutely, Peter, and we have been told by senior administration officials over the past couple days, watch Pakistan. We are sending them a message, watch their actions. What the president was referring to is that General Musharraf, who was the led the coup that took over Pakistan, did come out and say, condemn the act. He said that he pledged support to United States efforts, but the Pakistani government is one of the only governments in the world to recognize the Taliban. General Musharraf did not mention the Taliban or Osama bin Laden in his remarks, and there have been persistent reports from the American intelligence community that the Taliban got their arms in the first place with which they took over Afghanistan from Pakistan, although that has never been confirmed or acknowledged by the Pakistani government. And so Pakistan right now, as the president said, is being judged by the United States at a very critical juncture.
Okay, thanks very much, Tamaran. We'll come back to you throughout the day, but the news there is, of course, and there's, of course, by the way, one other thing which you all, I'm sure, noticed at home. The president picking up perhaps on a lot of advice, perhaps following his own instinct, but certainly very much of a mindset with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, says he will not discuss intelligence matters whatsoever. We saw that yesterday when Mr. Rumsfeld came down suddenly to the briefing room at the Pentagon and made quite a speech about members of the government who talk about security matters, even raised the issue of the fact that they could face criminal investigation. It doesn't stop it, mind you, in government, but and a lot of it is regarded within government as legitimate to talk about. But the president picking up that note today saying he will not discuss intelligence matters. But he's going to come to New York tomorrow afternoon to, as he said, cry somewhat with two men he's been talking to, the governor and the mayor, to cry with people and to support people and to share with people and tell people through these tears of sadness, as he put it today, that he sees an opportunity for America to do a generation of terror, a generation of favor, and carry the war against terrorism to the terrorists in a more vigorous way. Just one other note before we go on about the Taliban, because you're going to hear a lot about them today. The Taliban very quickly after this incident occurred said publicly through those organs of journalism primarily in Pakistan to which they have access that they were in no way responsible. And they also said, which was quite fascinating, that Osama bin Laden was also not responsible. And one of the spokesmen for the Taliban said the ban which we the Taliban, had imposed on Osama bin Laden is in place. He doesn't have access to a fax or to a phone or any other means of communication, which says, among other things, the Taliban is clearly completely aware at this moment of Osama bin Laden. So when we talk a lot about the fact that Afghanistan has given Osama bin Laden a measure of sanctuary, we certainly get some confirmation of that in their own statements yesterday. And while the finger points at Osama bin Laden, if the United States is ever able to point the finger accurately and directly at him as responsible or complicit in these activities of the last couple of days in New York City, then it will be patently obvious that the Taliban, well, I should suggest it may well be patently obvious that the Taliban knew something about it, as they seem to know so much about him yesterday. I realize that's pretty speculative. At any rate, I want to talk to a couple of people about defending the nation at the moment. We have a couple of people with us. One is Mary Schiavo, I think I pronounced that correctly, who's the former Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Transportation, who has joined us in the past. Nice to see you again, and you're in Columbus, Ohio. And the other is Stephen Flynn, who is a senior fellow in charge of national security studies at the Council on Foreign Relations here in New York. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning.
The first question to you, Ms. Schiavo. You've been listening to the Secretary of Transportation today, and you see that he wants to put in place even more stringent security regulations for the nation's airline. How good a job can government really do defending people who travel on aircraft?
Well, actually, they can do a good job, but they haven't had the will to do it, and they haven't been required to do it, even in the wake of Pan Am 103. And most of the measures are literally old measures that haven't been put in place. So yes, we can. There are a number of steps you could take right now, which would be able to give us a stronger answer than we heard from the president. It was interesting that he paused, and then he answered the question about whether it's safe to fly by saying, if one of my family members asked me if it was safe to fly, I would say yes. There are what we can do to make it completely safe. Those measures are not being taken yet.
And what are those measures, as far as you're concerned, that have not been announced today by the Transportation Secretary?
Well, first of all, we have to fully do what's already on the books. One of the things that I would have wanted to hear from the Secretary of Transportation is that every single person in the airports in the United States of America with commercial traffic have been rescreened to make sure they have had the obligatory background checks, and that every person in the sterile areas has had those background checks. That has been a big sore spot in the past. We know that many people have not had the required checks. That would be the first thing I wanted to hear from him. Second of all, if we want to take the security measures possible to completely physically secure the airport, it is possible, but that is going to mean, and other nations have done it, that is going to mean inspecting all of the baggage, all of the parcels, keeping, for example, mail and other non-passenger items off of planes, and fully inspecting every parcel and every passenger. That will take time. It will take personnel. We could use additional law enforcement and military personnel to do it. Those would be the two ways we could absolutely secure every airport and every plane, but it will take time and money.
Well, you say you know of another nation has done it. It seems like a monumental task, harder to do in a democracy than anywhere else.
Well, that's right, but I can remember in the early 70s I had to go to Paris in the wake of the Orly airport bombings. Not only was every flight into Paris scrubbed like this, but every passenger was actually even strip searched and patted down. I had to go into Korea during the tensions in Korea. Same thing there, every one of us, every item inspected. It took a ton of personnel and a ton of time, but they were securing.
You make your own point. They did it at a time of crisis. They don't do that in France at the moment. They don't do that in Korea at the moment. They do maybe a bit more in Korea, but not much.
That's right, but we're in a time of crisis, and to talk about taking steak knives off of airplanes when we need to assure the American public that we have scrubbed the system, this is the time to do it. Scrub that system now and then start over with all the measures in place. I want to hear a scrubbing is occurring.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Flynn here from the Council on Foreign Relations. Mr. Flynn, first of all, I'm sure you'd like to comment on what you've heard, and secondly, would you just, well, comment first of all on what you've heard.
Well, I guess let me respond to a couple of things. As I listen to the president, the thing that I'm most struck about is, of course, this recognition that this is a new kind of war. And then that the very first question that we got from the press was, would you feel, Mr. President, safe in advising your family members to get on an airplane? What we have really, of course, is this reality that war now is coming home. You know, we built our whole national security apparatus after the Second World War for an away game, to basically be able to detect and intercept and deal with threats far away from our shores, so we could do a pursuit of happiness essentially here at home, to go about our business with great freedoms in facilitated movements and so forth. What we're struggling with right now is the fact that, of course, that the bad guys aren't playing by that rule. They want to bring the war home, which they certainly have done on Tuesday, and that, in addition, what makes this so audacious is the fact that they essentially blended into the civilian landscape. That's part and parcel of our day-to-day life. Renting cars, buying tickets in a domestic flight, getting on a plane, and turning that into a weapon of incredible terror.
Mr. Flynn, forgive me for interrupting you. I think to some extent you're saying what most of us already feel and understand. I wonder if I could get from you some specific notion, and perhaps in response to Mary Schiavo, what you think can be done to make the country safer at the moment, and in the first instance, air travel.
Sure. What specifically we need to be able to do is what we really have to be struggling with is how do we identify legitimate travelers and cargo as legitimate? Because this is, again, that the terrorists were able to essentially look legitimate. They were able to blend into this real escape well. Now, there are, in fact, new ways to do that beyond just simply open every single bag, stop every single car, stop every single passenger,
for example,
and strip them down. Well, there are things that are being now done in Heathrow Airport as an experiment of using iris scan as a way to check into the airport. iris is something that cannot be tampered with.
You want to explain what iris scan is?
Okay, the retina of our eye.
Right.
The iris basically has a fingerprint that only one person has. I mean, you just can't duplicate it, you can't forge it, you can't do anything. So in order to check on the plane, the notion here is you're pre-cleared, you're checked, you verify who your business are, what you do. You step up to a, not very close even, several feet away can be, it shoots a picture of your eye and says, yeah, you're who you say you are.
Let me just
proceed without a passport, get on the plane.
Let me stop you there for a second, because I'm always curious about this question. If people can fake identification on a variety of levels, why can't they fake iris scans as well? Why can't someone get their eye scanned into the system as illegitimately as they can get fake IDs?
Really, because we're now dealing with the biology of our cells, which is distinct, and the retina and the iris is able to, it can't be forged. I mean, that's what's special about it, and everybody has one. And so it's a special technology. What's clear, Peter, though, is that we're not going to put in place fail-safe systems ultimately here. This is a part of a layered approach. I mean, we've talked a lot, and clearly the country is focused very heavily on who are these bad guys and how, to some extent, we have retribution. There is obviously an intelligence breakdown that obviously put this thing through. But we also need another layer, and the layer is how do we detect and intercept when these folks get through, regardless of our attempts on the ground, into our transportation system, across our borders, and so forth. How do we enhance the odds that we are, in fact, going to detect them
and intercept
them?
Let me ask you both, you first, Mr. Flynn, and then Ms. Schiavo, because you're supposed to be, you are specialists in this. Are there any specific measures that you know of that could have been realistically in place in this country which could have prevented what happened on Tuesday? Mr. Flynn?
None that we can have real confidence with, I'm sorry to say.
Ms. Schiavo?
Yes, there are. First of all, that these were known associates. On an international flight, there should have been at least some checking to see if they were on the list and to pre-screen the passengers.
How do we know they were known associates?
Well, apparently from the news reports yesterday, at least one of these individuals was known, one of the pilots was known as an associate. That was one of the news reports yesterday.
And an associate of whom?
Reportedly Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, but how would anybody at an airport know that?
Well, that's the point. We had screening processes. There are lists to check if activities are flagged on an international flight. We do have additional screening processes and questioning. Those aren't in place on domestic flights. And additionally, had we had other measures, for example, we know they had passes to scout out the airport from the inside, ramp passes.
Right.
That is a tremendous flaw in security, and that needs to be coupled. What we now have is real-time passes. That needs to be coupled. And there are additional scannings besides retinal scans, which, as you mentioned, they can be faked because what happens is you would fit into society. If someone had a retinal scan as a frequent flyer on American Airlines, they probably could have been on that plane. So that is not fail-safe either. And finally, one thing the NTSB has called for literally since the Egypt air tragedy is onboard video in the cockpit that would have given air traffic control more of an idea what was going on much, much sooner. And that was called for after the tragedy of Egypt Air, the suicide pilot bringing it down.
Let me stop you there for a second on that one, because there's been tremendous resistance from many of the pilots about putting onboard video, about putting cameras in the cockpits. Tell me in any way, shape, or form how a camera in the cockpit yesterday could have prevented any of that.
Well, it would have given a clue as to what's going on. The air traffic controller said we knew something was going on, but we didn't know what. We had indication of a hijacking, and we got reports from cell phones, which was very, very fortunate to tell us what was going on. I think the mere fact that a camera in the cockpit, which could not be shut off, like the transponder, would have certainly, one, added a level of surveillance, would have at least let people know what was going on, and after the first one started, it would have been much clearer what was going on. I think it would have added a level of deterrence.
Thanks very much, Ms. Schiavo, for answering that. Mr. Flynn, my reaction to that is, and I apologize for being so blunt about it, I think that would have just enabled us to watch people die.
Well, I think that's probably the case, again, because it's only one part of the layer. I mean, I can't disagree with anything that Mary has said. I mean, all those measures are things that should be on the table, we should be looking at here. But here's the core challenge, people. There are 489 million people who crossed U.S. borders last year. There were 120 million automobiles. There were close to 11.5 million trucks. I mean, we could go on and on with these numbers. How do you filter bad from good, giving those volumes? And we are the powerful, successful society we are because we're an open society that deals with the world And so our challenge really is to think, in this time of tragedy, we have to be willing to think creatively about how we do a better job at identifying legitimate things as legitimate.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Flynn, very much, and thanks, Ms. Schiavo, very much for joining us. We look forward to talking to you again about this subject. You in the control room can take me visually anywhere you like. Lead me there. The President has left the White House after that conversation with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki, in which, as our two guests, Stephen Flynn and Mayor Schiavo, have pointed out, the very first question he was asked about whether or not it was safe to fly. Let's just keep an eye on the door, if we may, please. That way I'll know what's going on. Whether or not it was safe to fly, and he said yes. If he was asked by a member of his family, was it safe to fly, he would say yes. And they both point out that there is indeed more that countries can do in terms of security. It's not the President there. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. So we missed things. The President has actually gone inside the hospital, which he said he was going to do, go to the Washington Hospital Center today and talk to people who have been hurt and talk to people who have done so much in terms of volunteering their time and their services to help others. Just to finish that thought, both those guests give us a very good insight into the fact that more can be done, but the consequences for any society of doing more are a restriction to some measure on people's freedom. And it may be easier, quite frankly, to do it in South Korea than it is in France, easier to do in France than it is in the United States. Those countries are subtly all democratic countries, but with different levels of tolerance for people's freedoms. Steve Osunsami is at Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta, where he's been for the last couple of days. Steve, as you've been listening, have a look at you? Thanks very much. Yes, Steve Osunsami, who's there at Atlanta. Have you been hearing this recent conversation, and how do you think that might ring in such an important airport as Atlanta?
Well, today, people aren't too concerned about the security measures. They actually welcome them and say that it's sort of the price that we have to pay to ensure our safety. Most of the people we talked with say that they're ready and willing to tolerate the additional inconveniences, no curbside check-in, the check of IDs, the fact that they can't actually linger throughout the airport. The other thing that's important to note, though, is that, we're sort of at the beginning of all this, and it'll be interesting to see 6 months from now if people still say the same things.
Exactly. Now, give us the general status, if you would, Stephen, what's going on down there today. Is there any sign that the airport, has anybody landed at Atlanta yet or taken off from Atlanta?
We've seen 2 planes land, and the first flight to take off is scheduled to leave at 12:15. It's a Delta codeshare flight to South Africa. There were about 100 or so people who got the lucky phone call this morning that they were able to leave their hotels and actually come towards the airport. The airport manager described it this way. He said that the airline system is a great engine. It is finally starting up, but it will take a while to get that engine up to full speed. There are a limited number of flights that are going in and out of the airport over the next few days, and they're encouraging passengers who don't have a ticket to not come here. If they do, they won't have much place to stand.
I'm just also curious, just plain personal curiosity, where did the first 2 flights come from? We can hear the sound of engines in the background of you. Where did the first 2 flights arrive from?
We understand that the flights are international flights, but we're not sure where they are from. We were told that there would be a flight from Canada, one from Bermuda, that would be arriving early this morning, and it's possible that those 2 flights are from those 2 countries.
All right. Now, let me just ask you a couple other questions of security. By the way, the one from Canada, the one from Bermuda, is supposed to sound to be a bit like diversions a couple of days ago. And can you see, and have you got some comment from folks on these new security orders from the Secretary of Transportation?
Definitely. We talked to many people this morning about them, and again, the general consensus among people we talked with is that those security issues, however inconvenient, are necessary because it helps passengers feel safe and basically makes people feel comfortable enough to rest assured that the airlines are safe.
Okay. I very much appreciate it, Steve. Check in with us anytime. We want to get a sense of the country on the move again. And I now want to talk to ABC's Lisa Stark, who covers aviation for us in the fullest sense, which means she covers government as well as the industry itself, and it's a huge subject. And she's the one at the very outset reminds us of the magnitude of the flying, 40,000 aircraft on the move on a good day in the United States. We all, those of us who travel, know something about the consequences of that in the best of times. And she is still in Seattle. I mean, to ask you the idle question, have they told you in Seattle when you can go anywhere?
Well, we know SeaTac Airport is reopening, so that's a good sign. When we'll actually be able to get anywhere, I'm not really sure.
Well, the only difficulty about letting you go anywhere, and I know you like to see your kids, is that we'd have you out of pocket for several hours, and I'm not sure we want that. However, did you listen to Mary Schiavo and to Steve Flynn talk about this?
I did.
Some of it, just as a traveler, struck me as a little bit unrealistic. How did it strike you?
Peter, and I think Mr. Flynn sort of made this point, we are talking about such massive numbers. The aviation system moves about 2 million passengers a day in the United States. Can you imagine trying to do extensive screening on 2 million people a day? It's just a mammoth task. And so I think, while I think some of these measures have been called for and perhaps do need to be put into place, I think there's the realistic assessment that you would, in a sense, defeat your whole purpose. You grind the system to a halt, and the airlines and even the government will say that there does need to be somewhat of a balance. We need to be able to move somewhat unfettered, even while we do put security systems in place.
And yet Mary Schiavo, as the former Inspector General for the U.S. Department of Transportation, is one very serious person, very committed to this, and she believes the system, in her words, needs to be scrubbed.
But she probably is not the only one that believes that. I do understand that while all the discussions were underway about what security measures to undertake, one of the things that was raised, apparently, was whether they would cancel out every single pass, security pass, that is now held by employees who have access to secure areas and, in a sense, recertify every single one of them. That, I understand, was not ultimately decided on, but that's certainly something that a number of people would say might be called for under these circumstances.
Okay, now can you give us some sense of how the nation looks from an aviation point of view at this moment today?
Well, the system is open for business, as we say, but Norm Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, indicated today that you just don't start things up instantly, as we have said. Things will begin very slowly. A number of airlines, including Continental and Southwest, for example, have already indicated they will not resume flights today. And the other airlines that are starting up very, very slowly. And some of them may not even begin until very late this afternoon or into the evening. So again, it's going to be a very, very slow process.
Is it conceivable, do you think, that the country will be back to normal by, say, the weekend? Here we are at Thursday.
Absolutely not. I would find it very hard to believe that we'll have any normalcy in air travel even by this weekend. I think it will be into next week before we can see any sort of a resumption in a large number of flights.
And where do airlines go? It's a little difficult to understand at the moment who's going to take up this burden of security. Excuse me, whether it's going to be the federal government or whether it's going to be the airlines.
The airlines...
Go ahead.
Sorry,
please.
go ahead.
Please,
no, I would say the airlines have proposed, as you know, that the system be, in a sense, federalized, that all security at airports now be undertaken by the federal government. Many passengers may not know that the folks at the screening machines, all of those folks, that is airline security. They are the ones responsible for making sure those folks are trained and are doing their job. Norm Mineta said today that this is under consideration. They're looking at it. I think it would be a massive task for the federal government, and very expensive, as you can imagine, for them to take this over. And I want to add on that score, I did have a long conversation today with the former head of security for the FAA, Irish Flynn. He only retired very recently. One of the issues I brought up was this idea of federalizing security. He's against it. His point is, no matter who runs it, you have to train the people very well. And he makes the point not to denigrate anyone, but he made the point to me that when he would go up to Capitol Hill to testify on security issues, he would do a little testing of his own. He would sneak a fake bomb into the Capitol to see if he could do it, to see if those federal security officers would catch that explosive device. They did not always do so. So his point being that the idea is that you have to increase the training, you have to perhaps increase the wages, you have to do all you can. It's not necessarily who runs it, but the standards that you set.
All right, just one other question. The Secretary of Transportation said this morning they want federal officials in airports as a visible reminder. Can Americans look forward to their airports now looking like European airports where soldiers walk around with guns basically at the ready all the time?
It is astonishing. I remember being in the Rome airport and seeing that, and coming from U.S. airports, it always sets you back a little bit. I think in the short term, yes. We understand that hundreds of officers from the Department of Justice and also the Treasury will be deployed to at least 17 airports nationwide. So at key airports, you will see armed officers patrolling. And I believe the Secretary of Transportation also said today that they have asked the military whether they might use Delta forces to go on airplanes, actually to ride airplanes to augment the Sky Marshal program. I think the question's still open about whether that's going to happen, but apparently the request has been made of the military.
Okay, Lisa, thanks very much. We'll let you get back to work on...
Peter, can I add one other thought?
Sure.
Just from talking to Irish Flynn this morning, I asked him while he was at the FAA whether they had ever considered a scenario like what happened on Tuesday. And he said to me, first he said the FAA, in a sense, doesn't consider these scenarios. We consider them when the intelligence community comes to us and we talk about threats. But he said, really, this had never been considered. When you think about traditional hijacking, you think about people taking a plane, demanding to be put down somewhere, and then taking the passengers hostage to make their point. He said what had been considered is folks stealing or renting a small plane, a private plane, and crashing that into buildings. But he said what we had seen on Tuesday, that sort of a scenario, really, that had not been anticipated or considered by the FAA.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa. Very much appreciate your help. And a real reminder, as several people have said, the people with whom the United States is now in confrontation are smart. Now, we're joined by one of the survivors of the World Trade Center, and as we talk about the future, as we talk about security, we want to keep our focus on the struggle to find survivors at the World Trade Centers. Marlene, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You're in a hospital bed at Bellevue, are you?
Yes, that's true.
Is somebody told you to hold your head up so you can talk to me? Are you uncomfortable?
No, I'm okay. I'm feeling a lot better.
Yeah, okay, because if you want to put your head back, please do.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so tell me how you're feeling. How did you get there? What happened to you?
I worked for the Trade Center, one of the carpenters, and I was going to go do a job. And I got on the elevator, and the freight elevator, and I heard the first explosion, and the elevator blew up, the doors blew up, and it dropped, and I was lucky that the elevator got caught in between two floors.
Which floors?
The B levels, the basement levels,
right,
where all the all the mechanics are.
Right.
And with the screaming and yelling, other co-workers pulled the elevator guy out, and myself. I was laying there for about 40 minutes, and my boss couldn't wait for the EMS. He went crazy. He says, "Get her out of here, get her out of here." And he was able to get me out through Barclay Street to the parking lot, and I want to thank him for saving me, because if I would have stood down there, I wouldn't have been here today.
At what point did you actually get out of the building?
When everything first started, you know, according to the hospital, I was the first trauma patient that walked in here. So I was lucky to be one of the first, but after the first explosion, I was laying on the floor about 40 minutes.
And how well do you know that subterranean part of the World Trade Center?
Well, I worked for the building for 15 years. I think I know it from the back of my hand. Really, I didn't expect this bombing to occur after the first one, since I was in the first one also.
Right.
But when I heard that explosion, that's the first thing I thought was, here we go again, another bomb.
And as you lie there, and we're very glad that you've survived, obviously. How hurt are you at this point?
Well, I'm doing much better. My body feels like a truck fell on me, but I'm hanging in there. My leg is sprained. They thought it was broken, but lucky it's not broken. So I just need some therapy and be okay in a week or so.
So you were incredibly fortunate. Now tell me.
Yes.
As you lie there thinking about the investigation and the attempt to find other people in that subterranean world of the World Trade Center, on which so much of the Trade Center collapsed, are you hopeful?
I am hopeful, yes, especially after 15 years working there. It's not just co-workers you worry about, but all the people you work with, you know, the companies, the people you know after so many years. I pray and hope that, you know, as much people possible survive.
Do you think it's possible that people have survived in the underground tunnels there?
Well, I hope, and then anything's possible. If I made it out, a lot of people in worse situation, they made it out. I'm hoping, praying that they do too.
But are there underground tunnels, just because I haven't asked this before, which are strong enough in which people might have been protected from the force of this collapse?
I would say so. You know, you're talking down 6 levels below. So the point is to get them out.
Tell me, how's your friend Arthur Del Bianco?
He's doing great. I was very emotional when I saw him. I'm happy to see him. You know, like I said, when I first got hurt, he was still fine. When I saw him, he was looking for other people because we heard the screams, and he was going around doors trying to break them through to see who he found. And just to see him that he got hurt, but not that severe, I'm happy to see he's okay.
Because he's with you, I gather, there in the hospital, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. I'm just really curious, just one thing. This is really a very trivial thing. That's a nice Bellevue sign they put up behind you. That poster they put up behind you saying Bellevue Hospital, where you are?
Right.
Somebody come along and put that up?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. I don't see what's behind me.
There's a Bellevue Hospital sign. Well, we're very glad to hear from you, Marlene, and thank you very much. You've been in touch with your family and your friends?
Yes, everybody knows I'm okay. I've gotten phone calls from everybody. The hospital's been great.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It's Marlene Cruz, who survived the 1993 explosion, survived this, working in the basement. And it just happens. Bellevue is one of the great hospitals in the United States in so many respects. And when you go somewhere to do an interview, somebody always thinks they'd like to have something saying exactly who it is behind the people who are being interviewed. Absolutely appropriate. Let me just move on to a couple of small pieces of news. There's a little bit of confusion about the football schedule. The National Football League said today that it's not going to play all 15 games this weekend following these attacks in New York and Washington. And the league president, Joe Brown, did not say whether the games were canceled or postponed. But the games have, at the very least, the NFL, all 15 NFL games this weekend have actually been put off. It's actually been said that the NFL very much regrets not having canceled games after, and some of you will remember this, after the Kennedy assassination. And so all 15 NFL football games, East-West, have been canceled for this weekend, but we cannot tell you whether or not they have actually been postponed. And you know today that the president has said that he's going to come and visit this that we're looking at tomorrow. He's going to visit New York City tomorrow. There's going to be a national prayer service in Washington tomorrow. We saw there was a very moving vigil on Capitol Hill last night, not to mention any number of private in and out of church vigils that were held in Washington, certainly in New York, sometimes under very difficult circumstances, given the polluted environment here, and all over the country. And I think, not ever attempting to speak on behalf of New Yorkers, the people in New York very much feel the sympathy and support and the attention the people in the rest of the country are giving them. But on this third day, well, just about to get into the afternoon in the east, beginning just before 9 o'clock in the west, getting into this third day of this crisis for the country, there are, in New York City, 4,763 people missing. We know that in the fire department and in the police department, we're talking about several hundred. More firefighters than police, 300 firefighters missing, according to the mayor of New York. And I think it's very hard for all of us to grasp just what it means to an institution as proud and as bonded as that one. 300 firefighters are missing and unaccounted for. 30 New York cops who are officers are missing, or should I say 30 New York policemen are missing, and so are 30 police officers from the Port Authority. The New York, New Jersey Port Authority has offices in the World Trade Center. And at the Pentagon today, ABC's John McWethy has given us the official figures from the Pentagon today. They say that the current estimate is approximately 190 people dead and missing, 74 from the Army, 42 from the Navy, and none, at least at this moment, apparently from the Air Force nor from the Marines, and 70 bodies have been discovered. As we said at the outset, one of the things we want to try to do today, as well as staying on top of the issues of the day, which is the search and the investigation and the government attempt to, well, everybody's attempt really to get the country running as normally as possible, is to talk about the variety of challenges which are clearly very present for the country. And paramount beyond the investigation is what to do about terrorism and how to fight this war that everybody in the political arena and a vast number of individual Americans out of it believe now should be fought more vigorously against terrorism, both here and overseas. And so I am joined again by three people we have relied on very much for this conversation, and I'm not quite sure which order they'll pop up on the screen, but our own Universal Military Analyst Tony Cordesman is with us in our Washington Bureau, and so is our very regular contributor on matters of intelligence and national overseas security, Vince Canestraro. I'm not sure that, yes, Vince is there as well. And we're joined again by retired General Wayne Downing, who is the former Commander-in-Chief of the Special Operations Unit, who's been responsible for making recommendations about making U.S. citizens safer, and by Bob Blitzer, the former domestic terrorism chief at the FBI, who has worked every major case since 1989, including the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. Let me start backwards. Mr. Blitzer, this conversation, I think we all know, could begin now and just go all afternoon and all night as well, and probably does in your community. But you start us off, if you would, in terms of the investigation. Tell us what's most important for us to focus on.
Well, what's most important is exactly what is being focused on right now, and that is the intense investigation of everything surrounding the aircraft and everything surrounding the individuals that have been identified to date. And of course, that's just a massive undertaking, and I'm certain that every field office in the FBI, I'm certain that many state and local law enforcement agencies and the intelligence community are working 24/7 on this and putting everything they have into running down the thousands of leads that I'm certain have been developed over the last few days.
Do the agencies get overwhelmed by the thousands of leads, some of which are legit, some of which are cranks?
Well, I'll tell you, Peter, there's a lot of solid leads, at least in the news coverage I've seen, and you're going to follow the hot leads. Certainly you're going to ultimately follow all of the leads, but let's face it, at this point they've got telephone records, they've got some residences. I don't know what's been recovered from those residences, but this has to be the focus. I think in addition to that, I'm certain that there's a lot of interest in securing the black boxes from the aircraft to see what that will tell us also.
Is it your experience, we're maybe some of us not surprised, but have certainly taken note of the fact. By the way, I want to just, if I may advise all of you, that we're coming up at the top of the hour, which will be noon in the East, and we're going to pause to reset the program, but then there's going to be a minute of silence in many parts of the country, so this conversation will obviously be interrupted. But Mr. Blitzer, is there, are you surprised to see that the people who indulged in this terrorism apparently left as many clues as they did?
I'm really not surprised. If you think back to just about all of the major cases that we worked over the years, including the Trade Center case, we were very quickly able to make a determination as to where some of the individuals were, and of course from the initial determination, the thing just mushroomed out. And I think it's the same thing here.
Just pause for me for a second, would you please, Mr. Blitzer and my others?
Sure.
And it's been exchanged by a lot of people, and it's turned up again today, and I shall explain why. It's a commentary by the late Gordon Sinclair, a Canadian television commentator, of remarks that he had made. I said they've been on the internet for months, which were actually picked up and printed in the Congressional Record. And here are just a couple of excerpts. This Canadian thinks it's time to speak up for the Americans as the most generous and possibly the least appreciated people on all the earth. Germany, Japan, and to a lesser extent Britain and Italy were lifted out of the debris of war by the Americans, who poured in billions of dollars and forgave others billions in debts. And he goes on to talk about the Marshall Plan and the Truman policy that pumped billions of dollars into other countries. And he says, and this is written a long time ago, forgotten the date, but it's quite a long time ago. I'd like to see just one of those countries that is gloating over the erosion of the United States dollar build its own airplane. Does any other country in the world have a plane equal to the Boeing Jumbo Jet, the Lockheed TriStar, or the Douglas DC-10? And if so, why don't they fly them? You can tell this was written a long time ago because, in fact, the French have the Airbus now, and it's pretty competitive. But you talk about American technocracy, and you find men on the moon not once but several times and safely home again. I can name you, Gordon Sinclair says, 5,000 times when the Americans raced to the help of other people in trouble. Can you name even one time when someone else raced to the Americans in trouble? I don't think there was outside help even during the San Francisco earthquake. Our neighbors, he's speaking as a Canadian, have faced it alone. And I'm one Canadian, Mr. Sinclair speaking, who's damn tired of hearing them get kicked around. It is a very lovely sentiment which we have seen reflected here in our news division, not only from Canadians, but from people in many other parts of the world today. And as we listen to the President, and I apologize for going on so much here, but we're actually waiting for the Attorney General to talk, and I don't want to start talking about economics now and then have to interrupt for the Secretary, for the Attorney General just as soon as we get going. But as we listened to the President this morning talk in the office in his conversation with the Governor of New York and the Mayor, he said, as he had said several times before, that he's been on the telephone to an awful lot of people. One person I think he has not yet talked to, who's important to talk to, is the military general who currently runs Pakistan, General Musharraf. The U.S. ambassador, the new U.S. ambassador, has talked to General Musharraf, and the head of the Pakistani intelligence services. There's going to be a lot of talk about them in the next several days because they are a very troublesome element in this war against terrorism. I was in Washington the other day and called in and read something of the Riot Act by officials in Washington about the Taliban and about the terrorism, which does get a considerable measure of protection in that country. But President Bush had talked to so many people, and he said that in terms of international cooperation, Jiang Zemin of China agreed with them. President Putin of Russia, he said, agreed with them. The point the President was trying to make, and said so quite directly, was they have seen what has happened in the United States and now believe that it can happen to them. So while, as Mr. Bush said, he is weeping with America, he is resolved and steady as strong, and everybody appreciates that this is a new kind of war, and the President said that the American government will indeed adjust. President Bush Sr., President Bush number one, 41-year President Bush, President number 41, also spoke today in Boston earlier today. He had a speaking engagement, and he calls on his own history to help put things in perspective. He says at one point, I've seen some of the commentary comparing this attack with Pearl Harbor. I'm probably the only guy in this room old enough to remember when I was there when the first reports of Pearl Harbor came in, and in some respects, the president said there are similarities. Pearl Harbor awakened the country from the notion that we could somehow avoid the call to duty and defend freedom in Europe and Asia in World War II, and this, the president said, is a call to duty for the United States as well. Check in quickly with Pierre Thomas in Washington. Pierre.
Well, Peter, we're expecting the Attorney General and FBI Director Bob Mueller any moment. Again, they are going to express that the investigation is unfolding very quickly. And as we said the other day, it began with the flight manifest, where they looked at and found names. They have identified the 4 people that they think piloted these attacks. Also, from there, they went to associates, and they're expanding out. Now, one of the critical questions as they move forward is the issue of civil liberties, that some of these people are being detained. They're not being charged with any specific crime, but they're being held and questioned. So that's an interesting civil liberties question, Peter.
It will be Andrew Hill, Betsy Stark. Thanks very much, Pierre Thomas. I was just trying to say to the control room here that we've a variety of people here who need to be heard from at the moment, because the business of America is not business today, but it's certainly the business of America in many respects. And I think people all over the country, in fact, I know people all over the country are quite eager to know just what sort of state we are in. And so I want to introduce you to a panel that we have put together, and I'll introduce them in reverse order as I currently have them on a card, by introducing first Andrew Hill, who is the New York bureau chief of the Financial Times, one of the world's really good newspapers, which covers business both nationally and internationally, along with everything else. Here in our New York studio, Ken Auletta of the New Yorker magazine, who probably knows more about the Microsoft case than anybody else in the country and writes extensively on the matters of business in the country. Don Marin, who is the chairman of UBS America, and I hope you won't mind me saying so, but just for context today, was mentioned by many people as a possible Treasury Secretary in the Bush administration. We won't get into that today, of course. And finally, and very importantly for us, Betsy Stark, who was our business and economics correspondent at ABC News and talks to us every day, and also talks to these people every day. So I think I'd like, in deference to seniority, to start with Don Marin. And Don, just ask you, if you would, for a moment, give the country some sense, in as broad terms as you wish, where you think the country is at in terms of business and economics at the moment.
Well, I think, first of all, for those of us here in New York, this is a tragedy of unimagined proportions. And our first thoughts and our first focus are on the victims and helping the victims and their families in every way that we possibly can. Having said that, this is a human tragedy. It is not a financial tragedy. What we do is important, but it's not as important as helping all those people that have been hurt and worse down at the World Trade Center. As a financial structure in this country, we're very proud of what's happened. The Fed system is up and running, the banking system is up and running, and today the bond markets are up and running. And these things are important because economics are not just American, they are worldwide, and we are the leaders in every part of the world in this very, very important activity. From here we go next to bringing up the equity markets. And that takes the cooperation of all the firms in the business. And all the firms are working together. We're sharing ideas, we're sharing space, we're offering help to people who have been hurt particularly badly down at the World Trade Center. And this combination is working well. The financial firms are ready to go up as soon as things can be done. We need 4 things to happen. We need communications downtown, and that's very important. Verizon is the key communicator there. We need power. Con Edison still has all kinds of problems. We need the ability to settle transactions. It sounds very technical, but the reality is you can't do trades unless you can work out how to settle them. And 4th, we need liquidity. And the Fed is definitely preparing that and is available and is there right now. With those things, we can get up and running, but we don't want to do anything that will interfere with the rescue effort downtown. So we're balancing that priority, which is the first priority by far, with getting our own industry ready to go, which it will be very shortly.
Could I, Don, ask you just about one of those points? I think people will understand almost all of the points about getting the infrastructure up and running again, but what do you mean that you need liquidity?
Well, when you're in a situation like this, people are afraid. There is a flight to quality, a flight into the bond markets, and there is now important activity in the bond markets, and we anticipate when the equity markets open, there will be a large number of orders, buys and sells from all over the world. And we have to be sure that we have the capital to deal with the demands that are created by those orders and deal with the whole ability to settle those orders, to make sure when you sell your shares, our industry can make sure that's handled in the way it's always been handled.
But you've actually put your finger on another problem, because if people are afraid and they want to get out of equities into bonds, I understand that the government must be there in a support situation, but you are saying that people are afraid or nervous as a result of what has happened, and that is going to have an effect on the international financial market.
It could have an effect in the short term. First of all, we are determined to show in our showing that these ghastly people who did this ghastly deed are not going to impede or alter the strength of this economy or the strength of these financial markets. We all know, however, in the first stage of something, uncertainty creates its own issues. My experience in these things is that those issues get resolved very quickly in the markets. We just have to be ready for all contingencies, because that's one of the hallmarks of the American system and of these markets, that we work well no matter what the climate.
Are you saying quite emphatically, though, that this attack on the United States is not going to weaken the U.S. economy?
I'm saying it's absolutely for sure not going to weaken the financial markets and our whole financial structure. It obviously has some very specific economic impacts, which in my view will be very, very short term. This country will come out even stronger out of this crisis.
Okay, well, you've set the stage very well for us, and I apologize, but we must interrupt now to listen to the Attorney General, which of course we wish to do.
September the 11th, 2001 was a day of unspeakable violence and outrage, but also a day of heroism and sacrifice. As endangered men and women struggled to make their way out of burning, collapsing buildings, firemen and policemen, emergency rescue personnel struggled to make their way in to those structures. Many, and we don't know how many yet, never made it out of the buildings. Even as we continue to hold out hope that more of these brave Americans will be found alive, it is my duty as Attorney General to begin to process the provision of relief to the families of public safety officers who sacrificed so that others might survive the attacks of September the 11th. The Public Safety Officers Benefits Act of 1976 provides for approximately $150,000 in benefits to the families of law enforcement officers, firemen, emergency response squad members, ambulance crew members who are killed in the line of duty. This morning, the President of the United States, President George W. Bush, directed me immediately to implement procedures to streamline application processes and approval processes of claims for benefits under this act. Pursuant to the President's directive, the Department of Justice this morning has taken the following actions to expedite the delivery of benefits to public safety officers' families. First, the existing regulations under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Act requires that officers' families and employing agencies fill out individual forms certifying that the officer was killed in the line of duty and that no disqualifying circumstances were present, and that the officer was in fact related to the family members seeking the benefits. These regulations direct the Bureau of Justice Assistance in the Justice Department to give substantial weight to evidence presented by federal, state, and local agencies, and to resolve in favor of payment any reasonable doubt concerning the circumstances of the officer's permanent disability or death. In view of the unprecedented loss of life and the debilitating injuries to public safety officers, I have directed, pursuant to the President's request, that this process be streamlined in this case. I am directing the Office of Justice Programs to exercise the full scope of its direction and its discretion under the statute and regulations to accept applications, consider evidence justifying claims, and to process prompt payment of benefits. In cases in which benefits are sought by survivors of officers killed in the line of duty on September 11, I am directing that blanket certifications from executives of public safety agencies be considered as evidence of eligibility without requiring further individualized documentation. In addition, the family claim form will be abbreviated and streamlined. Secondly, the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs is immediately making available additional resources to see that the claims of fallen officers' families are processed as quickly as possible. Staff are being brought to New York from a variety of other settings to assist in case processing. Second, a separate computer database is being established to expedite and monitor the case processing. Third, lawyers from the Office of Justice Programs are immediately reviewing all cases from New York to make sure that those cases move as quickly as possible. Office of Justice Programs, fourth, staff members are being sent to New York to assist with family contacts and the assembly of claim packages, including the gathering of pertinent records. The Office of Justice Program representatives will be available on site, if requested, to pre-certify claim packages in terms of the completeness of those packages. These representatives will also work with the Treasury Department to expedite the payments to families once claims are approved. The provision of benefits is an insufficient but a necessary response on behalf of the American people to the unknown number of individuals who fought fires, law enforcement officers, and medical rescue personnel who died answering the call of their fellow citizens on September the 11th. It is President Bush's and my hope that the actions that we have taken today will provide a measure of relief to the husbands and wives and children that have been left behind. I know that it is the nation's hope that this assistance will stand as a gesture of the inexpressible gratitude that so many Americans feel, as well as a small tribute to the honor of the sacrifice of those who were willing to lose their lives so that others might be saved. Additionally, today I announced with the Treasury Department a step that has been taken to provide additional security at airports across the country. As airports reopen and as travel is resumed, there will be substantially increased security presence on the ground at designated security checkpoints throughout the country. The Departments of Justice and Treasury have deployed hundreds of U.S. Marshals, individuals from the U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Patrol, and U.S. Customs officials as part of a broad effort by federal law enforcement authorities to provide a larger police presence at airports in addition to the heightened security procedures already put into effect. We will take all precautions necessary to protect American travelers. Finally, our nation calls on us in times like this to be at our best. If we are to prevail in difficult times like this, we must be at our best. Since Tuesday, the Justice Department has received reports of violence and threats of violence against Arab Americans and other Americans of Middle Eastern and South Asian descent. We must not descend to the level of those who perpetrated Tuesday's violence by targeting individuals based on race, religion, or national origin. Such reports of violence and threats are in direct opposition to the very principles and laws for which the United States of America stands, and such reports of violence and threats of violence will not be tolerated. I now have a few updates with regard to the ongoing investigation. Legal attachés of the FBI around the world are receiving enormous cooperation from law enforcement authorities in the host countries that are cooperating with us to assist us in following up on leads. We have also received numerous offers of help from other countries if we need those elements of assistance, and we are grateful for the assistance that has been offered and the assistance that has been rendered. With regard to federal law enforcement personnel casualties, there is an FBI agent assigned to the New York field office who remains missing. 3 U.S. Marshals who are assigned to the Southern District of New York sustained minor injuries. We are also in the process of collecting information nationwide regarding the loss of life and casualties among law enforcement personnel. As of this morning, the FBI's Leads hotline has received 2,055 phone calls. Some of these leads have been helpful to the investigation. The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips. The FBI is working thousands and thousands of leads. As of this moment, none of the black boxes has been recovered yet. However, we believe retrieval of the black box at the Somerset County location is the most feasible in the short term. Last but not least, the total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18, unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each. The director of the FBI, Mr. Mueller, is here with me, and we would be pleased to respond to your questions.
All the hijackers, were they ticketed passengers? And if not, do you know how they got on the planes?
Yes, they were ticketed passengers.
Are you convinced, based on the evidence in Florida and Boston and elsewhere, that Bin Laden was or may have been behind this?
I'm not prepared to identify or to comment on persons ultimately responsible at this time.
How many people at this point are detained around the country, and why are these potential accomplices, Mr. Director, of such concern to the Bureau?
Well, I can't give you a specific number. What has happened, as I indicated yesterday, that we're, as a result of following up leads, we're interviewing a number of people. And in the course of doing those interviews, we find that a number of the individuals, when asked for identification and the like, are out of status. And when we find somebody out of status, we quite obviously bring in the INS and they are detained. And that is the policy and procedures we're following.
And they're concerned to you regarding the investigation?
Some may be concerned to us and some may not after we interview them.
What sort of indication do you have of other operations being aborted, other plane hijackings, or perhaps other terrorist operations?
I'm not prepared to make comments about any other items at this time.
Has there been any determination about where the plane crash in Somerset County might have been?
I missed.
Has the FBI made any determination about where the plane crashed in Somerset County, what its target might have been, and what happened to cause that plane to crash where it did?
I think it's fair to say that we're unable to comment on that.
How many associates are you looking at? How many hijackers and associates do you have?
Well, obviously, I've just announced that there are 18 hijackers. The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number. We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates that these individuals had.
Some associates are in the country.
Sir?
Do you believe the associates are in the country, or do you have evidence that they're
First of all, if we knew exactly where associates were, it would make our work easier. But we are interested in finding associates and making inquiry of them.
What can you tell us about the flight training that any of the hijackers have received? Did they receive any training here in the United States?
It is our belief and that the evidence indicates that flight training was received in the United States and that their capacity to operate the aircraft was substantial. It's very clear that these orchestrated, coordinated assaults on our country were well conducted and conducted in a technically proficient way. It is not easy to land these kinds of aircraft at very specific locations with accuracy, or to direct them with the kind of accuracy which was deadly in this case.
There were some reports that at least one of the passengers on the flight from Newark kept the airphone off the hook as this was going on, as they were preparing to take the plane back from the hijackers. Were law enforcement officials or FAA people able to listen in on some of what was going on?
I'm not prepared to make a comment on that at this time.
General, which flights have hijackers have you identified, and what can you tell us about who they are, where they came from, and how long they've been?
I think you might be able to say which flights had which numbers on them.
On the American Airlines number 11 flight out of Boston going to L.A., there were 5. And we believe our preliminary investigation indicates that 5 of the passengers were involved in the hijacking on that plane. United Airlines 175, also out of Boston to L.A. Our preliminary investigation indicates that there were 5 hijackers on that plane. On United Airlines 93, Newark to San Francisco, 4 hijackers. And American Airlines 77, Dulles to Los Angeles, 4 hijackers. That is our preliminary. The results of our preliminary investigation. The investigation is continuing. That is our best view at this time as to the numbers in the planes they were on.
Can you clarify us, please, on what you've been able to verify and document concerning the flight path of 77 into the Pentagon? Did it go over Washington, D.C. first?
I really can't comment on what we have with regard to that particular flight.
Is the national origin of some, if not all, of the hijackers? What can you say at this point about the national origin?
I'm not prepared to comment on that.
Can you talk about the warrants? Can you tell us how many warrants and tell us what cities, what states?
I can tell you that throughout the country, and not necessarily in a particular region, but throughout the country, when we receive leads, we have followed those leads. We are interviewing any number of people across the country. The number of FBI officers that are involved in the investigation, directly involved in the investigation, has expanded, and they are interviewing witnesses. They are, where necessary, obtaining search warrants, obtaining grand jury subpoenas, and whatever is necessary to obtain the evidence to identify more particularly identify the particular hijackers and anyone associated with them.
Were any of the hijackers believed to be U.S. citizens?
I'm not going to comment on anything with regard to the hijackers.
We're already on the terrorist watch list.
Can't answer that question either.
Any suicide notes? Have you found any suicide notes?
Thank you.
All right, that is the Attorney General, John Ashcroft, and the brand new director of the FBI, Robert Mueller, and we'll come back and summarize that for you in just a moment. But there's another news conference going on with the Secretary of State, and we'll pick that up during the question period.
A place where terrorist groups get training, or is it a mixture?
We have provided to the Pakistani government a specific list of things that we think would be useful for them to work on with us. And I will be discussing that list with the President of Pakistan later this afternoon.
Now,
Mr. Secretary, can I, as you said, since the attacks, you've been receiving lots of messages of condolence, lots of statements of condemnation about the attacks, some that appear to be solicited, like this morning from the Pakistanis, who seem to be falling all over themselves to condemn terrorism in all its forms, but also some unsolicited ones, like I assume from the Cubans, from the Libyans, from the North Koreans. But of all of the 7 countries on the State Department's state sponsors list, only one of them, I believe, has not condemned this, has not said anything. Does it raise any red flags with you that Saddam Hussein and Iraq have been silent about this?
I'm not surprised. He is one of the leading terrorists in the face of the earth, and I would not expect the slightest drop of the milk of human kindness to be flowing in his veins.
Between Iraq
and Osama bin Laden? No, I would not. I would rather, if I were able to talk about such a matter, I don't think I would do it here. Thank you.
You keep talking about this specific list provided to Pakistan. When you talk to them later, when Secretary Armitage talks to them later, or you talk to them, will it be you have to do everything on this list, or you're against us? The United States keeps putting out this with us or against us?
Pakistan is a friendly country. We've had friendly relations with Pakistan for many, many years. Those relations have had ups and downs as a result of various things that have happened over the years. But right now, we have friendly relations with Pakistan. I have spoken to President of Pakistan over the months, and we had a very good conversation just a month or so ago. And so I will approach this as if I'm talking to a friend, and let a friend know what we would like to see happen in order to improve the situation in the region and the situation in the world. And I hope that the President will respond as a friend. Our initial indications are that he will. He put out a very fine statement that you have a copy of. It's general, and we will get more specifics on it. And our ambassador, who went in yesterday, and we got the report of her discussions with him after she presented her credentials. She's just arrived. And he gave her a strong expression of support, the kind of expression of support that you would expect from a friend who is trying to help us during this time of trial. Yes, George.
Just to follow that, will you be asking the President of Pakistan to have U.S. troops stationed in Pakistan if you choose that?
I really don't want to get into what I might or might not be asking the President of Pakistan until I have asked the President of Pakistan.
Secretary
Andrea?
It sounds as if what you're saying is that up until now you've been hearing very positive statements, but that now it's sort of time to put their money where their mouth is?
I wouldn't characterize it quite that crudely, Andrea.
I'm sorry, I'm not a diplomat.
Some say neither am I. But the fact of the matter is, we're going to have a responsible, sober discussion with the Pakistani government. And when the results of those discussions are complete and we have something to present to you, I assure you I will present it to you.
Why all the focus on Pakistan? Why is it
We're
so...
focusing on everything and everybody. We're looking at those terrorist organizations who have the kind of capacity that would have been necessary to conduct the attack that we saw on the 11th. We haven't yet publicly identified the organization we believe was responsible. But when you look at the list of candidates, one resides in that region. So without waiting for the whole body of evidence to be ready for us to make a judgment and a presentation to you, I think we're acting in a prudent way by talking to those governments in the region. One at a time. Robin.
Can you tell us what you expect Undersecretary Armitage to get out of his talks with the Russians on Afghanistan? Are you asking for a very specific kind of help?
We have not yet put together the agenda, but what impressed me is that Foreign Minister Ivanov, when I spoke to him the other day, was anxious for this meeting to take place. Deputy Secretary Armitage has spoken to his counterpart in Moscow, and 2 conversations that President Putin had with President Bush suggest to me that they are ready for active discussions, but I don't have the specific agenda with me right now. Jane.
The Russians know Afghanistan very well from their time in the 80s. They will be able to be helpful on topography, installations, what kinds of things?
I'm sure they will be helpful on many things. It's their neighborhood. They do have a great deal of experience in Afghanistan, and we will draw on all of that experience.
Secretary.
Reports as of 1 a.m. That bin Laden was reported under house arrest by the Taliban. Also, two leaders, one an Egyptian and a military commander. If so, where would we ask? Would we ask The Hague for extradition to the World Court? What would we do?
Well, I have seen those reports, but I've also seen subsequent reports that say the first reports are not accurate. So let me not speculate on what is at the moment just a rumor. Yes, Terry?
Do you know if David Donahue is still in Kabul? We haven't heard that he's left.
I don't know. Let Richard.
Okay, let me.
He's left. Okay.
My question is, are we having talks with the Taliban in Islamabad? They are said to be desperate to avoid a U.S. attack and perhaps ready to talk about things they weren't ready for before.
We have ways of talking to them, and we're exploring those ways now. And we also want to make sure exactly what it is we wish to present to them as items of discussion and not just general conversations.
Possibly listening more?
I wouldn't say that yet. Yes, Barbara.
What kind of leverage do we have with Pakistan? They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs. We have give them very, very little aid anymore. What can we possibly offer them that would make them cooperative in this case?
You kind of said it in your question. They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs, and they don't have that much aid now. But I think that we have been exploring with the Pakistani government many ways that we can move forward in the relationship, and we want to do so. Yes.
Are you delivering an ultimatum to the Taliban to deliver bin Laden or else to face the wrath of the United States?
I don't think I said that. What I'm saying is that we are assembling the evidence that will tell us in a way that the world will fully concur with us who was responsible for this. And when we have done that, we will announce it. And at that point, we will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up. And when we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general. Okay, let me...
The list for Pakistan, does it include only requests for assistance in terrorism to rip up this network that you're talking about, or does it go broader than that?
I would rather not characterize or comment on the list until we have had a chance to discuss it with the Pakistani government in detail, all the way in the back.
Mr. Secretary, just for the record, when you spoke of the candidate who resides in that region, were you speaking of Osama bin Laden?
Yes.
Could you answer the question about Iran? We've hopscotched all around. There are two significant factors here. As of January, there were several, if not more than a dozen, Shia Saudis training in aircraft and piloting down in Florida. Osama is a Sunni and not a Shia. He has no attachments to Iran, and Iran has a close attachment to possible attachment to the Al Khobar bombing, as you know. Are we barking up the wrong tree here?
We're barking up every tree that's out there. We're going to find the right tree with respect to what happened on the 11th of September. But we also recognize that there are other groups out there that mean us no good, that have conducted attacks previously against U.S. personnel, U.S. interests, and our allies. And the point we've been trying to make over the last several days is, with the severity of this tragedy in Washington and New York against America, we now have to use this tragedy and respond to those and take care of those who are responsible for it. But at the same time, we should see this in a broader sense, that this is a horrible blight on the civilized world. And so we will also be focusing on other organizations, terrorist organizations, who go after us, our citizens, our interests, and allies.
The Secretary of State Colin Powell answering questions at the State Department just a little while ago. A lot of them focused on Pakistan. The new American ambassador to Pakistan, brand new, just got there, is Wendy Chamberlain, and she has been in to see General Musharraf, and the Secretary of State says he is going to talk to the President of Pakistan, General Musharraf, this afternoon, later today. And there are lots of reasons to talk about Pakistan, which we'll do at a subsequent time, but basically so much of this is happening in their neighborhood, and it is not only widely assumed but almost confirmed by the Taliban in next-door Afghanistan that Osama bin Laden is still being given safe harbor in Afghanistan, because when the Taliban said they didn't have anything to do with this, they also said, well, nor did Osama bin Laden, because he had no access to phones, telephones, and fax, et cetera, like that. But as the Secretary of State says very clearly, when asked the question, are you barking up the wrong tree in one case? We're barking up every tree out there. And the one other thing he said, which needs a little bit of filling out, there's 7 states which are on the U.S. list of countries which actually can be regarded as state sponsors of terrorism. And they are Syria, Iraq, Libya, Iran, Sudan, Afghanistan, and North Korea. And it was pointed out that only one has not offered condolences or sympathy for this attack in the United States, and that is Saddam Hussein in Iraq. And you heard Mr. Powell's remark on that, not surprised at all. It was, of course, Saddam Hussein who Colin Powell faced in the Gulf War. They're looking at any terrorist organization that has the capacity to do this, and there is a long list of candidates. Now, very briefly, before we get back to our discussion on the business of the country and America's place in the universal business community, little pieces of news. 3 firefighters have been pulled alive from the rubble in New York City. 3 firefighters have been pulled alive from the rubble in New York City. We anticipated that there were going to be people who survived in that rubble. It's always been the case before in major disasters like this. One of them asked for water, reaffirming that what you need if you're trapped under these circumstances is water. And ABC's John Miller is with us again. And John, I understand there has also been some sound heard from beneath the rubble.
Yes, Peter. At Trinity and West Street, which is, I guess, the east side of the World Trade Center complex, in the rubble, some of the people from the crime scene unit who have been looking for evidence there, well, actually, they're part of the search and rescue also, they're doing both at the same time, heard a series of taps, continuous taps coming in sets. So what they've called for is enhanced listening equipment and police canine dogs to climb up there with them and see if they can put them in a better direction of where these sounds are coming from so they can carefully burrow under there. What they're hoping, obviously, is that those sounds are coming from someone trapped in the rubble and that they can get to them.
Okay, thanks very much, John Miller. This is absolutely precisely what happens in a disaster like this. There's very sophisticated equipment to listen for and smell for, not always look for, people who may have survived under this extraordinary rubble. And 4,763 people are missing. Let's reduce that by the number of 3. 4,760 people are missing because 3 New York firefighters, a department which has suffered quite extraordinarily, losing, well, now less than 300 firefighters in this disaster. And it will be a minor but an important relief for this body of men and women. One other small piece of news which we offer up with some caution because it's a dimension of this that's been around for a couple of days. It's on the Reuters news agency out of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Flight 93 with 38 passengers and 7 crew went down, and on which we're now told by the director of the FBI there were 4 terrorists/hijackers. The federal investigator there this morning said they could not rule out the possibility that United Flight 93 had been shot down. Now, Bill Crowley, the FBI agent there, says simply, we have not ruled that out. Told a news conference this morning when he was asked about reports that a U.S. fighter jet may have fired on that Boeing 757. That's been around for a couple of days. The Defense Department has denied this in the most vigorous fashion, and we simply put it on the record simply because it is on the record. To summarize very quickly and very briefly, the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI, John Ashcroft, said, and we knew this was coming because Mayor Giuliani and the President talked about it publicly this morning, that the government is moving very quickly to assist those families of those officers and volunteers who've lost their lives, or as the Attorney General put it, been those affected. They've set up a database to monitor it. They're going to make initial financial contributions available to people who are in the greatest need. Bob Jameson is on the street and is hearing another important sound. Bob.
Peter, what I'm hearing is applause, cheers, whistles. It's the reaction as the news has reached us here north of the World Trade Center that those 3 firemen were found alive. The news has been moving from one small group to another, and just a second ago we heard that large cheer and shouts of joy.
Thanks very much, Bob. 3 members of the New York Fire Department being pulled from the rubble, and what that does to the morale of rescue teams under circumstances like this is extraordinary. It gives people an incentive to renew their efforts and to go on. We've seen it time and time again in natural disasters. It has an extraordinary effect on the morale of the people working at the immediate site of the catastrophe. Back to John Ashcroft. Just to point out in very general terms, he's asked all of the government agencies that are relevant to process very quickly packages to sustain people whose families have been lost. By this I mean official members of the government families. That would include firefighters, police, and others who have been sustained loss. And he points out that it's a gesture of gratitude, quite naturally, from the government and the people to sustain them in this immediate sense of loss. On the subject of security, he pointed out that additional security had been mounted or was in the process of being mounted at airports all across the country, and this includes hundreds of marshals making a very serious presence at the airport. And I think we can come back to that at this point. But we want to go back now, because I don't want to lose anybody here, because they've all got other business to this business of the country's economy. And, forgive me while I find my place in my notes, because Don Marin, the chairman of UBS, set a pretty good table for us there in terms of this discussion by saying this is a human tragedy, not a financial one. The bond markets are going on. There's some question about the equity markets because they need people to invest, they need liquidity. But all of these companies are cooperating at all sorts of levels, he says, and the need to settle these transactions, which is why the markets are being delayed, but mostly they need liquidity. This is not going to affect the financial markets in the long run, he said. Let me go to Andrew Hill, who's the New York bureau chief for the Financial Times. Andrew, if you would, pick up where Mr. Marin leaves off, comment if you wish on what he had to say, and try as you will to give us a general sense of the economic status of things.
Sure. I'd be picking on sort of perhaps 3 areas where I think markets and investors are nervous. Clearly, there's the immediate reaction to this atrocity. There's the fact that markets have been closed for an unprecedentedly long time in the equity markets, which is bound to make people nervous about whether they can get out of investments if they want to, or indeed buy in if they want to. But the most worrying aspect, I think, for the medium term in the markets is a concern that this atrocity might have a big impact on consumer confidence in the United States. It might dent business, and therefore there'd be a ripple effect around the world on the global economy. I don't want to over-dramatize this, but I think there is a sense in which people are concerned that the reaction will be much more economic. There might be a short-term market reaction, but in the longer term, the concern is that this pushes the United States over into a recession, 2 quarters of declining growth, and that the markets begin to worry and pick out companies that they think they are going to be punished during that downturn.
And the third point, or did I miss the third point?
The third point, I suppose, is the ripple effect to the global economy, and the fact that international investors are also, who have in many cases been supporting the markets in the United States, considering their options now while markets have been closed for so long.
I could point out that the ABC Money Consumer Index, as of last Sunday, was at its lowest level since 1977. And I'm going to come back to Don Marin. I want to apologize to Ken and Betsy, because we're going to lose Don Marin in just a minute, because he had another engagement. Don, you still there?
I'm here, Peter.
Talk a little bit about the broader economy. Talk about business. Talk about this possibility of pushing the country into recession. We've heard it any number of times in the last while.
Well, I think there's no doubt that the economy is suffering now from a slowdown in productivity. I think it's because our own research base has been used up too much in terms of development, and we need to do more in long-term investment and research. The consumer is keeping the economy going, but the consumer is 2/3 of the economy. Anyone looking at your pictures and hearing these tragic comments is going to have a pause as to what the impact is going to be. My own view is that the consumer is very resilient. And while there'll be a short-term impact on this, the fundamentals that were there before this Dastardly Act will still be there after it's over. They are basically, the economy is slowing down. The consumer, as 2/3 of the economy, is supporting the economy. And it may take us a little longer before these things resolve themselves into resumption of growth.
I wonder if it's possible that actually the consumer, as an act of patriotism, as an act of solidarity, may invest in the market more vigorously.
Well, I think, and we thought about that, there is no doubt Americans will come out of this with stronger resolve to underscore our leadership position in the world. We will not let these criminals slow this economy down or slow us down. I think there is no question about that. So I think we will come out very, very strongly, and my guess is there will be a rallying cry to make this country even stronger, go forward even faster.
And just before we do lose you, because I know we're going to, let me ask you the question about government leadership. What must government do? There is the open checkbook notion in order to fight this campaign against terrorism in the Congress today. There'll be huge, there's already the beginnings of a debate about reallocating or re-emphasizing on what to spend in terms of defense spending. Do you see that having a big impact?
Well, I think first of all, we should spend everything we can as fast as we can pointed at this terrible act and in supporting the families that are directly impacted by what's going on there. I think going forward, the most important thing that government can do in addition to that in the short term, and the President is doing that, in my view, extremely well, is to show the American public that he understands, as he does, how serious this issue is. He is going to resolve it. He is going to do the right thing for this country. And that further, in a few days or a few weeks, he understands how important the consumer is to the economy and how important it is that the government and the consumer work together over the next 6 months or a year to make sure that this growth is renewed.
Okay, thanks, Don. I appreciate the fact that you've got other engagements today, and I understand why other people want to hear your opinions. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us. Ken Auletta from The New Yorker, just pick up, if you will, on what you've been listening. I think we've talked about the broad themes, haven't we?
I think we have, but, you know, as Emerson said, in the long run, we're all dead. I don't know what the long run holds in terms of the world economy or investor confidence. And I think Don Marin is right that it is a human tragedy. We know that, probably more than it is an economic tragedy. But in the short term, here in New York, the micro impact as opposed to the macro impact that Don was talking about, clearly it's going to have an impact on New York City and its economy. Just think of the companies that are out of business in terms of having office space. Where are they going to work at it? There's a story in the Wall Street Journal today that the SEC lost a lot of its records in terms of enforcement. So there are a lot of people that will be impacted for a long period of time in New York.
Don Marin may wish to put an optimistic face on this, and one can't question that, but he seems to imply that this is in some respects a technical problem, that there are backup records somewhere, that these offices and companies, as badly as they've been hit and hurt, will manage to recover, and there's even a measure of cooperation.
No, but the Wall Street Journal story today, for instance, on the enforcement division of the SEC pointed out that a lot of records were not put in the computer, were not in letters, were interviews and notes and notebooks that were taken by investigators, and those are not duplicable.
Betsy, I'll come to you in 1 second. Okay. I apologize for this. Well, I know you are, and I want you to add to it. But this is about, as Don Marin says, as we all know, 2/3 of the economy is made up of consumers. And I want this little panel to just listen to some folks today. First of all, in Miami, and then in Dallas. We just asked people what they were thinking.
As far as business, it's been down. We have had people coming in who want to come in to see something happy. It started yesterday morning and then yesterday afternoon, a few more people. They're not buying, though. And I'm right here now adjusting orders and things for the business that we've lost in the past week and a half.
Business is slow, you know, it's slow, and we're expecting to be
more slow because we have a lot of people from South and Central America this is our, priority in the business is the people from Venezuela, Colombia, Peru, everywhere. And now we don't think that they are coming.
Been quiet, very quiet. In fact, the streets have been empty. Plenty of empty parking on the street here because a lot of people are glued to their TV sets at their offices or at their homes.
I think everybody has probably reassessed their economic impact and what disposable income they may have. They're probably going to be somewhat reserved, but as our leaders have asked us, we need to try to get the country and our lives back to normal.
You never know about the security of your job, and I'm close enough to the retirement that I don't want to jeopardize any of my retirement funds, and I'd just like to see what's coming up in the next 30 days before I'd make any major purchases.
Patience that man has, and it's rather what the president asked the country to have. Now let me turn to Betsy Stark, weigh in.
Well, a couple of points I want to pick up on, Peter. First, I think what we were hearing is, in a broad sense, the mood of the consumer. And the mood of the consumer is a very important factor in how the economy is going to perform. I mean, stores are open, so in that respect, it's business as usual, but nobody's in a mood to buy. I mean, there's a gloomy atmosphere. People are preoccupied, or people are at home following the coverage here in New York City, of course, in a more personal way, trying to grapple with it. But if you have people who are gloomy, if you have people who are preoccupied, if you have people wondering how the markets will open, you do get an economic impact from that. That's why some economists are saying this may tip a fragile economy into recession. I also want to follow up on a point that Ken was making. For sure, there are some businesses whose records will be lost, whose records were only on paper, but the major Wall Street firms all run what they call hot backup sites, so that whenever they're performing transactions, there is in another location, a secured location, a simultaneous record of everything that's taking place. And a lot of this was beefed up during the preparation to Y2K. That's when they thought the big meltdown would occur. They would have, power blowouts and the computers would crash. In fact, what they're finding now is that a lot of the preparations they made for Y2K are working to benefit them now because they've had that kind of crisis situation they need to grapple with.
And yet one of the things that Don Marin said, they need a way to settle transactions. Now, is this simply a temporary disruption because of what's happened to the World Trade Center and on the edges of Wall Street?
My understanding of what he was saying there was that what they need is enough cash in the system to make sure that whether it's you going to your ATM or businesses looking for payments from customers, that money will be there. And the Fed has injected many more billions than usual dollars into the system. Central banks in Europe have done the same thing there to make sure that wherever people are transacting business, that the money is there in the banks, in the system, to let them do that. And that will be, of course, important when the markets open.
Ken, let me ask you this, because it's you and Betsy now here. I'm very grateful to our other guests. They just had to go on and do other things, and I know you do as well. We've been talking for several years about whether or not the financial markets don't have more power than government, and that money markets don't have more authority in international relations than governments do. Is this a time when money markets are likely to operate in such a self-interested way that government won't be able to control them?
I don't think government does control them. I mean, I think they operate under their own selfish interests in the best sense of the word. That is to say that people are making investments based on whether they think they're going to make money on it and not lose money on it. And that goes on all around the world. So government is peripheral in many ways. Now, obviously, they help with credit and enforcement, et cetera. But I actually think the issue is not so much the macro issue of what's going to happen to the world economy based on this.
But you think this will essentially not change it?
I essentially think it probably will not change it. But I do think it alters and it does change some things in New York. I mean, just think about 10 million square feet of real estate that's empty, and where do those people go from Morgan Stanley and Cantor Fitzgerald? I mean, Cantor Fitzgerald, the talk is that 9 out of 10 people are gone.
Right.
What happens?
Which is this huge bond trading company.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just one of many. And will American Express and Lehman Brothers be able to get into their building nearby? I mean, there are a lot of other companies, Merrill Lynch.
Well, yeah. I mean, in fact, Peter, we know that that many of these companies, not just World Trade Center businesses, obviously, they're, you know, that space is gone. But across the street in the World Financial Center, the headquarters of American Express, the headquarters of Merrill Lynch, the headquarters of Dow Jones, they can't work in those buildings. They may be out of those buildings for several months. Now, the big Wall Street firms, they have locations all over the city. And many of them have offices in Midtown. Many of them have backup operations in suburban Connecticut, across the river. So some of those people will be absorbed in those locations. But Ken is right, for smaller businesses particularly, I mean, the loss of human capital, I mean, you're missing critical personnel. That's an irreplaceable problem. But, you know, New Yorkers are going to have to show their ability to cope. They pride themselves on that. They're going to have to improvise. Apparently, there are businesses already running out of hotel rooms, handshake deals being made on new space to lease in the area. There was a developing surplus of space in Lower Manhattan.
Right.
Now that commercial space is at a premium.
So the general overall real estate market in this enormously influential city is affected as well. Ken, talk a little bit about the other ripple effect. You know, we've heard, at least in the last couple of days, how entertainment is shifting its emphasis. They've canceled some things, they've held back some movies. Actually getting affected by public opinion. The National Football League has decided to at least postpone, if not cancel, its game. Baseball what about baseball? Aside from the metaphorical importance of baseball in the national life, what does this mean in terms of the way the country runs?
Well, you're talking about people. I mean, it all comes back to people and how they feel in baseball and in football. The players, as I understand it, have been expressed the desire not to play Sunday, which is one of the reasons the NFL cancel the games this Sunday. But I think they're human beings, and they have friends and loved ones who die, and they just don't feel up to it, or there's a real concern about security with so many people in the stadium, legitimate concern. But it has a ripple effect throughout the country. There's also the question of taste. I mean, is it good taste for you to have a public forum and the national pastime when people are suffering? And there's still uncertainty about whether you can get some more live bodies out.
Isn't it very interesting how quickly we turn to what Don Marin referred to as not a financial tragedy, which it is, but a human tragedy as well. As you've listened, so let's shift just a little before we let you go as well. You've talked to hundreds of people, I assume, or dozens of people all across the country in the last couple of days, friends, relatives. I know that you and I have both lost friends of friends. I think that's the case with hundreds of thousands of people. What do you think about the state of the country?
I mean, you have to think multiple things that are sometimes contradictory. I mean, I think on the one hand, we're suffering, and those who haven't lost a loved one, as I haven't, are suffering less than some others who have. But on the other hand, you just look around at these amazing, and you've talked about it eloquently, these amazing expressions of courage and compassion that are extraordinary, and it brings tears to your eyes. I mean, it's really quite extraordinary.
You get some sense, I hate to talk about time in one respect, but do you get some sense that next week, though this will linger in the American psyche forever, perhaps, this largest attack on the United States since Pearl Harbor, the largest attack since the Civil War, will this have, do you think, a profound effect on the national psyche, which is deleterious, negative?
Let me ask the question, turn around your question by asking one. I was walking the other day, the day of the tragedy, when the explosions took place, and a little boy looked up at his dad, and he said, "Dad, will they bomb our building?" Now what happens to that little boy? Will that little boy keep asking that question? Or will he forget it? And as most children do, you know, memory heals and you forget and you move on. But if it lingers in that little boy's mind, then obviously it's going to have a profound impact on a lot of little boys and a lot of little girls and a lot of parents in this country.
It's interesting. I had another chance, thank goodness, to talk to my daughter this morning who goes to college, and I've heard from several colleges in the country.
I bet you she's called you a lot.
She's called me a lot, thank goodness. And she was saying that her college, which happens to be in the northeastern United States, that they were setting up a zone of a race-free and anti-bigotry-free zone on the campus. I heard exactly the same from the University of South Florida this morning. And every single public official we have talked to, every public official the country has heard has brought up this issue of caring for people from the Arab world, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, South Asians. John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, is on the latest person to recognize publicly that we have a problem, Betsy, in this country when it comes to bigotry about others.
One of the things that strikes me as interesting, Peter, as you and Ken were talking about the mood and will it be forever changed, I think in the aftermath we may see the mood shift first from, and as it shifts, the impact on the markets as they reopen change and may move from being frightened to being angry to being defiant. And you were talking before about emails you had received. I received a couple this morning talking about a patriotism rally, just that sort of thing that you had actually raised. I mean, that kind of talk's already in the air. And there is reassurance. You are hearing people here in the United States look at the markets abroad and say, you know, we're not surprised to see that on the day this happened and the day after this happened, people were selling stocks and wondering if the financial system in the United States and in the world would have been crippled. But they came back because it was not brought to its knees. This system went on.
As I said, we lost both Don Marin, the chairman of UBS America, and we lost Andrew Hill, the New York correspondent for the Financial Times, because they both had other things to do. But I wonder if you two would like to stay and listen to an interview which is important to this subject. We've talked a lot about Cantor Fitzgerald, the bond company, which lost, I think 80% of its employees are still missing. We know all companies took a devastating hit at the Trade Center, but this company has risen to the forefront as having suffered grievously. And Connie Chung has sat down to talk with Howard Lutnick, who is the head of Cantor Fitzgerald. And why don't we listen to that?
You got a call this morning that meant a lot to you.
Yeah. One of my employees' wives, actually, I had two this morning, one from Jonathan Newman's wife and one from Glenn Kerwin's wife, both men who are in their the young 30s. Both have kids under 5. And so I picked up the phone and spoke to their wives, and they both had the same message, which was unbelievable, which is they said that if their husbands had to die, that it should have been now because they were so happy. They loved their job. They loved working for me. And they loved the firm, and they thought they were doing great things, and they were really happy. And so for a woman who just lost her husband with little kids to actually have the strength to call me, to try to tell me good things, to support me was just unbelievable. These are the kind of people that I have, and they're unbelievable.
You have suffered such great professional and personal loss. What is the fate of your brother and your roommate who worked for the company?
My brother was on the 103rd floor. He worked for me, and he worked at Cantor, and he called my sister just after the plane hit, and he told her that he said that the smoke was pouring in. He was stuck in a corner office. There was no way out, and the smoke was coming in, and he's not good, and things are not good, and he's not going to make it. And he just wanted to say that he loved her, and he wanted to say goodbye, and tell everyone that he loved them. And then the phone went dead. So while I'm the head of the company, I'm trying to help my 700 employees who are missing their loved ones. I'm just another one of them. Just another one of them.
Normally, you would have been in your office on which floor?
105th floor.
On the 105th floor. And yet you didn't go in early that morning because of a critical decision you made.
My little boy, I have a 5-year-old, and it's his first day of kindergarten at Horace Mann, so I took him for his first day of big boy school. And because of that, I was late getting down to the office, and therefore I wasn't in the building. I was on my way to the building. So.
And when you got to the building?
Well, I saw the building on fire, so I didn't go in. But I stood at the door off of Church Street, where there were flags there, and I stood at that door, and people were coming out, and I was yelling at them, to run and get out. And there were police sort of around me yelling at people, telling them to get out. And I would ask them what floor they were coming from, what floor are they coming from. And I stayed there, and I kept staying there and yelling, what floor are you coming from? And I got all the police and firemen around me to grab anybody because these people are coming out completely dazed, you know, a straight look, and I'd grab them and shake them, say, what floor are you on? And someone would say, 55, and I'd scream, we have 55, and because I kept wanting to get up the building and get
Because
people
all
out of
your
the building.
employees were on
101 to 105, the top floors of number 1 World Trade Center, which they call now the North Tower.
So how high was the highest number that you got to?
I got to the 91st floor, and I knew if I got one employee, if one person came down from that floor, then I know that there had to be others. There would be others behind them. There would be others going out other doors that would be good. But I got up to 91, and then I heard this sound. It sounded like another plane was going to hit the building, but it didn't sound like it was far away. It sounded like it was like right where the ceiling is above us. It was so unbelievably loud. And someone screamed out, another one's coming. So I just turned around and ran, and I was running.
What was it?
It was number 2 World Trade Center collapsing. So I'm standing underneath a building like an idiot, and I start running, and I'm trying to get ahead of the smoke, and then the smoke comes around the corner on Trinity Church where I ran and knocks me down underneath a truck, and I'm sitting there in this the blackest black it can ever be. I reached up, I tried to see if I could see it. I took my hands and I put it up, and I actually touched my eye. And it was so much smoke, and I wasn't
You
smart
couldn't
enough.
even see your own hand?
I couldn't see my hand. I could feel the particles in the air. They were like this big. I could feel them going in, and I couldn't think to like pick up my shirt and put it. I was just sitting there thinking, I can't believe it. I can't believe by standing there I died. I can't believe it. I called my wife, and she was hysterical crying. And so I understand why it took lots of people a long time. I'm a pretty together person, and 4 hours I just walked north. I just kept walking.
We had received a report that one of your other offices had a squawk box open, and the other offices were able to hear the screams. Is that true?
I don't know that they heard. It is true that we have a squawk box. Yeah, we have a speakerphone because all our offices are connected in our equity business. They're all connected to each other because they talk to each other all day, and they heard them saying, we need help, we need help, we need help. It wasn't screams. There was nowhere to go. Couldn't go down, couldn't go up. There was nowhere to go.
This morning you went to see 2 of your employees in the hospital.
Yeah, Cornell. I had 2, Lauren Manning and Harry Weiser, and both, I think, were on the concourse. And there was a fireball that went through the concourse, and fortunately, it seems to have caught both of them, and they are very, very badly burned, and they're in critical condition, and we're just praying for them. We're praying for them to pull through and be strong. And I've got. When I told their families, I said, look, I have 700 families who are dreaming for the way you feel. And you might feel terrible, but I got 700 families who are dreaming to find someone in your husband or your wife's position. So it's just the definition of tragedy.
You actually lived the American dream. You made it. Unfortunately, your parents died of cancer and didn't know. But now, can you gauge or tell us what you think can happen to you and your company?
I have no idea why things happen, and I don't know why this should have happened to us and our 1,000 families. But things are different. I mean, my view of business is different. I need to try to be successful in business so that I can take care of 700 families who, I gave my home number out on all the websites for people to call me. I have women calling me saying they don't know if they can pay their mortgage, how they're going to live, what are they going to do. And I think, the remaining staff, both the people in New York, the roughly 300 people we have who are okay in New York, and it's sad, but the 300 people were just not in the physical office. They may have been walking in, they may have been near the elevator, they may have been 5 minutes late, they may have been on vacation or out, but I don't know of a single one of my employees who got down. Zero, and it's really sad, but I think we're all pulling together with a view that we want to make things happen for them. We need to take care of them. We need to figure out how to take care of them, give them more take care of them, and I think it's going to be a different kind of drive than I've ever had before. It's not about my family. I get to kiss my kids. I get to kiss my kids tonight, but other people don't get to kiss their kids, and I just have to help them. And I think it's amazing, and I think it's amazing. You have 300 people. They lost all their friends. They lost the person to their left. They lost the person to their right. And they call me up and they say, I want to go to work. I said, why do you want to go to work? Let's just go to funerals. And they go, no, I want to go to work. I can't stay home. I can't stay home. I have to work. I have to do something. And so they actually wanted to try to figure out how to be in business. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. But the reason they want to be in business, and there's only one reason to be in business, is because we have to make our company be able to take care of my 700 families. 700 families. How do you have 700 families? Just, I can't say it. I can't say it without crying.
Howard Lutnick, the CEO of a company which had 700 employees, or as he puts it, Cantor Fitzgerald, 700 families. And their survivors, 200 of them, want to go to work. He says, why not go to funerals? He lost his own brother from the 101st to the 105th floor of the World Trade Center. He knows of not one of his employees who got down. 2 on the concourse were badly burned, are in critical condition. You heard that as clearly as we did. Connie Chung is with us. Connie, what strikes me aside from the story is how extraordinarily generous it is of this man to share this story with us, because, man, it was hard for him.
I agree with you, Peter. He, every day, he goes to the Pierre Hotel, where he set up a crisis center where all the relatives can come, and he has phones set up, he has information banks, and he goes and talks to every single one of them. If they have any questions, he answers them. He's given out his home phone number on his website so that anyone can call him, so that he can receive phone calls at 3 a.m. in the morning, and he takes those calls. He talks to his employees. I mean, there is no question that this small, scrappy company, which has now become a symbol, actually, for Wall Street in many ways, since it may very well have suffered the greatest loss of all the companies that were housed in the towers. He's an extraordinary boss. I said, you know, perhaps these employees are calling you because you are an extraordinary boss. And he said, no, it's the other way around. I have extraordinary people who are working for me.
Thanks, Connie, very much. Connie Chung talking to Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Kearney Fitzgerald.
Peter,
let me just ask you, I mean, and I know it's hard. We just want to sit here and think about that, I know, but let me ask you a question based on what Connie said. Is it the company which has suffered the most? Do we actually know that? I keep thinking back to, is it Morgan Stanley that has 15, 20 floors, Ken, in the World Trade Center?
They had, as I understand it, 3,500 employees in the World Trade Center, but they have a total of 65 or so thousand around the world. So this company, I suspect, was percentage-wise was decimated, except for some smaller companies that were there. Proportionally, probably the most decimated. I was just struck by what a good man he is, and you didn't hear talk about profit margins, and he just said, I'm going to do whatever it takes because I'm a human being first, not the CEO first. And I just thought he was extraordinary.
And we talk so much about families. He can kiss his kids tonight, as he said, and we've heard any number of people who have survived this who've turned to us and said, hey, man, make a connection with your kids.
Peter, I've in the last couple of days, as New Yorkers wander around, they ask each other, did you know anybody? And everybody seems to know somebody or know of somebody who was lost in this tragedy. And at Cantor Fitzgerald, everybody knows 40 or 50 or 100 people who were lost in this tragedy. So the magnitude is astonishing.
Please go on.
Yeah, I was also, as Connie said, that Cantor Fitzgerald had set up an operation in one of New York's hotels. I was reminded that other firms are doing that as well, that they are recognizing that in the aftermath they need to cope with not just logistically how are they going to get their businesses up and running, but how are they going to heal their employees. And so Oppenheimer Funds, for example, has set up in 4 different hotels what they're calling reunion groups. So employees can get together and share the experience, share what they saw, and begin to kind of heal psychologically before they actually have to get back to, you know, what really is the rat race of Wall Street, where you've got to be able to keep up with this frantic pace, this real-time pace of trading in the markets.
It was quite, I don't know if you saw it, Ken, and it's hard to move on from an interview like this that we've just heard, or from an experience like this, not the interview, but the experience that we listened to in this, but we must. And it was interesting to see the Mercantile Exchange in Chicago today. Did you see it? I mean, there was a moment of silence at noon Eastern time, 10 o'clock in the Midwest. And then when it was over, wham, it was in some respects a reinvigoration of the energy of the country to see them go back to trading almost immediately.
Well, you have to move on. You can't be frozen, and this man will move on too, and this company will move on. But it's hard to imagine that at this moment.
Yes, exactly. It's always the moment. Betsy, you talked very briefly about the Federal Reserve tomorrow, and I'm not sure people fully understand that the Federal Reserve today was made, about $50 billion available primarily to bolster the liquidity of European markets?
Well, the central banks of Europe, in a coordinated action, moved to bolster the liquidity of European markets. Our markets aren't up in trading, so the ones that are, financial regulators around the world want to be sure are operating smoothly.
So this was basically the subsidiaries of European banks operating in the United States?
This was a move by the central bankers of Europe, the Fed equivalents, to make sure that the European banking operations and European markets have the liquidity they need.
Okay, well then help me. I'm not understanding this then, because the AP is reporting out of Washington that the Federal Reserve was making $50 billion available, the U.S. Federal Reserve, to stabilize the operations of European banks in the United States.
So that would be our contribution to that greater sum.
And the Fed also announced Thursday it was temporarily moving operations of the New York Federal Reserve, which performs these key operations, implementing the interest rate, having another operation which has had to move in New York City.
The New York Fed is located right in that World Trade Center area, Peter. Is probably another one of those buildings that to re-enter it now might interfere with rescue operations, and who knows what kind of damage has been suffered there.
What else do you think we need to understand at the moment about the business of the country? We heard the consumers in Dallas. We heard the consumers in Miami. We've heard those of you who watch it very carefully talk about the impact of consumer confidence, 2/3 of the economy. What else do we need to understand about the running of the country at the moment, Ken?
I think we've covered a lot of it, Peter. I think one of the interesting questions, it's not the huge question that you just posed to us, but one of the real questions is, will they rebuild the World Trade Center? Because you can make an economic argument from a real estate point of view with a soft real estate market that, in fact, there's an argument not to rebuild it. And the argument to rebuild the World Trade Center may be more symbolic than it is economic.
I actually raised this yesterday for the first time and raised it delicately. But has it been talked about out there about whether or not it should be built either from an economic point of view?
No,
or
but I was interested when Giuliani was asked this question at one of his press conferences. I think it was yesterday. He said we're going to build something. I'm not going to say it's going to be 110 stories, but we're going to build something. And I think that was an indication that, in fact, there are lots of people who are probably telling the mayor of New York and prospective mayors of New York that maybe we shouldn't rebuild 2 110-story towers.
It does remind me a little bit of Oklahoma City and the very intense and very often painful debate after the Oklahoma City disaster about what to build in place of the Murrah Federal Building. And they ultimately built a memorial which I think has satisfied most of the people in Oklahoma City, but not everybody. But there was a real debate about what you do for yourselves in your community in order to sustain or cherish this memory, and what you do to show the rest of the world who you are. Right. A very tough call.
And we've heard, Peter, and some of our coverage, people say, well, I wouldn't want to go work again in a building that is such a symbol as well as an office building. That's a notion that gives some people pause. And I think New York City officials will be thinking about how to make sure they can keep Wall Street as Wall Street. Make sure that there isn't some exit over to Jersey City where some of these firms have operations because of some feeling of vulnerability.
That's a very interesting point. We've seen several pieces today. I've seen several reports today that this vulnerability of New York. People have always been tempted away. People in other places are always tempting New York businesses to go somewhere else. And this, I agree, is a real issue for the financial capital of the United States. I want to thank you both very much. Betsy's going to stay, Ken.
I can go to work.
But yeah, absolutely. and I look forward to whatever it is you write in the New Yorker about this or anything else. Great reporter. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Pete.
Ken Auletta of the New Yorker, Betsy Stark, our financial editor in so many respects. You're not going anywhere.
Okay.
Except maybe to the phones. Thank you both very much. Well, it's 9 o'clock Pacific time. I beg your pardon. It's 11 o'clock Pacific time. Try always to have things in focus from the point of view of those in other parts of the country, not just those of us who live here in New York. And we're going to try to there's been a good deal happen this morning, and those of you who have been with us very recently saw this quite astonishing expression of his company's experiences from Howard Lutnick, who is the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. And we will undoubtedly see that or portions of that again today. But we've been talking here about the business of the country, and the general consensus, or the consensus, I think, among Ken Auletta, Betsy Stark, and others who joined us here this morning, is that the financial markets now rely very much on the question of American consumer confidence. And we mentioned at one point consumer confidence was, a week ago, at least according to ABC polls, at its lowest level since March of 1977. And we've been discussing the impact, and you at home and everywhere else have been thinking about the impact of this attack on the country, on business consumer confidence as well as life in general. But we wish to, if we may, set the scene or reset the scene of what is happening in a variety of places at the moment. In New York City, not long ago, 3 firemen were pulled alive from the rubble, reinvesting for people, people reinvesting in themselves, the hope that there may be others down there. So we're going to go first to the street, to ABC's Cynthia McFadden.
And
Cynthia?
a firefighter.
Cynthia?
Yep, not a... Peter?
Yes?
Peter, we are standing by here outside St. Vincent's Hospital with great expectation. You have seen this site throughout the day today, Peter, and there were no doctors and nurses on the sidewalk until just about the last half hour. From the time that you began reporting that there were 3 firefighters found buried in the rubble, until now we have seen a steady stream of doctors and nurses come out of the hospital in anticipation that St. Vincent's will in fact be the place that they are brought. We thought that perhaps this ambulance you see here was going to contain them, but it does not apparently. It was a woman brought inside the hospital. I can tell you a couple of other things here, Peter. Inside the hospital right now is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Governor Tommy Thompson. He arrived about an hour ago. He went upstairs to visit with some of the people who are patients now at this hospital. He intends to talk to the rest of us in about half an hour from now. I understand from hospital officials he's actually staying inside to make certain that his speaking to us does not interfere with the arrival of the firefighters. Just a couple of other things. I heard you discussing earlier, Peter, if the president indeed comes to this hospital tomorrow, we know he's coming to New York, and perhaps he will be coming here. How big an entourage he will arrive with? I can tell you that Tommy Thompson arrived with 8 unmarked cars today and 2 police motorcycles as well as another police van. And in terms of the firefighters themselves, we have an as yet unconfirmed report that the 3 firefighters who have been rescued from the rubble were in a van under a bridge when the building collapsed. Again, that's unconfirmed, but those are from fellow rescue workers who have told ABC News that that is the reason that perhaps they were able to be rescued. We hear sirens all around us, and we hear one coming down right now. Yeah. What the hospital official is reporting behind me is what we suspected. This ambulance here is not related, in fact, to the rescue. Peter, back to you. We'll let you know when they get here.
Yeah, Cynthia, I just want to ask you one more question. What was the effect on people's morale when they heard that the firefighters had been rescued?
Oh, Peter, I mean, hard for me to describe. I mean, these doctors, these nurses have been extraordinarily depressed that they haven't been able to use their enormous skill and talent to actually do some good. They have been enormously frustrated that now we're going into hour 37 since they have received a patient here, someone that they could actually help. So they were enormously elated. I can also tell you, Peter, that we've taken a little walk around the immediate vicinity here in Greenwich Village. We are on 7th Avenue and 11th Street, and everywhere you go, plastered all over the walls, are pictures of people who are missing. Having covered Princess Diana's funeral, and the bouquets of flowers that were everywhere all over London, these flyers may perhaps be remembered, remember this tragedy that way. They are plastered everywhere. Back to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Cynthia. And your mention of Diana, the former Princess of Wales, leads me to say that in London today, where they change the guard every day at Buckingham Palace, the Coldstream Guards, the band of the Coldstream Guards, part of Her Majesty's household regiments, played the Star-Spangled Banner, while hundreds of Americans outside the palace gates wept, waved U.S. flags, and sang the words to the national anthem. That's outside Buckingham Palace in London today. It was Queen Elizabeth herself who has a long and very deep relationship with the United States, both in personal terms with numerous leaders and, of course, as a country, ordered the special ceremony as a sign of solidarity with the American people suffering, as we all know, from the worst terrorist strike ever. And there were thousands of people there today. The U.S. Embassy in London is in a square called Grosvenor Square. And outside the embassy, there has been, as we have seen here in New York City and elsewhere in this country, large numbers of flowers being laid. The embassies had to add extra consolation books to those they normally have so that people can write messages of sympathy and condolences to American families who have lost loved ones. But at some point today, we do indeed want to see and hear the Coldstream Guards playing the national anthem outside Buckingham Palace, and I have no doubt that our news desk will be looking for that already. Now, John Miller is with us. John Miller, can you bring us any more information on this issue with the firemen?
Yeah, and there's a lot of confusion down there, which is why many different versions of the stories are coming out. But as we can sort through this, there's 2 or 3 different things happening right now. Number one, there's been a shift in the rubble, not as much as a secondary collapse, but certainly something that's kicked up a lot of dust and a new plume of black smoke. They have pulled all rescue workers out of the area of West and Liberty Street, which would be the southwest corner of what had been the Trade Center complex. There were several injuries there. We are told all minor injuries, just cuts and bruises. They are being transported to area hospitals, including a group that's been put on a tugboat towards New Jersey, where they still have a triage staging area. Number two, 2 firemen that were involved in the rescue effort fell into a void while they were looking for their colleagues and other victims. Their fire company was then pulled out for their own safety. Then another rescue company was sent in, and they worked for 2 hours to free those 2 firemen. So those firemen were freed from the rubble, but they were not part of the original collapse more than 48 hours ago. Number 3, there are rescue workers opposite the firehouse on Liberty Street towards the center of the rubble who are working now still to free 4 firefighters. So there's many operations going on there at once. All of these reports are coming out at once, and that's what's generating the confusion between city officials, between medical officials, and between our people.
Okay, and of course we're passing it on sometimes, but not often, I hope, incorrectly. Just to clarify, John, when I said a while ago that 3 firemen had been rescued, in fact it was 2, and it was 2 firemen not who'd been trapped in the original disaster, but who'd fallen into a hole while they were looking for their colleagues. Am I correct?
Right. But at this moment, the thing that you and I were talking about a short time ago, the sound of tapping from that location, they have apparently found 4 firemen but they are not pulled out yet. They're still working on that.
Can you be more precise by what people mean about a shift in the rubble?
I spoke to someone who was there who said, I don't know what happened. Suddenly there was smoke everywhere. I had to pick myself up. My hand is injured. He's going to the hospital. There was an alarm that sounded, a 3-2 on a horn down there, which is a signal to pull out. And then the word from people on the scene there was to evacuate that area because there had not been a secondary collapse, meaning not another building had fallen, but there had been a shift in the rubble, which meant part of the collapse that was already there had fallen over and kicked up some new dust and smoke. So we don't know what caused that.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John Miller, keeping us abreast as best we can of the reality of what is really happening on scene in the lower end of Manhattan today. It does remind me again to tell you, and I think you already know this, that one of the emergency room doctors, Dr. Andrew Feldman, I think it was, came to see us yesterday, who had been working in the rubble precisely at Ground Zero. And I said, what's it like compared to what we see on television? And you know, he just answered the question I think we all know, that we see on television a very different view than reality. It's one of the complaints that military commanders sometimes make, is that war is seen in a different way than it really is when it's seen on television, and therefore affects people's perceptions. But there's no doubt none of us have had any difficulty, whether we have been to the site, as many of us have, or not been to the site, as so much of the country has been having some deep connection to what is happening here and at the Pentagon. It has been a very busy morning in Washington. The President has had a very public phone call with the political leadership in New York. The Secretary of State has been talking to the press about the relationship to the international community and the search for the terrorists. The Attorney General and the Director of the FBI have all spoken, as has the Secretary of Transportation, about opening airspace across America. And so let's go to Washington and Claire Shipman and see how best we can get caught up. Claire.
Well, Peter, it has been a busy day here in Washington, and we've seen an emotional president today, both right after the very public phone call you mentioned in which he talked to the mayor and governor of New York. He talked about the sense of grief that everybody's feeling, and you could see on his face just how moved he was. He also made a trip to a local hospital, the Washington Hospital Center, to see injured Pentagon workers. Again, something he's been talking to his staff about wanting to do. In fact, he's declared tomorrow a national day of prayer and mourning, and the president is going to make two very public appearances in churches, one here at the National Cathedral in Washington at noon, where he'll participate in a prayer service, and then tomorrow, as you know, he's coming to New York. He's going to attend a memorial service at St. Patrick's Cathedral and then try to figure out some way where he can see the site there without getting in the way of those rescue efforts, because they're very concerned about that. In terms of congressional news, Congress is on the verge of passing a large anti-terrorism package that the president asked for, $20 billion to help fight terrorism and deal with this disaster that the country has on its hands. And Congress is also on the verge of passing essentially some support for the president to use force, a broad authority to use force, which is what the White House was hoping for. We've also learned, Peter, that security detail in Washington is considering some new security measures around the White House. They're thinking about closing a few more streets that surround the White House. We're not sure which ones yet, but we're told that we should know by the end of the day if they're going to move ahead and do that.
Okay, thanks, Claire, very much. Just trying to get people very quickly caught up on some of the other things that developed in Washington. John Ashcroft, the Attorney General, who's not going to talk about the investigation in very much detail, said the government was moving as quickly as it could to help the families of those public officials or public employees who were involved. By that he meant the firefighters and the police and other relief workers who work for various levels of government. And so they're trying to make money available and support available, really, as he said, as a gesture of gratitude to people who have lost their lives in the service of the country. He went on at some length about additional security at the airport, said there was going to be hundreds of marshals deployed in order to create a larger police presence at the airports in the country. He did say at one point, as have numerous other public officials, that there had been concern in government about any threats to Arabs and South Asians in the country, or Americans of Arab and South Asian descent. He put it that way. And he said, as every other public official has said, we as Americans must be at our best. I think we all know what he means by that. He said that as far as the overseas investigation was concerned, that legal attaches at the embassies in many parts of the world are getting lots of local cooperation, that the lead hotline for the FBI had had 2,055 calls. There had been 22,000 suggestions for leads on the government FBI website, but he said they were basically just dealing with thousands and thousands of leads. In terms of the black boxes from the 4 aircraft that went down, he did point out the obvious in some respects, that the ones in New York are going to be most difficult to retrieve if they are ever retrieved. But he did say that the black box from the crash of the United Flight 93 in Pennsylvania was probably the most feasible. And that is, even though the plane is in pieces over a very, very large area at the moment, he thought, and when I say large area, I mean over 6 miles. We'll try to understand that in a little while. But it is the least complicated disaster site, now a crime site, of the 4 aircraft that went down. In terms of the hijackers, he said they now believe there were 18 of them on the 4 aircraft. 2 aircraft, the American Airlines out and the United Airlines out of Boston, had 5 on them each, and that the one that crashed in Pennsylvania and American Flight 77, which of course crashed into the Pentagon, each had 4 on them. He wasn't prepared to identify any of the people who they are looking at in the country, but if you've been listening to the television or to the radio, you will see that there have been a number. There's a group of people out there at the moment, maybe 49 or 50 of them, I think is the latest figure, in which federal authorities are very interested. And then Robert Mueller, the director of the FBI, said they were looking for people who were out of status, by which he meant there's a series of Immigration Naturalization Service regulations, and they're looking for people who they have in their system who may be out of status, so they can at the very least talk to them. But they have not yet made any arrests. He would make any other comment on any other operations. It was the Attorney General, I think, or the Director of the FBI, forgotten, who said that indeed they could confirm that some of those involved in these terrorist acts had flight training. Yes, they had the capacity to operate planes, and it was substantial. They were, in all respects, technically proficient. No comment whatsoever on this whole issue of the White House as an argument, as a target, and no comment whatsoever on any of the ongoing operations of the Justice Department. But let me go at that particular point to ABC's Pierre Thomas, who's in Washington. Pierre, have I got the investigation right? And if I haven't, please correct me and add to it.
Peter, you're exactly on the money. One major point today, however, the 18 hijackers, we now have information from our sources that they have identified all 18 hijackers. They actually have photographs, and we may be getting those photographs and their names in the next couple of days, maybe as early as today, Peter. So that is a very significant thing in terms of their investigation, knowing who these people are, and they're moving out in concentric circles from that particular group.
Pierre, I wonder if you know any more about the investigation of the crash site in Pennsylvania, do you?
Well, the only thing my sources are telling me there is that, again, the black box is so critical because that will augment what they heard from the cell phone calls. It will give them more information about how these attacks were first launched.
And the Attorney General has said he is not prepared. Everybody's being asked about Osama bin Laden. He said he was not prepared to identify anybody who had ultimate responsibility for that. And is that precisely the company tone, the company rule at the moment in terms of talking to the public?
Peter, it is the company tone, but I can tell you I've talked to a number of very senior officials in government, and they say Osama bin Laden is prime suspect, that a number of these suspects had connections to him, and they're pursuing them, but they want to be clear on all the details before they make that final announcement, because after that, action will be coming very, very quickly.
Okay, thanks very much. Now let us move to the international dimension of this, because this is a crisis, which many people call a war, certainly a crisis. which has any number of international dimensions. The Secretary of State, Colin Powell, held a briefing today, said a couple of things that were simply interesting, including the fact that of all the 7 countries which are on the U.S. list of those countries which sponsor, those states which sponsor terrorism, only Iraq had not extended its sympathies or whatever to the United States. Syria, Iraq, Libya, Iran, Afghanistan, North Korea, and Sudan, all are on that list, and only Iraq, not to the Secretary's surprise, he said, has not said anything to the United States. They're looking at a terrorist organization which has the capacity to have done this. There is a list of candidates. We're pretty certain that Osama bin Laden is currently in Afghanistan. Whether he's under arrest or not, we do not know. The Secretary has said any number of times that one of the key issues is Pakistan. The new American ambassador to Pakistan, Wendy Chamberlain, has been in to see General Musharraf, and Secretary Powell is going to talk to him this afternoon. I think at this point we want to bring in Martha Raddatz, who is our correspondent at the State Department and who was at that briefing. The first headline, I think, Martha, am I correct here, is that retaliation, for which so many people in the country hunger almost, is going to be months away.
Well, Secretary Powell did not say that on the record today. I have talked to several people who say that things should calm down in the language of retaliation. Indeed, they are looking at suspects. And in fact, Secretary Powell did say on the record today that one of those suspects is bin Laden, and he's the first cabinet member, first senior official to say that on the record. But they are saying that any sort of military retaliation will take time. Even if they determine who did this, who was behind it, it is something that could take months. They're very nervous about hitting the right targets and hitting a target that will matter. They also want to rally world opinion, and if the United States went in quickly, hit the wrong targets, had a lot of civilian casualties, then they would lose world opinion.
Martha, I'm sure you ask people in the State Department this, or remind them, as if they need to be reminded, that there are a great many people in the country who feel an urgent need to retaliate against somebody. So what's the department say about that?
Well, indeed, there is that urgency. There's a lot of that feeling at the Pentagon. There's a lot of that feeling in the State Department. But they really want to be cautious about this. They do say if something happens, it will not be pinprick strikes. They said in the United States in the last 5 or 6 years, you've seen pinprick strikes. You know how the campaign in Bosnia started. It was just pinprick strikes. They said this will be a measured response. We want to make a difference. And also the senior official I spoke to said this sort of campaign could go on for months and months.
Now, every country in the world has a desk officer, an American who works on that country's desk at the State Department today. Put aside America's friends for a moment. What are you getting from those desk officers about those people in the country who can genuinely be regarded as America's enemies and allies?
Well, it's funny you should use the word friends, Peter, because that's the word Colin Powell used today to describe Pakistan. And in fact, he has already just a short time ago, he has talked to General Musharraf about what Pakistan is expected to do here. He will not, again, say that on the record. I've talked to some senior officials, desk officers as well, about what he said to Pakistan. And basically what they're demanding is that Pakistan provide airspace in case there is some sort of military response, that they close the borders to Afghanistan, that they stop sending fuel to the Taliban. As far as enemies, you heard Secretary Powell today talk about Saddam Hussein. He certainly wouldn't say whether he thought he had anything to do with it, whether Saddam Hussein had anything to do with these attacks. But he did say he doesn't expect any kind words from his kind. They are getting some sense of support. You've heard the world condemn the violence, but they really want action. They really want formal answers, and they have not gotten formal answers, including from Pakistan.
Okay. Thanks very much, Martha Raddatz at the State Department. Many Americans have had a hard time. I'm just trying to think precisely how to begin this. Many Americans have had a very difficult time understanding. Let's put it this way. I think all of us have had a hard time understanding those characters, those terrorists, those people who are so indifferent to human life that they would take the lives of innocent civilians into their hands on 4 aircraft and then take the lives of so many other Americans by crashing them into 2 buildings and the Pentagon and into rural Pennsylvania. But what we want to try to do in the next period of time is to try to understand in a little broader terms why people out there feel so strongly about the United States. In some cases, why do they hate the United States? And we've asked 3 people to come and join us who we all think can make a contribution to our understanding about this. And I think it'll be a very interesting discussion. I beg your pardon, 4 people, of course. In no particular order, I want to introduce first in our Washington bureau Hisham Melhem, who is the Washington reporter for As-Safir, which is a Lebanese newspaper. Mr. Melhem, thank you very much for joining us. In Washington as well, David Makovsky, who is at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and a former editor of the Jerusalem Post, which is an English language newspaper in Jerusalem. On the telephone from Ramallah in the Palestinian territory. Oh, she's on television. That's wonderful. From, well, then you have to tell me where she is. She's Hanan Ashrawi. It's important where she is. Hello, Hanan. Hanan Ashrawi is
hello, Peter.
widely known in the United States and is a spokesperson for the Arab League. She is, of course, a Palestinian. Where precisely are you, Hanan?
I'm in Ramallah, Peter.
Oh, you're in Ramallah.
On
She's
the
in
West
Ramallah,
Bank.
which is her hometown on the West Bank.
Yes.
And finally, in our Washington bureau, Judith Kipper, our longtime analyst of affairs both East-West and Middle East. And Hanan, you know America very well. You went to school here, as I recall. You're a scholar from the University of Virginia. Your children have gone to school here as well. I don't know many people in the Arab world, certainly among Palestinians, who know the United States any better. Those people who attacked the United States yesterday, why do they hate us? That's the question everybody's asking.
Well, it's very hard to forecast and to conjecture on motives, but certainly the whole issue of the legacy of the Cold War is still with us. And I think in many cases there are a combination of factors. U.S. foreign policy, a sense of power and unbridled power. If by any chance Osama bin Laden or any of the other groups are involved in that, it would mean that the U.S. Itself had contributed to the formation of these groups in the days of the Cold War, when it trained people like that. The CIA funded them, trained them, gave them weapons in its fight against communism. And also during the days in which the U.S., for example, fought Arab nationalism, and instead of using it as a cohesive force and viewing it as a source of stability, it fought it and supported all sorts of extremist groups in order to undermine that and, as they said, to fight communism. There are other factors, a sense of extreme victimization, a sense of exclusion. There could be also factors of fundamentalism and zealotry. These exist in all religions, and I would caution against attributing it only to one religion. We in Palestine feel the impact of fundamentalism from 3 religions, not just one: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And any person or group that feels that God gave it a divine right and a superior status over others certainly is going to go to extreme measures, and they would have disregard for human lives if they believe in the so-called absolute justice of their cause. But there are also other factors involved.
I'll ask you to come back to factors. Let us involve some other people. First, let me go to Washington and ask David Makovsky the same question, former editor for the Jerusalem Post. It's the question on people's minds, Mr. Makovsky. Why do they, whomever they may be, hate us?
Well, I guess that's really, Peter, the real question. Who is they? I mean, if bin Laden is the leading suspect, then we have to be very careful until we know if that is the case. I think we have to listen to what he says. And what he's talking about is a sense of rejection of Western civilization. He sees in the U.S. going in the Middle East or out in the world as blocking somehow the ascendance of Islam. I think he has a very distorted view of Islam and uses that to purvey hate. So I think his grief is with Western civilization. He says it, and I think we should listen to what he says.
You said, and other people believe, that the United States, or the West, the material West in some respects, is blocking the ascendance of Islam. What do you mean?
Well, from what he says so long as the U.S. is in the Gulf and the U.S. has a presence there, that he will fight to liberate it from Muslim lands. And I mean, the fact that the U.S. 3 times has used force in the last 10 years, it's interesting. It's always been on behalf of a Muslim state. For the Albanian Muslims, for the Muslims in Bosnia, for Kuwait, which was a vanquished Arab state, although it was fighting another Arab state. But 3 times the U.S. has used its military, and it's been on behalf of Muslims. And yet, he has a beef with the U.S.
Let me go to Hisham Melhem, who's in Washington, the reporter for As-Safir, which is the daily newspaper. First of all, am I pronouncing your name both correctly?
Hisham Melhem. Yes.
Melhem, that's what I said. It is of course, As-Safir.
Right.
Try to answer the same question. I mean, no country in the Middle East has been so tortured, perhaps other than the Palestinian and Israeli conflict, has been tortured by Islam, capitalism, communism, Christianity, Islam, as has Lebanon. So you should understand who out there hates the United States and why.
Well, there are many people in the region who have deep feelings of resentment against the United States policy in the region. I mean, beyond the obvious reasons of the United States being the only empire in the world today with an incredible reach, incredible cultural, political, economic influence that affects the daily lives of the region, including people in Lebanon and throughout the Arab world. But I think if we're talking about Osama bin Laden, we're talking about zealots. Religious zealots are absolutists, whether they are Christians or Jews or Muslims. And they believe that they have the right, a divine right, to impose their will on other people. Osama bin Laden, if he is the culprit here, is waging a war not only against the West, a crusade against the West, he's waging a war against his own people because he has a malignant, malign, distorted view of Islam that he would like to impose on the rest of the region. And although it is ironic that these views of the West did not bother him a lot when he was in collaboration with Western powers, when they were fighting together the communists in Afghanistan. I think bin Laden is exploiting the deep sense of grief, resentment, anger in the Arab world because of certain U.S. policies towards Israel, towards Iraq, and he's taking that into extreme. But I think we should put this whole thing in context. Obviously, American-Arab relationships are complex, multifaceted. If you look, and when Arabs look at the United States, they see different Americas. They see, if you ask the Kuwaitis and the Saudis, they see the United States as the savior and the protector. If you ask the Iraqis, many of them, they will tell you it's the tormentor. If you ask many Palestinians, they will tell you it's the facilitator of Israel's continued occupation. And beyond that, there are many Arabs who also lament the fact that the United States doesn't speak strongly against the abuse of human rights in those Arab states that are close to the United States. But I would add, Peter, quickly that this is a recent phenomenon. For more than a century, there was a huge reservoir of goodwill towards the United States in the Arab world because it was the only major Western power without colonial legacy in the region, and because of the immense contributions of American educational institutions in the region, such as the AUB, and you know it very well, American University in Beirut, American University in Cairo. But this began to change with the establishment of Israel and Palestine, and particularly after the '67 war, when for most Arabs, the United States became the protector of Israel, and the United States, embraced Israel very tight.
Mr. Melhem, I apologize for interrupting you, and,
Sure.
and you're very eloquent on the subject. I want to, if I may, just hold the Israeli-American-Palestinian question for just a second, because there is a tendency, let me ask you this first and then go to Judith Kipper, our analyst in Washington. There is a tendency in the United States and in other countries as well to believe that despite what Hanan Ashrawi said and you, that there is something about Islam that breeds this kind of terror. What do you think?
Look, I'm a secularist. I'm not a Muslim, although I believe that Islam is part of my cultural heritage. There are many zealots in every religion. The historic encounter, I know this is not the place to talk about history, maybe. The historical encounter between Islam and the West was very complex, multifaceted. We've seen armies from the West coming to the Middle East, from the Middle East going to the West. The Mediterranean was a great bridge for exchanging goods and ideas and people. It was also a bridge for warfare. So we have that legacy. Only the Western Muslim powers threatened the West at one time. And in modern times, many Muslim countries, many Arab countries were under the yoke of Western colonialism. with all the ramifications of such a control. So yes, we have a legacy.
We cannot escape history, I think, is the point
Absolutely,
you're making.
absolutely.
Okay.
That's the problem, and we are in many ways we are still hostage to the suffering that kind of complex history brought about. But we are not condemned to fight a civilizational war, as some people allege in the United States, as some people like Osama bin Laden allege on the other side.
Okay. Now let me ask Judith Kipper a question, and I apologize for interrupting you. I just want to make everybody gets a fair crack at this. Judith Kipper has got a long experience in the Middle East. We've been very careful, Judith, talking to the audience and saying that we're not sure this is Osama bin Laden. And until the United States points its finger directly and finds Osama bin Laden responsible, we have to be just that careful. But if it were not Osama bin Laden, specifically, the people who did this to the United States and others who applauded it, are they the same kind of people?
I think they are, Peter, and I think the legacy of petrodollars after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, when enormous wealth came into the area without work and produced a lot of infrastructure, but none of the Arab regimes really took a lesson from it to produce decent education or participation or democratization or even economic opportunities. And today you have 70% of the population of the Middle East that were born since petrodollars. They're under the age of 25. So this 70% is extremely frustrated. They witnessed the Iranian Revolution, the Iran-Iraq War, the Oslo peace process, 2 intifadas, and a number of other events that perhaps I am missing. So you have people, young men without direction, terribly frustrated, not very well educated, have no stake in the systems in which they live, very angry, and the object of their anger tends to be the United States, because it's very, very difficult for them to demonstrate or to show publicly any anger against their own regimes, because it's simply not tolerated.
There is no truly democratic regime anywhere in the Middle East. It can be argued in many cases with the exception of Israel, correct?
I would say that there are processes of democratization in a few countries, but no democracy. Ironically, the country that has a process of change by a major process of democratization is Iran. And of course, the United States and Iran are not speaking, and we have a unilateral embargo on Iran, and we're not engaging with Iran to try to influence the outcome of that process in a positive way. And this is also a huge legacy, not only of petrodollars, the youth explosion, the slow economic growth, but of the, every action has a reaction. And after Afghanistan, there were a lot of young men roaming around who had nothing to do. And all they know how to do is fight guerrilla wars, and we see it now.
You're talking about after the struggle in Afghanistan to get rid of the Soviets, in which the United States and Osama bin Laden were actually in many respects on the same side. And in some, are you arguing, let me turn to Hanan Ashrawi and ask her this question, because many of these young men come from the Arab world. Hanan, do you think that the West is just simply reaping, in some respects, the crop that it helped to sow in Afghanistan?
Yes, I certainly think so. And while I agree with much of what Judith has said, but I certainly don't agree that the U.S. is the unwitting target of the young people's frustrations with their own situation, disenfranchisement, and the status of their regimes. No, I think that the U.S. has had a very direct role in the politics and the realities of the region. I think it has helped shape attitudes directly. As I said, many of the mistakes of U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War as well, and the fact that it harbored and encouraged extremism and fundamentalism as a means of trying to fragment the Arab world. And of course, since the creation of the State of Israel, and particularly since '67, as Hisham Milham had said, all this goodwill that the Arab world had for the U.S., it squandered by its blind support for Israel. I can give you a few examples. Palestinians are being shelled and killed. Individuals are being assassinated by rockets, by missiles fired from Apache helicopters, gunships, fired from F-16s. They all have made in the USA on them. And so in a sense, there is a direct, I'm using this only as an example, a direct intervention. So the Palestinians feel that the US is not just a peace broker or a sponsor or whatever. They feel that it is taking an active role, an active part in their daily realities. And at the same time, they're trying to make a distinction.
Can I stop you for just
Yes.
1 second? I apologize, because I think it's important in broad terms for Americans to understand or to know whether or not the current conflict, the current enduring conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis, which is at an extraordinary level of intensity at the moment, constant Israeli attacks against the Palestinian territories, Palestinian, in many cases, terrorist bombers going into Israel, is that a contributing factor to the global terrorism and what we're seeing here in the United States?
I would say that's a contributing factor to instability, distrust, hostility, and a sense of victimization. The unbridled use of power, unchecked, the fact that Israel is given preferential treatment, treated as a country above the law, all its sins forgiven, even ahead of time, a priori, while the Palestinians are totally deprived of the protection of the law and are constantly even blamed, even though they are under occupation, being killed, starved. I mean, the Palestinians now, for the first time, I see genuine hunger, totally fragmented.
And the Palestinians is the point you're making the Palestinians hold the United States as accountable for that as they do Israel?
I think there's a serious paradox here. I think it's a dilemma. The Palestinians are desperately reaching out to the Americans, and you hear that all the time. First of all, believing that the American people have a sense of fair play, and they don't understand why the American people are maligning them. But two, they're reaching out to the American administration and saying, you launched this peace process, we trusted you. We sort of cast our faith with you, and then you betrayed us, in the sense that you allowed all these things to happen without intervention. You continue with this support and cover for Israel.
David McCoskey.
So there is this double attitude, I think, between the Palestinians and the Americans. But I don't want to oversimplify the issues. I think so long as the Palestinians are being treated this way, and the whole Arab world now with the information revolution and Arab satellite stations, the whole Arab world is watching daily bodies being charred, shelled, destroyed, homes being shelled and destroyed, trees uprooted. This feeling has become part of a collective grievance.
I recognize that I am in danger here of generalizing about one of the world's most complicated subjects, but I do want to, for which I apologize to all of you, because you could talk about this and have talked about this for years. David McCoskey from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. How does the United States, in your view, go forward under the current circumstances? The United States has been attacked by people. What does it do?
Well, I think we need to understand, first of all, and to follow up on some of the things being said before me, there's frustration here on all sides. The Israelis are also frustrated with being the victims of suicide bombing. The issue, Peter, I think, is what are governments doing about it? What sort of tone are they setting? Let's give an example of this morning in the United States. President Bush, before him, Mayor Giuliani, set an important tone by saying to the American street that we cannot tolerate any anti-Muslim sentiment. I was very proud that they did that. That was the right tone of leadership.
Isn't it interesting, though, that they feel compelled to say so?
Yeah, they do feel compelled to say so, but it's important that they're doing it. Unfortunately, what I think is the question is what sort of tone is being set elsewhere. Ms. Ashrawi talks about Palestinian sentiment. The very morning of the World Trade Center bombings in the official state organ of the Palestinian Authority, these are not Hamas radicals. It says that suicide bombing are the noble successors of the people who blew up the Marines, and it said that these are the most noble people on earth. This is what the Palestinian Authority state organ is saying. The question is the tone. And I think if you say, what can the U.S. do? Of course, there's the military side, and there's a lot of different dimensions of this. But one of the most important things, in my mind, I feel very strongly about this, is to get leaders across the world, and that includes in the Arab world, but not exclusively so. And I want to be clear about that, not exclusively so, on all sides, to say religion does not condone suicide bombings, and that is illegitimate. And if we don't root out this sort of idea that religious leaders can get on television, state television, and call for the killing of Americans, which is what's going on in the Palestinian Authority and elsewhere, if they don't set that tone, then what do we expect? And I think Judith is 100% right about the economic failures and all that. The point is that the leaders find it easy to deflect attention from their own failures in terms of their own economies, what they could do constructively, if you say tomorrow morning what should be done, what should be done is very simple. Ask every religious leader to get up and to say that suicide bombing is against religion.
Okay.
Have a world conference of leaders, of religious leaders across the world, get up and say any leader who says that suicide bombing is legitimate is outside the pale.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting you two. I just want to ask Mr. Melhem, Hisham Melhem, a colleague reporter in Beirut, in summary, to give us the last word here, because Americans just cannot understand why many Arab leaders don't stand up in front of their own people and say this has been a horrible act or other acts are horrible acts. And is it in part because there is such a disconnect between government and the street in the Arab world?
Well, to begin with, I'm not known for being very nice to Arab leaders, but at least we have to say that most of them, if not all of them, condemned in the strongest terms.
You make a very good point.
What occurred? I mean, the tragedy and the inferno that we saw in New York, and I think they were genuine, and some of them actually, and again, I don't want to defend them. Some of them, like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and others, were subjected to this kind of incredible terror against them from the likes and from the soulmates of Osama bin Laden, if not from Osama bin Laden himself. Now, about the disconnect between the Arab leaders and their own street, the disconnect between the Arab leaders and some of the world opinion, yes, of course it exists. Most of these rulers are autocratic rulers. They were not elected. They are not accountable for the opinion, public opinion in their own country, although we have to admit that even though we are dealing with non-democratic regimes on the whole, there is such a thing called public opinion in the Arab world, and we can measure it in so many ways, including opinion poll, but there are other ways also to measure it. And some of them are aware today that there is a great deal of resentment and anger and frustration in the Arab street because of the ongoing tragedy in Palestine, because the United States appears to them as the protector of Israeli conquest of the Arabs. I mean, the Arabs will understand an American commitment to the survival of Israel, but they cannot understand and they cannot tolerate America's support, or it seems the American support for Israel's conquest or continued conquest of the Palestinians. There is also the frustration over the tragedy of Iraq, although not only the sanctions are responsible for it, the regime, the brutal regime of Saddam Hussein is also responsible for it, but many people sometimes probably find it easier to lump it on and to blame the Americans. Again, this is the empire. I mean, the American reach in the Arab world, Peter, is incredible. It's cultural, it's political, it's economic, it's strategic. It affects the daily life of every Arab, and that's something sometimes the average American cannot understand.
Please.
The incredible heavy weight of the American influence in the region, and sometimes the Americans do not use that influence for good deeds, for the welfare of the people there, and that's why I mentioned in passing the issue of human rights in the Arab world, where we see a great deal of violations there.
Okay, I apologize. To have four people who know this so well, and to realize that this is what they have discussed throughout their lives, and to have to cut them off, not a good idea. But I want to thank them all. Hisham Melhem, the reporter for As-Safir, who is based in Washington. Hanan Ashrawi, who is the spokesperson for the Arab League. And it's interesting, on the television from Ramallah tonight, in the Palestinian territories, a city that is very often cut off under the current circumstances. Hanan, thank you very much for giving us the time. David Makovsky at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy in Washington, and our own Judith Kipper, ABC's analyst Judith Kipper. And we're going to keep you around, Judith, to help us interpret, not interpret, but to restate some of the opinions that we've heard so eloquently today. Thank you all very much. Let us continue with our coverage by turning it over for just a couple of minutes to Charlie Gibson. Charlie, find out what you've discovered in the last bit.
Well, Peter, I want to talk to you a little bit about the mood down at the rescue site at the World Trade Center, the former World Trade Center site, really, I guess is the only way to refer to it. The rescue workers, and there are thousands of them, were going in and out in shifts during the day, at night. The mood was so discouraged yesterday. They are rescue workers, and they had no one to rescue until this afternoon. Now, I know you and John Miller were trying to discuss the absolute number of people who had been found today. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to clear it up for you, but I'm going to give you some sense of how elated the rescue workers are down there, that finally some people have been found alive. You're going to hear the voices of some of the people who were down there. One, a carpenter from Harlem, here in the New York area who was volunteering, going in there on his own time. Then a fireman who seems so elated that they have found some people. The carpenter again, and then a second fireman. But they are up now that some people have been found alive. Just listen to him.
Today is a lot of good hopes today because a lot of firemen is coming out. I've seen 5 firemen come out in the last 2 hours walking on their own feet.
And they've been buried this whole time?
They've been buried for 2 days, and they coming out there, and they coming out alive. So keep our hopes up. We should have a whole lot more living under there.
We were removing the debris. We had a large steel wall behind the beam. When they removed that, 2 firefighters just came crawling out. It was unbelievable.
What was your feeling after having been there yesterday, seeing nobody, no people living come out?
Amazing. You can't believe it. The whole place went crazy. Everybody's screaming, chanting, just happy you could do something good.
How are they physically?
They walked out on their own. Let's take it from there. I think they'll be okay. They walked out, and that's amazing. Some good will get out of this. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
It's a much better day than it was yesterday because yesterday all I seen was body bags.
A lot of body bags?
A lot of body bags.
Tell me how today is better than yesterday.
Because at least it gives you more hope to see the firemen. I mean, every time a fireman comes out of there, and that's all I have seen. I've only seen firemen. I haven't seen any survivors from the building. But everybody's cheering. USA, it keeps us strong, keeps the people working, keeps us happy. It gives us a reason to come back out here tomorrow, that's for sure.
All I know is 5 alive, 2 walked away. That means there's going to be more survivors. There's finally a good feeling coming out of this.
They were all firemen, sir?
Yes, ma'am, to my understanding.
That is a wonderful phrase. It is euphonic and it is euphoric. 5 alive, they're able to say. 5 firemen who were found today. 2, as they said, just walked away. We're not sure if a 3rd walked away, but all 5 are alive. And that, as you saw, gives a sense of hope to all those who are down on a site that has been so difficult. But I don't mean in any way to sugarcoat this. It is really a hellish scene is being described by all of those who are down there. And so just as a counterbalance, I want to show you, Peter, a piece of videotape of another fireman who was down there who as he sat after a shift at the Trade Center site, he was talking on a cell phone to his mother and also conversing a bit with reporters, but giving us some sense of just, there's no other word for it, just what a hell it is down there on the World Trade Center site. Take a listen.
All those signatures on my bandana are for guys that I fought with within the last 3 days, and 2 of them are dead. And I can't disclose their names. And my heart goes out. My heart goes out.
Will you be going back in?
I don't know. Maybe. Are you still there? You look... I love you, Ma.
I said this earlier, but Glenn Ray is talking to his mother. We just made contact with her in Long Island.
It's hell. I've been trying to beat a lot of stuff in my life. But it's hell.
Can I get some water, please? Can someone give me some water, please?
I've never seen anything like it. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. But we're all brothers. We all got to stick together.
So just some reflection of the really the different emotions that exist for people that are on the site involved in the rescue. The hopefulness of the firemen having seen 5 of their brethren emerge, and that young carpenter who said so eloquently yesterday it was all body bags, and today it's live people, and that gives us hope. And then the other rescuer who has been in there talking to his mom and talking to reporters, just talking about what a hell it is with the body parts and the debris and the extreme depression that a lot of the fellows feel that are in there. So 2 snippets there, Peter.
Thanks very much, Charlie. 2 very important and more than snippets indeed. Thank you very much indeed for your continuing contribution. Now I want to go to the street and just have both Cynthia McFadden and ABC's Bob Jameson as we see other examples of unification on the street. And it's fascinating in the wake of this conversation we've just had about another very, very violent, troubled part and complicated part of the world to see the unity which exists here in the United States. It is just so extraordinarily different. There are a lot of airplanes, by the way, now on the move all over the United States, and I think in a couple of minutes we'll be able to give you a sense of what air travel and air traffic looks like throughout the United States and Canada today. But for the moment, let's go to Cynthia McFadden, who is on the street, and then to ABC's Bob Jameson. Cynthia.
Hi, Peter. I can tell you that things here have really increased in number. A huge crowd is gathered behind us, a couple hundred people lining the sides of the street, with word that some of these firefighters have been rescued and perhaps will be brought here. It's still a waiting game, of course. They have not yet been brought here. The number of press reporting from this location is also about quadrupled in size in the last hour and a half. But so far, the firefighters have not arrived. I can tell you a little bit about Governor Tommy Thompson's remarks, having gone inside and met with some of the survivors of the building collapse. He says that he came because the president wanted to make sure that the American people understood that we were doing everything possible, that there was no resource that wouldn't be provided to this, that he fully expected the $20 billion to go through, and that would just be the first round of funding. He said two important things, I think, to the people of New York. One is that the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, would immediately be coming to New York to test the quality of the air and water. We've talked a lot about the air and about the acrid smoke in the air and about the problem that the rescue workers are having breathing downtown. As you know, when the wind shifts, that air starts coming uptown. And they said the CDC testers would be here imminently to start testing the air. Water, of course, is also a concern. And he said that that should be happening any moment. There's a counseling line been set up nationally for anyone who wants to call and feels that they need support. That number is 1-800-331-7767. With the Commissioner Thompson was the Secretary of New York's Commissioner, Health Commissioner, Novello, and she said that the commissioners of health in Indiana, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey had all called her offering any amount of resource. She says she expects to hear from other states as well. They both emphasized, Peter, that resources were not the problem. Resources are not the problem, but rather just getting to the people, that the problems at this point are simply a question of trying to get to anyone who still may be alive downtown. Commenting about the number of people, the Commissioner of Health said that as to reports that there are tens of thousands of people buried, he believes the number is lower than that, but that there are no numbers. There are no official numbers, at least as far as he was willing to confirm on the record. And Peter, at this moment, it's pretty much hope. As you said earlier, it's the awkward, strange position that these doctors want someone to treat. The frustration is that they haven't been able to treat anyone so far. We're now in hour 38 since anyone has been brought out of the rubble to this hospital.
Thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden, downtown. On the subject of statistics about lower New York, the New York Department of Economic Development gives us a sense of the scope as well. 292,000 people live below 14th Street in New York City, and that is
a site of desecration, but that they were actually looking for people, and I hope that that does not bring despondency to that site again. But Peter, you mentioned the New York City Police Department. The numbers that the mayor supplied us this morning were that there are about 300 New York firefighters missing and about 60 police officers, New York PD and Transit Authority police.
Right.
But even when you talk to the police, and I've talked to some of the cops on the street in the last couple of days, they talk about the fire department. You know, they've lost 30 men, but they're talking about the losses that are even greater in the fire department. And the people who were coming down, fleeing the World Trade Center, as they ran down the stairs for their lives,
the other way.
They were running into the firemen going the other way and saying, you know, we're trying to make speed in our suit coats. These guys are wearing 50-pound packs and they're going up, and we stopped to help them. And then we thought, no, that's their job and we got to get out.
We talked to a couple of people who got out of the trade tower who said that, in fact, that was how they got the information as they were coming down, hearing the walkie-talkies of the fire department as they were going up. I know you've got several other observations, but I just want to say first that in Arlington, Virginia, the fire captain there says they have signals from a transponder of the black box from the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. That's only one report. It comes to us from the Associated Press. And when John McCarthy went to the Pentagon this morning with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, and they looked around the outside, it was the Secretary of Defense who said that the force of the onslaught had been so considerable that the forward part of the plane, the nose of the plane, had got so far in. So it may
almost went all the way through the Pentagon.
You know, it's the second place. In Pennsylvania, where the plane is apparently broken up quite badly, we'll try to investigate this. There's a pretty good chance of getting the black box and the cockpit flight recorder. Better in the Pentagon, of course, much more difficult in New York. You have some...
The Pentagon situation, of course, though, the rescue people there at the Pentagon were saying earlier today that there's still such instability in that part of the Pentagon that's collapsed that they were worried about whether they could get into the people there, and maybe they can't get into the black box either.
Actually, John McCarthy's at the Pentagon at the moment, and I've just heard in my ear that John may have some more authoritative information than we do. Yes, Jack?
Peter, they are saying that they are hearing the pinging of a black box. You may recall that Defense Secretary Rumsfeld told me earlier today on a tour we took that the nose of the aircraft is embedded in one of the inner rings of the Pentagon. Now the people who are working away on the rubble at the Pentagon are saying, yes, we are hearing pinging. So there is a prospect that they could find that black box and get a great deal of useful information. The problem, of course, is it is in one of the most unstable parts of the building, as Charlie just said.
Okay. Thanks, John, very much. Charlie, why don't you continue for a bit here?
Well, Peter, what I have information on is something that sort of pales in significance when you talk about black boxes and when you talk about the numbers of people who were missing and firemen lost and all that. But it's a decision, I think, that had a lot of symbolic value. We've all been waiting to find out whether the National Football League would play its games on Sunday. And as you mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, that the National Football League has decided not to play this weekend. The decision was announced by Greg Aiello, who is a spokesman, or was acting as a spokesman, for the Commissioner of Football, Paul Tagliabue. And here's the reasons that he stated as for the cancellation of the games this weekend.
We in the National Football League have decided that our priorities for this weekend are to pause, breathe, and reflect. It is a time to tend to families and neighbors and all those wounded by these horrific acts of terrorism. We understand those individuals in sports who want to play this weekend. We also empathize with those who want to take the weekend off and resume their personal lives and professional careers next week. We strongly believe that the latter course of action is the right decision for the NFL. On Sunday, September 23rd, the NFL, its players and coaches will return stronger than ever and resume our playing schedule. The decision on whether to reschedule this weekend's games or play a 15-game regular season schedule is under consideration and will be announced as soon as possible.
Even though the games canceled, the teams did scrimmage today. This is the New York Giants scrimmaging on their practice facility, which is just outside the Meadowlands complex. The Philadelphia Eagles, about 90 miles to the south, were practicing today, and a plane flew low over the practice field. Everybody stopped. This is Wellington Mara, the owner of the New York Giants, the venerable owner who has been such a force in the National Football League. He supported the suspension of games this weekend, as did almost all of the owners. You know, there's been something of a debate as to whether this was a good idea, because some felt that it might be in some way disrespectful to play the games. Others felt that the games might be a worthwhile diversion, a sort of manifestation that life goes on. But it's interesting when you talk to the players, they didn't take either side in that debate. They just said they really didn't want to play, that their heart couldn't be in it, and that their thoughts are like everybody else's, with the families of the victims, with the rescue workers, generally with the situation that's going on in this country in the past few days and what they saw on Tuesday. Some cases in point. You're going to hear sound bites now from Jason Sehorn, the terrific cornerback for the New York Giants, Michael Strahan, the great defensive lineman for the Giants, Howard Cross, the Giants tight end, Lomas Brown, an offensive lineman, and then Jeffrey Lurie, who's the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, all of them agreeing with the commissioner's decision that the game shouldn't have been played. Take a listen.
To a man, nobody was really concentrating on football. The conversations weren't about the Green Bay Packers, and they weren't about, Brett Favre. They were about, did you see those two towers fall? Did you see that plane enter those things? For us, it's a little more difficult. We sit here and we can see the fire still smoking right there. We come out every single day for the last 8 years, and I've seen two towers standing there. They're not there. there's nobody thinking about football. Nobody's mind is on a game this Sunday. For us to play, would be ridiculous. We'd just be doing it to do it, and I don't think there's any sense in that.
You wish you could have done something. I mean, you're right there, and you can't believe you're so close. You can't believe. You just can't. The guy's in disbelief of that. So, I mean, we all spend so much time in the city, and I'm pretty sure most of us have been to the World Trade Centers, and now you look and you see, and they're gone, and all the people that were in them, and the people on the planes, and I can't imagine the horror that people have gone through. I can't imagine the horror that the families who are looking for their loved ones are going through right now. And I think that's why, for us as players, this is so secondary. Football is so secondary right now. I think New York City and the country needs to be behind everybody with the effort of trying to save as many people as possible and trying to get the city back on its feet.
For myself personally, you think back of things that you use reference all the time when I speak to kids how great our country is, how we never have moments where you see kids your age, throwing rocks at tanks, or we're not getting bombed and things like that. That's a hard thing to say now to kids. It's going to be it's a different outlook on life. I mean, it changes the world a lot for us.
We haven't seen the worst part. I mean, the worst part is when they start pulling victims out of the debris and start putting names to these numbers of casualties. I mean, that's when it's going to get real sad. And I'm just glad the NFL did the right thing. I couldn't have thought of anything more appropriate than for us to just take this Sunday off and just mourn the loss of a lot of these people here.
It makes no sense to have played our games on a Sunday when most of America is watching. Mourning comes before escape, and let's separate football from the rest of life. Life comes first, and Sunday is a time for mourning and thoughtfulness and support for all of our loved ones and friends that were affected by this tragedy, and not a time to escape and watch television or attend football games, in my opinion.
That Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, and those players with the New York Giants. The players generally adamant that it was not a good idea to play. As I say, it wasn't a question of whether the games would be disrespectful or whether it would be a worthwhile diversion. The players just said their minds wouldn't be in it. Their minds are on what happened, as are the minds of all of the rest of us. Now, we've mentioned NASCAR has postponed its race this weekend. A lot of the college football games, the major conferences, have called off their games. The PGA Tour has canceled its tournaments this weekend. The NHL has postponed its preseason games. And baseball, as you may know, and Peter mentioned a little bit ago, has canceled all of its games all the way through Sunday. Bud Selig, who is the commissioner of baseball and the owner of the Milwaukee Brewers, made that announcement and said the games would resume on Monday. Here's what the commissioner of baseball, Bud Selig, had to say.
Everybody will have to do what they feel comfortable doing. I think we'll have a very interesting last 3 weeks of the season. This has been historic, and it's shocking difference in nature. But I think that I think hopefully we can provide the country with a wonderful form of entertainment.
So baseball will resume on Monday, and for all of those of you who are wondering, well, does it mean that Barry Bonds has lost a week and won't be able to pursue the 70 home runs, and will Cal Ripken be able to play 3,000 games, all of that? Baseball is actually going to extend the season a week. It will play all the games, extending the season a week, and the postseason will start a week late. There's an interesting point in all this, Peter. I think all of the sports leagues are so sensitive to this issue of whether they should play or not, and it goes back to 1963. John F. Kennedy was assassinated on a Friday, and Pete Rozelle decided that the National Football League should go ahead, that it was important that life go on. And I talked to him several times, and I remember having a discussion with him, and he went out of his way. I didn't even bring up the issue, and it was years later. And he said, I made that decision to go ahead and play on Sunday, and he said, and I will regret that every day of my life. He's now passed away. But that decision in his mind. He went over it and over it and over it and felt he had done the wrong thing. Now, this...
You bring one other to mind, I have to tell you, the decision made by Avery Brundage to go ahead with the Olympics in Munich in 1972 after the Palestinian attack on the Israelis at Munich. And it was hugely controversial, but in the case of Roselle and in the case of Brundage, people were deeply resentful. But you have to think that in their own minds what they were trying to do was to demonstrate to the country and the world some sense of normalcy.
Yes, and I've often wondered about that. I was going to get to the Brundage decision. I'm glad you mentioned it because you were there, and it's very fresh in your mind. Brundage faced an issue where he had an international games, and it was a statement of international resolve, and also he had a games that if you canceled them, it was 4 years again before it would happen. But I thought at the time that I felt that he'd made the wrong decision, and I felt the same way about Roselle, although I must say when the commissioner raised it in my conversation, I didn't tell him, yeah, I thought he'd made the wrong decision.
I'm going to tell you something even worse. I covered the Kennedy funeral. The Kennedy assassination was the first story I ever covered in the country. And I don't remember. That's even worse. Maybe that's just simply old age. Thanks, Charlie, very much indeed for bringing us up to date on that.
Sure, Peter.
Here's a question that everybody in the country wants to know. Well, not everybody, but a great many people. Is the country able to travel at the moment? And you heard the Secretary of Transportation, you've heard the Attorney General earlier today, I think you even heard the President very briefly talk about opening up the skies again so that people can begin to move. But it has not been easy to move. We'll talk to Lisa Stark, our aviation analyst, in just a moment about the 40,000 flights per day that the country is accustomed to. But first we want to go to ABC's James Walker because he has come upon something which gives us an absolutely fascinating picture at the moment of what the country's status is. Jimmy?
Peter, this is some relatively new software from a Boston company that shows us exactly what flights are in the air virtually in real time. Each one of those dots that you're looking at represents a plane. You can still see a lot of flights north of the border in Canada. They're probably making their way back into the U.S. If you count up those little dots, I'm told that there are 638 flights. And the company that produces this flight view says that on a normal day, there would be some 3,000 commercial planes in the air and another 2,000 private planes. So that's a total of 5,000 aircraft, and right now we have 638. This software is used primarily by regional jet companies and by cargo carriers who want to and are able to track their aircraft from takeoff to touchdown so they can coordinate cargo deliveries and things of that nature. It's updated every 15 seconds. So every 15 seconds you get an exact real-time look at where your planes are.
Now you're looking at a graphic there. You're actually looking at their computer site, which is flightview.com.
I am looking at a graphic.
Okay. All right. So
now there's Peter, there's the tri-state area, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aircraft in the air, and I would imagine that any other day you would see hundreds.
Say again, Jimmy?
I'm just looking at this picture right here, and I can add up 3, 4, 5 planes over the New York vicinity, and I was just saying that on any other day you probably have hundreds there.
Well, I can guess what those planes are in the air over New York City too. They may be helicopters being used by the rescue authorities. I think in all likelihood they may be that contingent of fighter jets of which have been flying in New York airspace since this disaster happened.
I think in this case they are commercial commercial jets.
And why do you think so?
Because the company explained that they get the flight plans, and that's what they enter.
Oh, I see. Anything else, Jimmy?
Peter, that's it.
Great. That's a terrific piece of information. Can we just have a look at the original graphic again and thank flightview.com again? We're going to use them. Have they given us permission, James, to go on using them?
Oh, I think if we keep saying flightview.com, they'll be very happy.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to them, because this is really the best picture we can possibly have at the moment of how the skies over North America are beginning to change from only a few hours ago. And with that in mind, let's bring our aviation correspondent of the day, because she covered so much else for us, Lisa Stark, in from Seattle. And were you able to see, have you got a monitor anywhere near you, Lisa?
I am not able to see that, but I am familiar with that sort of software, and I can get an idea of what the picture must look like.
All right, so now supplement it, if you will, with hard time information.
Well, I guess the good news, Peter, is that there are some flights in the air. As Jimmy Walker said, though, of course, it is a very, very small fraction of what you would see on any given day. And a snapshot of the airports that we've looked at around the country show that at many of them it's quite chaotic and confusing. Chicago O'Hare Airport, for example, opened for business this morning. I'm told the lines were extremely, extremely long. And then in about just sometime in the last hour, all of a sudden over the PA system at the airport, it was announced that Chicago O'Hare was immediately shutting down. We have not been able to determine exactly why that is, but I'm told by our folks on the ground there that they stopped letting people through the gates and they announced the airport was shutting down. We don't know, again, why. We're trying to ascertain. So it's a very confusing picture out there.
Let me interrupt you just about Boston, because there's been quite a lot of controversy. First of all, this is where 2 of the aircraft took off, but there's been quite a lot of controversy today ever since I think the chief of security at Logan Airport said they had some of the best security in the country. And I gather that may be one of the reasons they're having trouble getting up and running again.
Well, I'm not sure if that's one of the reasons, but I know that it's taking a lot to convince the FAA to let airports go back online, if you will. And there are a lot of security procedures that have to be in place, both by the airports and the airlines. One airport spokesman, the spokesman from San Francisco, said it has just been a logistical nightmare. And the airlines, too, are telling me they have to reposition crews, they have to reposition planes, they have to get the catering reordered, the fuel trucks. It really is like starting all over again, and it's been very difficult for them to get the system up and running today.
Lisa, when Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesperson, was asked at the briefing a while ago whether sky marshals and military personnel would be used on aircraft, he said he didn't really know the answer to that. It wasn't clear to him. Do you know?
Well, what we're hearing from the Air Transport Association, they are the folks that are the trade association for the airlines. They indicate to us, at least, that they believe there will be a very visible sky marshal presence on a number of airplanes. Now, Secretary Norm Mineta today indicated that he would ask the military for some help with the special Delta forces, that they would go on board the aircraft as well. During the Pentagon briefing today, we're told that the military said, no, their understanding was that they would help train sky marshals. So I think there's a little bit of confusion about who will be on board the plane, but certainly on some planes there will be sky marshals, but you may not notice them, Peter. The whole idea with the Sky Marshal program is it's the guy sitting next to you and you have no idea that that person's actually a Sky Marshal.
Now help us put something else in context. There's a trade group which represents, I think, 266 airlines around the world, estimates today that the expenses incurred this week for airlines may be $10 billion because of their inability to operate. And they go on to say that 40% of a carrier's costs continue even when they don't have planes in the air. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely so. What I'm being told is they're still paying everyone. No one's been laid off. They're still paying their crews. The only thing they're not paying are landing fees. They're not paying their fuel costs. But much of their costs really are labor, and that is what they continue to pay. And I've also been told that airlines keep about a 15-day cash reserve on hand. And many of them are in very precarious, I wouldn't say they're in precarious financial shape, but they've had a very, very tough year financially. And there is a sense that this will be a very big economic blow to a number of the airlines, although they don't want to talk about that right now because they're much more concerned about security and getting back in business.
With one exception, that's Midway Airlines, Midway Express in the Midwest, which in fact closed down its operations because it couldn't afford to continue.
It's Midway Airlines, not Midwest Express,
Midway.
Which is a different company. I don't want to get people confused. Midway Airlines is the one that shut down.
Anything else you want to add?
I do. I want to talk about general aviation a little bit because there has been a significant amount of confusion about whether these folks can get back up into the air. Initially, the Department of Transportation said at 11 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, they would open the skies to everyone, basically, general aviation as well.
What is by general? Sorry to interrupt. By general aviation, you mean private aircraft?
I mean private aircraft and corporate aircraft. That's what we're talking about. And they indicated that the skies would be open to basically everyone starting at 11 a.m. Apparently, the Department of Transportation changed their mind shortly before 11, but we're told by folks in the general aviation community that the notice wasn't really received by anyone until 11:22 this morning. By that time, there were already a number of general aviation flights up in the air, and as you know, there are military aircraft. I think we have some videotape, actually. There are military aircraft, F-15s, F-16s, patrolling much of part of the United States, off of the Oregon and Washington coast, for example, in the New York area. Apparently, there were a number of force downs by military aircraft of general aviation planes this morning because those planes, it turned out, were not supposed to be up in the air. We don't know exactly how many planes were forced down, but we know that a number of them were, in fact, forced down by military aircraft.
Lisa, thanks very much indeed. Lisa Stark in Seattle. You can imagine how that must have made the pilot feel when a military jet comes nearby and says you're going to land immediately. At any rate, very many thanks to Lisa Stark and to James Walker, and also to the people at flightview.com for giving us a real picture in real time of the number of aircraft in the skies over the United States at this moment. And with their indulgence, we will continue to use that graphic to give you a sense visually of what is happening. Change subject again. For all of the spirit we have seen in the country today, and it has been terrific, for all of the unity and the patriotism we have seen in the country today, there is a huge amount of trauma. And we want to talk a little bit now with some experts about trauma and people's emotions and how they deal with the impact of this enormous shock to the national and personal system in many cases. First of all, here in her own words is the story of a survivor named Sheila Moody.
I heard a whistling, like a whistling sound and a rumble, and then just a big whoosh of like, it felt like air at first, but then I realized it was fire, just a big ball of fire that kind of came in. It felt like it came in through the window, and it just kind of engulfed us all, and then it was gone. My clothes were kind of, my hands were on fire because I think I instinctively put my hands up to cover my face. And I was kind of knocked back, but I wasn't knocked down, and I never lost consciousness or anything. And then just kind of realized that, you know, there was an explosion. Something had happened. And the other lady that was in my office, she was calling, and she was saying, I can't move, is anybody there? And I told her, I said, I'm here. And she said, who is it? I said, it's me, it's Sheila. I said, I'm here. I said, we got to try to find a way to get out of here. And I could see a little light coming through a window. So I tried to reach up and hit the window to see if I could maybe break it or we could get out, but it was too high and it was too hard. So I looked around to see if I could find something that maybe I could break it with, but there was so much smoke and the fumes were just filling up the room, and I started coughing and choking. So I tried to crouch down to see if maybe I could breathe a little bit better if I got down a little lower. And then I just started praying. All I could do was pray. I was just like, God, you know, you got to help me. Help us get out of here. I said, I can't believe you brought me down here for me to die here. And I kept praying. And no sooner that I was praying and thinking, you know, I wouldn't see my children anymore. And without the prayers and God, I know I just wouldn't have made it. I heard the man coming. He said, I can't see you. I said, I can't see you either. I said, but we're here. We're here. And so I kept trying to call to him so that maybe he could follow the sound of my voice and he could get to us. But the smoke and the fumes was taking my voice away, so I started clapping my hands, hoping that he could follow the sound of me clapping my hands, and I could hear the fire extinguisher, and he was getting closer. And then for a brief second, I could see his silhouette just through the smoke, just enough so I could go in his direction. He put out the flames that were between him and I with the fire extinguisher. And I went to him, and he led me outside. But I said he was just an angel sent by God to get me out of there.
That's not applause. It's just trying to imagine this. Once again, an extraordinarily articulate survivor, in this case Sheila Moody, who was on the second day of work at the Pentagon. Only the second day of work she'd been at the Pentagon, clapping her hands in the dark so that someone attempting and willing and wanting to rescue her would. And we thank her for one more quite extraordinarily articulate description of what it was like to get out. We're joined this afternoon by Dr. Alvin Poussant. He's very familiar to many American audiences. He's a psychiatrist at Judge Baker Children's Center in Boston, widely known on issues of adult and child trauma. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Poussant.
Thank you.
Awful lot of it out there today, isn't there?
Awful lot.
So, where do you start?
Where do I start with all of this? I think that the woman who just spoke suffered a great deal of trauma. I know she's very grateful to be alive, but I wonder how that trauma is going to affect her in the future. She must have been terrified. It's likely that she may have nightmares about this, and it's likely this may stay with her for the rest of her life. Anyone who experiences that degree of trauma, and that's true for many of the people who were on the scene, who were survivors and who got out of there. But it's also true for many people who were either close by, and for some people who witnessed it on TV, that some people were so frightened and shaky that they were traumatized as well, but to a lesser degree. And I think the trauma is even greater because this is a different type of an issue. There's a feeling of violation, not just that the towers were bombed and the Pentagon was bombed, but a feeling that the country was violated in the same way that a rape victim feels violated. And in that type of situation, you feel even more helpless sometimes and more powerless, particularly when the enemy is obscure, and you feel a sense of emptiness. And what are you going to do about it? In a sense, to me, symbolically, knocking out those two towers, kind of phallic symbols, I'm sounding like a psychiatrist, was kind of a symbolic or attempted symbolic castration of the United States.
Okay.
Something that we have never experienced before and made us feel very, very vulnerable. But what do we do with our anger?
Okay.
That's an important ingredient of the grief we're feeling.
That's the question. Indeed, and let's try to break it down. And you are a psychiatrist, and I think it probably takes a psychiatrist to see the Twin Towers in that way. But let's move beyond this. You've mentioned several categories. Adults who were in it, adults who were close, or children who were close, people who saw it at a distance. Let's quite frankly take advantage of your services here. For those people who were involved in this, who were close to Ground Zero at the Pentagon, and at the Twin Trade Towers in New York, and their families, what should they do?
I think those families have to be very supportive of each other. It's a time for them to come together, and they should realize that the people who were there, the victims, are very traumatized. They have to be very, very patient. I think some of them may need more than just support. If they can't function, or they get so depressed, or they get so anxious, then I think many of them need not just counseling, but they may need medical attention, at least for a short period of time, to get through the anxiety, the fear, and desperation that they're feeling.
Do you mean, is there a difference here between medical, of course there's a difference between medical attention and counseling in some respects?
Yeah, medical, I was thinking that temporarily, perhaps in some of these cases, people may be in such distress. Like, let's say they're having nightmares, they can't sleep for days and days and days. I think in that type of situation, you might want to prescribe a mild tranquilizer, a mild sedative, so that they can get some sleep and they can get some rest. Or even over a longer period of time, if they're very, very anxious and can't get over it, you might prescribe something to take them down a little bit, to take away some of the anxiety and even some of the depression. Some people are going to be very, very depressed after this experience as well. And so you have to make a choice about perhaps what kinds of medications would be of help to them temporarily.
Do you believe that anybody who feels any sense of trauma in the country, even if they think it's a temporary issue for them, because we all feel some sense of trauma at the moment, that they get in touch with a professional counselor?
No, not necessarily. I think the main help that people will get will be from each other, from their churches, from the community. I think that's the first stage or the first step. I think it's only those who don't begin to recover over a period of time. I'm talking about maybe a month, maybe 2 months, that you would begin to think about getting them some type of additional treatment, unless in an individual case they really can't function and they really collapse. Then in that type of situation, you have to seek out professional help.
I understand completely, I think I understand completely, the people who've been engulfed by the violence in a personal way, people who have been victimized by it in a physical way, or the families of such persons will suffer perhaps the most. But what about the people, and what about the people who've seen this violence at a distance on television, as you mentioned earlier? Well, is that a lasting thing, do you believe, is possible?
Yes, I think because of the visuals. There were children complaining that from watching television and seeing the towers go down and the explosions, that afterward they were having nightmares about it. They fear for their own personal safety. We feel very vulnerable. A lot of people are going to be afraid to get on those airplanes again, particularly since many people fear flying anyway. They feel, in a sense, that they can easily become a victim. It's a different kind of horrific ball game that they're in, and they don't know where someone may strike next. And I think this raises the anxiety level of everyone in the country that we're going to have to deal with in some way. And we're trying to deal with it by people coming together, by showing respect for the American flag and trying to make people feel very loyal and together and more communal. I think that helps. But I think now that every time we go to an airport and we have to face the additional security there, there's going to be a little twinge of anger about how this all came about. And I think the need for retaliation is a way, in fact, we're thinking of getting rid of some of that anger and getting some revenge on the perpetrators of these atrocities.
But essentially, you've talked in very general terms about the need to be in communication with people, a counselor or a family member, a professional church or a community center.
Right.
Now, on Saturday morning here on ABC, we're going to devote a considerable period of time to trying to answer children's questions about this. But let me ask you, and I could ask you 100 questions, as you well know, being a representative of the national patient here for a moment. But let me just ask you one. If I'm an adult, is this relationship between adults and kids? If I, as an adult, am so distraught about this, how do I talk to my kids?
Well, I think that if you're very distraught about it, and that's you know, relative type of thing, I think that the adults should try to get some control. But I think it's okay to tell your children and let them know that you're upset and you're very distraught by what happened. It's a very normal reaction, and that you can understand that they would be very distraught and very upset and very anxious by what happened. But then reassure them that all of you can get through it, and in fact, that they're safe. That's safe, nothing's going to happen now, and this will pass, and they will be taken care of. You have to reassure the children as much as possible. And I think the adult who is upset, in time, they'll begin to calm down, but I think their upset is normal and something that we should all expect. Even doctors around the medical center yesterday were nervous and fearful about what happened. And if you know any of the victims, even in a remote way, the anxiety is even greater, that it could have been you. So I think that people with time will begin to settle down as we get back to our normal activities and feel less anxious.
I have one last question, but I do want to observe that I think that the national spirit, you can confirm for me if you think I'm right, that the national spirit of unity that we think we see apparent in the country today is indeed going to help individuals in many ways.
I think it will help individuals. I don't know how long it will last. I hope it lasts for a very long time and crosses ethnic, racial, and religious lines, so people really come together and see what they have in common rather than the divisions that we frequently see in America.
And just one other question on the subject of divisions. Every public official today and yesterday has taken note of the Arab American, the Muslim American, and the South Asian American population in the country who are in some respects traumatized two ways. First of all, by their American instinct to what has happened, like everybody else's, I gather, and secondly, by the fact that they, in some ways, as communities, are being victimized. So what do they do at a moment like this?
That's right. I think that they have to come together, and I think they have to speak out. I think many of them did the right thing. They spoke out and immediately condemned the terrorism that took place. I think that Americans, on their part, have to stop having stereotypes about Arabs and Southeast Asians and people from the Middle East, because they do have stereotypes about them. And there's a tendency when something like this happens to want to blame someone. And that's when we begin to get scapegoats. And it's very easy to scapegoat people who may be members of the ethnic group, even loosely speaking, of the people who committed the terrorism.
Dr. Poussaint, let me ask you to stay and look at one piece with us and then get one more comment from you afterwards. Judy Muller, who's based in the West for us, has done a piece which at least is represented to me by my editors here as anger, and it takes place in Salt Lake City. Here's Judy Muller's report.
Salt Lake City is feeling the ripple effects of terrorism. A bomb threat today forced the evacuation of several city buildings.
The bomb scare isn't different, but the world's different now. Everybody's different now. And so even though this may be something that's happened in the past is gone.
Fear and frustration, especially for travelers stranded here.
The new tickets being purchased, the 2-week-old tickets don't do you any good to buy them in advance. You're still sitting here waiting because there's no buses.
I'm upset. I'm supposed to be in Boise for a birthday party at 4 o'clock, and I'm not going to be there.
Important birthday party?
My daughter's birthday party.
Feelings of frustration are giving way to
anger.
These New Hampshire residents are not just angry about travel problems.
I think our people have been attacked. And it's very, very frustrating that you really don't have any place to vent the anger to.
Even truckers are finding it tough going because the economy has been affected.
Because of the bombings and whatnot, the fuel prices have skyrocketed, and I get paid by a percentage, so I refuse to take anything out of here because the freight hasn't gone up. I'll be driving for free.
Even though Salt Lake is known for its large Mormon population, it also has a sizable Muslim population of 25,000. Some Islamic leaders here, worried about a backlash of discrimination, are urging Muslim Americans to help in the relief efforts and to donate blood. Even so, Muslim Americans have been victims of prejudice.
Some white guy, he pulled up in the Jeep and he's like, "Where you guys from?" I was like, "From Iraq." He's like, "I hate you guys who pulled out the gun, loaded it." And I was like, "Oh man, I got nothing against you."
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it is.
His mother finds it terrifying too.
I like United States.
It's your country.
Yeah, my country. Yeah.
A country that may never be the same, no matter what city you're in. Judy Muller, ABC News, Salt Lake.
So, Dr. Poussaint, welcome back for one final question on the subject of anger. What do you do?
What do you do?
If you're angry, if you want to strike out.
I think you're angry. I think the best thing to do is to talk about it and say that you're angry. Punch a pillow if you have to. Another way that people let out aggression is to watch sports. In that sense, maybe the NFL should be playing this weekend because so many people let out aggression in front of that TV set, particularly men. You have to channel the aggression and the anger. And I think the anger also will begin to dissipate, but there'll be so many reminders as different groups begin to hurt because of not only the terrorism, but the shutdown of the country for so many days and a loss of income. So it will be vented, and we should be prepared for it, but people should even let it out at home rather than letting it out in innocent strangers or trying to find a scapegoat or someone to beat up and blame for what happened.
But let's be very clear, when you say let it out at home, you simply mean punch.
I mean talking. I mean talking and out your frustrations, not hitting anyone at all, of course.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dr. Poussaint. It's great to have you here this afternoon. Thanks very much. You've been very helpful. Alvin Poussaint, who's a psychiatrist from Judge Baker Children's Center in Boston, been around for a long time. Pretty wise guy. On the subject of the children, I said we're going to do this program for children on Saturday morning, and people with questions on how to talk to their kids can indeed submit questions to abcnews.com, and we will be more than happy to take a look at them and try to include them on Saturday's broadcast. And as I said, one of the things we want to do on Saturday is begin to get a real sense of this crisis from the children's perspective. But abcnews.com has a tremendous amount of material, including a whole lot of professionals in every subject that we have been talking about today who are there to answer your questions. And there's a message board there, as all of us know, and it's a real chance for people to vent, sometimes in a pretty ugly way, but at least in a non-violent way. On the subject of concern, Mayor Giuliani of New York said just a while ago that he wants the public to keep in mind that do not panic when you hear one more report about a bomb threat. Yeah, sure, there are a lot of mouthy, bad, dumb people around, but he points out today that 90 bomb threats were made in New York today, and not a single one of them was valid. And he also said, this is very important when you go to the website, don't trust the unofficial websites. We said a while ago people are scamming folks in order to raise money, allegedly, for the victims of this disaster. Be very careful at the moment with unofficial websites. Talk a little more about public opinion. Gary Langer, the director of our polling unit. Boy, this is a lot different from politics, Gary, when you and I talk and fight so often. We did a snap poll the other day, and I, to be perfectly honest, don't have it immediately available. But I remember you asked questions whether or not people, like such as, would people give up their liberties in order for more security? How did they feel about responding if a target be found? How did they feel about the leadership in the country, etc.? Is it changing, or is it pretty constant?
It seems pretty constant, and in fact, public opinion in cases like this tends to be surprisingly stable, changing only as the facts on the ground change, if you will, when and if they do. People tend to form opinions that are stable and that move when new information comes out, and there hasn't been a lot of new information that's going to change opinion.
So what are you finding in the country at the moment in terms of public attitudes about all this?
You know, we see a lot of, indeed, a lot of anxiety, as the doctor mentioned, a lot of personal concern, a sense that this could happen again, a sense that this could happen to me or someone close to me. And that fuels, indeed, anger and similar emotions. At the same time, we see a broad sense of, I think, what can be called national resolve, and indeed even national confidence. In that, for example, even the night this happened, we had 9 in 10 Americans telling us they were confident that the perpetrators, people responsible for this, would be caught. A majority even very confident of that. And
is confidence in government, confidence in law enforcement.
Yeah, even though there was a split in opinion as to whether or not the government could have done more to prevent it, there was nonetheless majority belief that future attacks perhaps can be deterred and that the perpetrators here can be caught. We also saw overwhelming support for military action against any groups or individuals found to be responsible. Now, that could be an expression of anger, but it also could be an expression of self-protection as well, a view that it's necessary to protect ourselves.
And as I recall, you asked the question in a very specific way. Did people support military action if you could identify those who were responsible? At first, there was a tendency to think the country just wanted to strike out. That seems to have dissipated pretty quickly.
Well, precisely. I mean, you need a target, of course. And not only that, but, you know, there have been plenty of cases in which there was not broad public support for military action. Somalia and Haiti and even Bosnia come to mind. There have been other cases, though, when there is strong and broad support for military action. And the Persian Gulf War is a good example of that. And that was support that was very resilient, that held steady, and that lasted throughout the many months of that confrontation. We can't predict where this will go, and as facts change, opinion may or may not change as well. But it would be a mistake, I think, to underestimate the resolve of the American public to deal with crises of this type.
We've said often that this is an extraordinary test for a president under these circumstances, and we know from all of the polling data you provide us all the time that the public is, at the very least, moderately disenchanted with politicians and with government in general. When you ask questions now about trust in government, belief in leadership, do they seem to come around?
Indeed, you normally see a rally-around effect in times of crisis. The public tends to close ranks, and we are seeing that. George W. Bush's job approval ratings and approval ratings for handling this are much higher than they were a week ago. And this notion, this sense of some confidence that the government can prevent future attacks and can catch those responsible here are quite high, all a reflection or a representation of support for government and confidence in it. The kind of thing you normally see, a closing of ranks in times of crisis.
When you look at public opinion, are you able to ask questions which get the answer now that how complicated this all is?
Well, it's important we ask a variety of questions and try to tease out the many layers of opinion, because as we're discussing here, the public is not simply angry or simply anxious or simply desirous of retribution. There are all of these and many more emotions within the opinions we measure, and we do try to tease them out. We also, you know, just can identify the extent to which this terrible tragedy has really gripped the nation. When on Tuesday night we had 99% of Americans, that is essentially everyone, telling us they had been watching broadcast reports of it. 91% told us that they, on the day of these attacks, prayed for the victims and their families, and other measures as well show us an enormous amount of concern and involvement of average Americans across the country.
Anything else?
Well,
finally. In fact, let me stop you right there, because I got 20 seconds in order to reset the broadcast, and we're going to pause for just a few seconds now, just so that some local stations can leave us to do their local news, and then naturally we will continue. Quoting Peter Berman, who makes flags in St. Louis, Missouri, who points out today, as we focus on that flag at the Pentagon, that they might get orders for 150 to 200,000 American flags on a busy day before a traditional patriotic holiday. On Wednesday, yesterday, he had nearly 2 million requests. And by noon today, another 750,000 requests for flags had poured into his one company in St. Louis, Missouri. And we talked to a wonderful flag maker in New Jersey, flag seller earlier in New Jersey today, and he said he had never seen anything like it, that in the last year he'd been selling more foreign flags than he had been selling American flags, and he says in this couple of days he has sold more American flags than he did in the whole year. And we were very interested to see that in Amherst, Massachusetts, they had recently voted to actually restrict how often and how long American flags could fly along downtown streets, because, in the words of the town manager, extended displays of the flag had seemed a bit much. The very next day, as the Trade Center crumbled, the banners were all quickly hoisted into space. For most of our stations across the country, we're going to take a break, because World News Tonight is coming along for many stations in its regular place. I hope you'll stay with us.